will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hello and welcome to our ASP.NET course. I'm super hyped about teaching you this amazing topic, and I want to congratulate you for this amazing decision because it is a great topic to learn as well as an amazing skill to get a great job in. So I would say let's not waste any more time and let's dive right into the course. So thanks a lot again, and I wish you all the best on your journey. Welcome to chapter 1. In this chapter, we are going to look at what ASP.NET is. We're going to understand what MVC, Blazor, and Razor means and how they are interconnected with each other and how they are connected to ASP.NET, as well as install the right packages in Visual Studio. So in case you're not sure whether you have the packages installed that you will need for the project, I would recommend that you definitely watch that video as well. So let's get started. All right, so let's have a look at ASP.NET Core 6, what it means and where it comes from, those kind of things. So what is ASP.NET Core? Well, it's a cross-platform, high-performance, open source framework by Microsoft. Yes, it's open source and you can go to GitHub, clone it and contribute to it if you feel like it. It is used for building modern, cloud-enabled, internet-connected apps. So let's explore a brief evolution of ASP.NET. So it was introduced in 2002 and it started out as ASP.NET, evolving from the version 1.0 to 4.7x, which only supported Windows builds. This was actually a limitation for developers getting into the ecosystem. So ASP.NET Core was then introduced in 2016 to support cross-platform builds and made open source by Microsoft, a move that converted a good number of developers into the Microsoft ecosystem. So why should you choose to learn ASP.NET Core instead of any other web development framework or tech out there? Well, the strengths of ASP.NET Core lie in its ability to develop and run applications across multiple platforms, which makes it more productive and less time-consuming. There are components of the framework that make development faster and easier, like the Razor pages, which render components that are reusable and make development easier and faster. The framework being open source means that it will be easier for you to learn from community contributed content. Continuous evolution and support of commonly used tools in the ecosystem are also part of it. So it's supported by Microsoft and they're really working on it and really improving it. So let's dive into developing with ASP.NET Core. We can build web applications, Internet of Things applications, mobile applications, and backends across all platforms. All this using our favorite development tools like Visual Studio, cutting across Windows, Linux, and macOS. And ASP.NET Core supports deploying applications to both on-premise and cloud servers. So developers can utilize cloud solutions like Azure, AWS, or legacy servers running on-premise. So in this course, we are going to explore data, web apps, where we shall connect our Razor, Blazor, and MVC apps to the database using the entity framework, and also explore Azure and its storage options. We shall also cover application security using the identity framework. Alright, so let's get started in the next video. Before we head into the gist of the course, let us first have a high-level understanding of when and why we use the different templates, because there are these keywords, Razor, Blazor, MVC, and all of those are basically just templates in Visual Studio. And yeah, let's look at them. There are 3 approaches to building modern web UIs with ASP.NET Core. We can choose to build applications that render UI from the server, or those that render UI on the client in the browser, or those that use both techniques. Of course, there are pros and cons to using each of these approaches. So let's look at it in detail. So now let's talk about the server rendered UI approach first. As the name suggests, the UIs, HTML and CSS are dynamically generated on the server in response to a browser request. The advantages of using this approach is that the client requirements are minimal because the server takes care of the logic and page generation. This is great for building for low-end devices. Users with low bandwidth connections and multiple browser versions will appreciate that. The downside is that it is expensive as the server handles all the work and user interaction is time consuming because every update has to be generated and rendered by the server. This approach is commonly used for static sites. And then we have the client rendered approach. The UI will be dynamically rendered in the client's browser by manipulating the DOM accordingly. DOM stands for Document Object Model, which will allow us to write code that can change the document structure, style, and content. The advantage of this approach is that the app is highly interactive as the UI updates are handled locally, and it is cheaper as the cost of rendering the UI is offloaded to the client. It also supports building progressive web apps as the offline mode will still provide interactivity. The downside is that it will exclude clients that have low-end devices or low bandwidth, and when it comes to load time of the logic, users may experience latency as the code needs to be downloaded onto the client. This approach is commonly used for interactive dashboards or collaborative apps. So when we use the server-rendered UI, we can choose between Razor Pages or MVC, which stands for Model View Controller. So let's talk about Razor Pages first. Razor Pages is a page-based model where the UI and business logic are kept separately. It is easier to make UI updates and keep the pages organized. Furthermore, this approach is easy to test and scale. Then we have MVC. The Model View Controller pattern separates the app into models, views, and controllers. Controllers are responsible for working with the model to perform user actions. The controller chooses the view to display and provides it with the data required. It supports decoupling of low-level details, and for this reason, it is great for building scalable large apps. When we use the client-rendered UI, we can choose between the Blazor framework or a simple page application with JavaScript, for example. Let us talk about Blazor. Blazor apps are built using Razor components. In Blazor, both the client and server code is written in C#. Blazor apps work well with model browsers because Blazor uses open web standards without plugins. We can alternatively create single-page applications with JavaScript frameworks like React and Angular. With the popularity of JavaScript, this can be an easier option. However, with the evolving JavaScript framework languages, this can be hard to maintain. So we're going to check out Blazor, Razor, and MVC in this course. So this was just to give you an idea and an overview of what you can expect. Welcome back. In this video, I would like to quickly show you which tool we're going to use, and you can just install it and then move on from there, because we need to make sure that you have installed the right packages as well, because just installing Visual Studio is not going to be enough. And you might be wondering why certain frameworks don't appear in your case. So let's look at that. So first of all, you need to go to visualstudio.microsoft.com/downloads and then just download the Community 2022 version, which will be free. Or you can obviously decide to use the other ones as well if you want to pay for them, but the community version is for free. So you can either install the Visual Studio with .NET or Visual Studio without .NET, which will be a custom installation where you select any workloads that you want to select. So just download the Visual Studio installer or this setup exe, and it will open up the Visual Studio installer. And well, it says that I cannot open another instance. That's because I have this tool installed already and opened up already. So this Visual Studio installer is basically just a tool that allows you to install Visual Studio and all of its packages. So here in my case, you see that I have two versions of Visual Studio installed already, 2022 and 2019. And you can go over to the available options here and then select the one that you want to install. In my case, I installed the community version. So you will find the community version here, and you can then install the version directly from here. Now, installing this tool by itself is not going to be enough, because you also need to make sure that you modify it. So you go over to modify, and then here you need to make sure that the ASP.NET and web development workload is active. So here, check this checkbox and then click on modify, and this will then install ASP.NET for you. You will need that in order to get the right frameworks installed for you. Otherwise, you will be struggling and they won't appear for you, and you might be wondering why that happens. Okay, you can obviously also install individual components from here. Specifically, I'm going to quickly scroll through them if you want to make sure that you have the exact same ones installed as I do. And either way should be fine, however. Okay, so just installing this bigger workload will do the trick. Now click on modify and then install the workloads that you need there. Once the installation process is done, you can launch the application directly from here, and this will open up Visual Studio for you. Just to test whether things are working, go to create a new project and then search here for Blazor, for example. Okay, Blazor, there we are. Search for Razor, there we are, and also search for MVC while you're at it. So here, ASP.NET Core Web App using the Model View Controller. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. So just make sure that you have those available. If you don't, then you missed to install something in your module. So just go to modify and then add the workload, this one here. Okay, so see you in the next video. Congratulations, you're done with the first chapter. So now you should be ready to get started with the course, because you have installed the right packages, as well as you have a general understanding of what the main keywords of this course mean, meaning Blazor, Razor, MVC, and ASP.NET. So let's dive deeper into MVC in the next chapter. Welcome to the MVC chapter. In this chapter, we're going to dive deeper into what MVC means. We're going to build our first model, view, and controller, as well as look at how to create a form and build a form-based page. And along the way, you will have a couple of challenges. So let's get started. All right, before we get started using MVC, so the template in Visual Studio, let's have a look at what MVC stands for and how all of this works. All right, so MVC stands for Model View Controller, which is a software design pattern commonly used for developing user interfaces that divide the related program logic into three interconnected elements. And let's look at those interconnected elements here. So we have the model. The model contains the data that is represented by the view. So this would just be classes that we're going to create, data classes, for example, and stuff like that. And then we have the view, also known as the representation, which is responsible for representing the model or the data and handle user interaction. So that's what we can see. And then finally, we have the controller that manages the presentation and the model. Let's take a deeper look at how the MVC patterns work in ASP.NET, for example. So let's imagine the following scenario. You opened your browser and typed a website address. If the website you requested is built using ASP.NET MVC, this is what's going to happen. Your request will be sent to a controller, for example, the home controller. Depending on the logic, the controller might grab some data from the database and use it as a model. The model will represent the data that the user is interested in. It could be combinations of different tables from our database. After that, the model will be passed to a view. The view is what the user will interact with, so the user interface. And the view is going to use the data, which is the model that was passed to it, which is going to be the response that the user will get in return. So additionally, the user might click on a button on the view, for example, which will send another request to another controller, and the cycle will repeat. So we're going to build a little application where we use those three components, and then this will be a lot clearer and will make a lot more sense. So see you in the next video. All right, so let's get started by building our first ASP.NET Core web app. Therefore, you can just enter ASP and you will find ASP.NET Core Web App as an option here. And then we also have the one where it says model view controller, and that is the one that I want to use. I don't want to use that one here and not the empty one. I want to use the one which has models, views, and controllers in it already, which makes our life a lot easier. So you see, this is Razor Pages. We're going to see that later on, but we're specifically looking at the MVC aspect of it and specifically the MVC template. So here you could call it first MVC app. For example, that would be a fine name, and I'm going to select that one. So regarding the version, please make sure to use .NET 6.0, which is a long-term supported. You can see you can also use 5.0 or even 3.1. .NET Core 3.1 was the first bigger core version, which then included everything else, and then they renamed it to just .NET. They didn't call it core anymore, and you see the versioning is all over the place. But now we're at 6.0, which is long-term supported, and that's great. So then you can leave everything else as is and click on create. So as you see here, I'm using Visual Assist. That's an extension that I can highly recommend, a plugin. I'm going to close that. But what's really interesting for now is going to be that we have now our ASP.NET Core application. And if you look at the Solution Explorer, you will find that there are a bunch of different files here. We're going to go over them later on, but for now, let's just run our application and see what it's going to do for us. So here, the SSL certificate is being asked for, and I would like to trust this. So I'm going to install this certificate so that I can actually run the application. And what will happen is my preferred browser will open up, or does open up, as you see here. And we have our application with the same name that we gave it when setting up the app. And it's called First MVC App. And you see it has some code in it already from here. So with all of the Solution Explorer files that we have here. So we have controllers, views, and models. And those basically generate what you can see here, where we have our home page, which is this one. It's under localhost, and then we have the privacy page. And in my case, well, I stopped running the application. This is a little bug that I have. Once I move the application over to a different page, let me show you. And if I full screen it or make it full screen, then the application stops running. So while I'm not opening this window in full screen, you see it's still running. Let's see if it's, yeah, there it is. Once I do run it in full screen, well, now it works. But if you run into this error, this could be the solution for it. Okay, so if you run into the error that your browser doesn't open up the application properly. So that's the starting point. Now you know how to set up an MVC application. Let's look at how to create our own MVCs in the next couple of videos. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at the home controller and create our own controller. So first of all, let's look at this class that we have here. So it's the home controller, which is of type controller. So it inherits from the controller class. And it has an iLogger, which logs, and it's a read-only variable. Then we have the controller constructor, which initializes the logger. So then what's interesting is that we have actions, and those actions are what we have seen on our page as buttons that we can click on, which lead us to views, which lead us to pages. So we have this home action, which sends us to the home page, and we have the privacy action, which sends us to the privacy page / privacy view. So it returns a view in both cases. So one is called an index and the other one privacy. And these functions return an iAction result, which defines a contract that represents the result of an action method. So it just returns a view, and you will find that under home, there are two views. So the index CS.html, which is the C# HTML file, and the privacy CS.html, which are linked directly to these two functions or methods. And then we have the error action result, which returns an error view model. So here you see there's a little more going on. Basically, it just takes care of what should happen if we run into an error, which shows our not found page or something like that. So if we want to know more about what is being displayed, we can just open up, for example, the index HTML, and here we can find our div, which just says that there is an h1 which displays hello, and then a paragraph which says learn more with the ASP.NET Core link. So if we open up our application, that's exactly what we see here. So welcome, which is this header 1, and then the paragraph. Okay, so that was just very quickly to see the connection between what's going on. But now let's actually create our own controller, because that's what I said we would do, right? So let's create a Hello World controller. Right click onto your controllers and then add a new controller. So here you can see it allows us to directly add a new controller. I'm going to select the empty controller. There could be read-write actions, for example, if you wanted to use them, or the entity framework, which we're going to use later on, but we're going to use the empty MVC controller for now. So let's select that. Let's give it a name, and I'm going to call this one Hello World controller. So Hello World controller.cs. What's important is that you use the controller keyword here for your controller classes. This is just a convention, and you should definitely use it this way. So MVC controller empty, let's select that, and there we have our own controller that we just created with an index which returns a view. For now, you can see that we don't have a view. So here we don't have something called Hello World under views. We could of course create a new view here and call it Hello World, and then we could put the HTML index page, C# HTML page in there, and design it as we want. But we can also just go ahead and return HTML code here directly. And I'm just going to even simplify it. I'm just going to return a string. So this is the index page, for example. All right, super simple. I'm just going to do it like this. Obviously, this is not an iAction result, which we need to return. So instead, I'm just going to return a string here, and suddenly our code is fine. So now let's add another method or action that will return a different string. We will call this action hello. So public string, and this one will be hello, and return who's there. Okay, so that's what this action should return. And by the way, this should just be a string, not a capital string. So now if we run our application, let's see what we're gonna get. What's up there? We still get the same page. It still says welcome and learn about building apps and so forth. Well, that's because we never said that we should jump to our Hello World controller as default. So let's go over to our program.cs file. And here at the very bottom, you will find the pattern where the controller is set to home. So controller home, and we want to use the Hello World controller instead. We can also define an action. So you see it uses the controller home with the action of index. So if you go to the home controller, you will find the action index, and the home controller is the one that is set by default here. So if we want to replace this, what we need to do is we need to either specifically say which controller we want to use, or what we could do is we could also just use a different link. So let's run our app again. And this time, let's go over to our Hello World controller. And we can see this is the index page. So now we have created our own controller, and we can directly go over to this page. As you can see, there's nothing really happening here. It's actually rather boring. This is just a string that is being displayed. So now that's how we got to the index action. How do we get to the hello action? Because you see, by default, it just jumps to the index action. We didn't specify that we want to go to index. It just happened. Now, if you want to go to hello, you will need to go to hello world/hello. So here, let's enter hello world and then /hello. And this will then send us to our hello page, so to speak, or hello action. So it just shows this who's there page, which is obviously just a string and super boring. But we're going to see how to add views and modify this in the next video. So see you there. All right, now that we know how to create a controller, let's actually create a view and return it instead of just this stupid string that we have here. All right, so let's go over to our views folder here, and inside of it, let's add another folder because I want to follow the same structure here. We have home and now we have hello world. Okay, so the home folder was there before by default, and now we're going to do the same thing with the hello world folder because that's how we called our controller, right? We called it hello world controller. So inside of views, we're going to use the exact same name without the controller keyword assigned to it. And now we just need to create views which have the same name as our actions in here. So for example, the index, I can go ahead and now create a new view here, which will be at the very top when you add a new view. And I'm going to use an empty razor view. So let me select that and call it index CS_HTML. CS_HTML stands for C# HTML, which is just a razor page. Okay, so if you hear the razor keyword, that's what it means. So let's go ahead and add that. And you can see we have this @ sign here at the very top, which just says for more information on enabling MVC for empty projects, visit, and then there's the link that we can use. So this is the C# code part, so to speak. So we can now use C# code as well as HTML code inside of this razor page, inside of this CS_HTML file. So here you find it on the right hand side. We have this index and we can go ahead and, well, display something. So for example, we could display a paragraph saying this is the index page of the hello world controller. Okay, so that's great. And let's add an H1 here while we're at it. And let's say hello world bro. All right, and now let's save this file. Let's go over to our hello world controller and now make sure that we actually return an iAction result and a view here. So what this will do is it will just use the view that has the same name as this method inside of the folder that has the same name as the controller without the controller keyword. So in this case, it's going to open up our index.cs_HTML file when we go to our hello world controller. So let's run this application and go over to the hello world page once again. So here, hello world. And there we are, hello world bro, which is the headline with header 1. And this is the index page of the hello world controller. So that's how we can create a view very easily and quickly. And now let's say we wanted to show the hello world controller as the default controller. So here we can just go ahead and say hello world should be run as default. If we don't want to jump over to hello world each time, you can see hello world bro is now the default start page, so to speak. So if we go to home, it still works, but now it has to specifically go to the home page. If we just go to the base URL, we will find that we go over to our hello world bro HTML page that we have built. Okay, so that's it for this part. That's how simple it is. Now you could hammer away and create your very own view. You can see this is a very simple HTML code that I'm using. If you are not aware of what HTML is, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language, which is the most basic building block of the web. So it defines the meaning and structure of the web content, and it basically works like that. You have an opening tag, then the content of whatever you want to do, and then the closing tag, which closes the same way, but you have the slash added to it. So this is a header 1. There are also header 2, header 3, and so forth. They each time get smaller and smaller, all the way to header 6, which is the smallest version. And then we're using a P, which stands for paragraph. So this is just a paragraph that we have built. Okay, so that's it for this video. In the next one, we're going to look at, well, first of all, you're going to get a little challenge, but then we're going to look at the model class as well and create our own one. Welcome back. In this lecture, we will learn how to add a model that our view can use to display different information based on some logic. So far we have seen how to use a view and how to use a controller, but now let's use the models as well. And you can see we're not just using models, we're using view models. We're going to see the difference later on, because what a view model does is it's not actually representing our database, it's only a class made to be passed to a view. So a view model can contain only the data a view is going to display. We are only touching on the basics in this chapter, and we will cover everything in minute details in future sections. Anyways, now let's add the model to our models folder. So here, right click in there and click on add, and then here add a new class. So this class I'm going to call dog view model, like so. So this class will have two properties. So prop tab, and this one will be name, and this will be of type string. So string name, and then another property. So you can just enter prop, double tab, and the other one will be age. So our dog will have a name and an age. Okay, now in order to use this view model inside of my view, I need to pass it via the controller. So the model will not directly talk to the view, it needs to do it via the controllers. So let's jump over to our Hello World controller and set up our dog. So here dog, and let me see, we call it dog view model. Let's create an object from it. And in order to access it, we need to make sure that we have first MVC.models in here as well. So now dog view model, and I'm going to call it doggo, will be a new dog view model object. And this object, I'm going to pass some details to it. So for example, the name should be Sif and the age should be 2. Okay, so let me pass those details to my dog view model directly. And now we can pass the doggo to our view. So we have our view model, we have our controller prepared, and we are passing the dog view model to our view. Now the view itself doesn't know about this. So we need to go over to our view and let it know that it should use this model and that it should display the model somehow. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to write C# code inside of my Razor file. So in order to do that, we need to add an @ sign. This is to tell the compiler that we are writing C# and not HTML code here. So I'm using the model keyword here, and now I can say which model I want to use. And this one will be, let me see if it offers it directly. No, first MVC app dot models dot dog view model. Okay, I want to use my dog view model that I just created earlier on inside of my application. So the @model statement at the top of the view file specifies that the type of object that the view expects in our case is the dog view model. Now to access the data that was sent to this view, we will use the model property. The model property is an object of the same type we specified at the top of the page. So in this case, the dog view model. And remember, it's a C# property, so it will be @model.name, for example. So let's display the name of our dog object and its age. So I'm going to just put it in here in header 4 values. So here a dog named @model.name says hello. Now let's see how old the dog is. Age 4. @model.name is @model.age years old. Okay, so this now allows us to directly access our dog's age and name. So now let's run our application and see how this is going to look like. A dog named Sif says hello. Well, what did I write there? Named says hello. I think this should be better English. Name is, okay, let's see. Sif is 2 years old, that's fine. A dog named Sif says hello. All right, so that's pretty much it. So now we pass data from our controller of the model that we created to our view and displayed it inside of the view.
So let's extend our current application a little bit. Press Ctrl F5 to start the application, and let's take a look at what we have right now. We have our Hello World controller right here, which is called from our program.cs as the starting page. But as soon as we navigate to another page like home or privacy, we are not able to get back, right? In real world applications, you often need to modify the navigation. So let's go ahead and remove home and privacy, and let's just simply add a new site to the navigation here, which says doc. Go to the project and then open up views, shared, and then layout. Now let's scroll a little bit down and let me zoom a little bit out right now. And as you can see, we have two list elements here, right? Li, this is for list item. UL, this is for unordered list. So we have an HTML tag unordered list, which is actually the list that you can see in the nav bar, like home and privacy. And then we have the list items, which contain the typical A tag, which is nothing else than a simple link, right? So as you can see, we have them right here. Let's remove one of them. Let's get rid of the privacy one. Let's keep the home one and now call it doc, right? So we just rename it. Pretty easy, doc, right? And then we have the ASP controller here. And let's take a look at our program.cs real quick, because we already changed something here in our map controller route, right? We changed the controller here to our custom Hello World controller. This is the page that gets called when we start the application, right? Hello World index action. So let's just copy the Hello World here, go to the layout, and as a controller, no longer take the home controller, which gets created in the template by default. We take the Hello World controller, or custom one, right? And that one will lead us to Hello World index doc. That's amazing. Also, please notice that you are able to click on the icon on the top left corner. Let's click on first MVC app, and as you can see, we get directed to the /home index page, right? So we can see that we also in the navbar right here, we have the A tag right here, which is the navbar brand class. So this is just some styling. And as you can see, we also have here the ASP controller home. Let's change that to Hello World. ASP action index is still fine. We can give it some other name here, like doc app. There we go, doc app, right? I just want to show you some nice and sweet stuff that you can use to modify and customize your own application. Great, so let's take a look what we have now. Press Ctrl F5 in order that you don't have hot reload activated to build the application and host it again. Now let's see what we have. Top left corner we have doc app. Let's click on that. Oh, as you can see, we get to Hello World, bro, right? So this seems to be working. And let's just visit our page again. As you can see, we still get navigated to our Hello World controller. And when we click on doc or docs or whatever, we come to that custom page. So now this looks good. For sure, you could also include an icon instead of a text here. Do not call it doc app. Maybe we have a nice dog icon, right? And now we can even go ahead and extend it a little bit more so that we have another page. One page is listing all docs, and another page is for creating a new doc, for example, because right now we cannot create anything. We just have that in our code hard coded, right? So we should add another way, not only reading data and displaying them in the front end, like here, right? This one gets created in the back end and displayed in the front end. We also need that the other way around, so that we can enter an HTML form and then we submit it, and in the back end we receive the information of the form so that we can create a custom doc. Let's go ahead and extend that a little bit. So now go ahead and call this doc list. That's easier to understand. So the A tag is doc list in the navbar, and then we add another one, another list item. Go ahead, copy that one. We will add this to the Hello World controller too, to keep it simple for now, because this is just our first starting application, right? That's just really to get you hooked and to get you started. So ASP controller stays Hello World, ASP action, let's call it create. ASP action create. We don't have that right now, don't get me wrong, but we will create this in a minute. Now let's call this create, or create new, or create doc, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, let's save this. So press Ctrl F5 right now, and when we visit our application and we click on the doc create here, then it will not work, because when I go to create, it wants to redirect me to hello world/create, right? So please notice that route. Hello world is the controller, create is the view. But right now, the only thing that we have, let's check that here. We have the hello world controller, which is here, hello world controller. And here we only have the index action, and we also, when we check the views folder, we only have the index view. So we need to extend the current system so that we also have a create view and a create I action. Let's go ahead. Public I action result, call it create. Please name it exactly the way that your view file will be named. So we will call it create. So this is why the method is also called create. We can also open just a different view by sending in a different file name, but to keep it easy right now, we just call it the same name as the view file. Let's return something because we need to. Let's return view. And since we not provide any data or something else or a custom view name, the only thing that will happen here is he will check, all right, do I have a view in the hello world controller, in the hello world folder, sorry, here hello world folder, which has the same name as the method of the iAction result, which is create. And now, right now, we don't have a create view. So let's real quick create one. Move to view, hello world folder. And now let's create a view, right click, add view, call it create. Raise a view, add, and then we call it create.cshtml or simply create. He will extend the file ending automatically. Great, now we have that also included. So let's get rid of the standard template right here and let's just simply add an h1 tag, and this is simply create, just for checking if everything is working right. Ctrl F5 in order to start the application. Let's take a look if our navigation is now working. So we have a doc list, right? That's working. Let's click create, and now you can see our header here, right? So now hopefully you have understood the matching, how the routing is working in the MVC pattern. So what is happening in detail? It's pretty easy. We have that create method here, and he will check because we don't say something else. We could also say create doc, right? And then he will check for a CSHTML file with exactly this name. But since we don't provide anything, he will check which controller am I currently in, hello world, and what's the method name, create. So he will move to the views folder, check for the controller name, hello world, and check for the method name, create, and he will display that content. Amazing. Now, let's move on to the exciting part where we will create a form in order to create a brand new doc and send form data from the view to the controller. So if we want to send some form data to create a new doc, we for sure need a form which we can fill out, right? So let's real quick do this HTML stuff at the beginning. For the current styling, we use Bootstrap. In the Bootstrap, we have a grid, so we have columns and rows. Typically you start with a row, so let's go ahead, let's create a div, give it a specific styling class, which is row. Create another div inside that row and give it a class, and the class name is col and then -6. So 12 is the entire width, and you have 6 as the half of the entire width, so 50%, right? And then you can do 3 for like 25%, absolutely no problem. Okay, let's go ahead and write that down. And inside of that column, we can now create a form. Let's go ahead and create a form. Later on, we need to add some more information to that form, but for now, it's fine if we simply add another div. And inside of that div, now let's create a label first of all, and that label is simply for the doc name. Give it a class equals to form minus label, Oh, sorry, there we go, form minus label. And right now the text could be dog name, for example. And this is only the label, so only the text. We should also create a new input with the type set to text. And now let's duplicate that entire div. And there we go. So div 1, div 2, let me just space that a little bit up so that you can see it a little bit better. Dog age. We could for sure simply remove the dog, but that's fine. Dog name, dog age. And let's set the input type to number. Awesome. Let's save this and let's take a look. Press Ctrl F5 and let's visit our create page. And as you can see, we now have our form right here. Let's give it some nice styling, right? So we have that nice looking label, but the form field does not, or the input field does not really look nice. And it's a little bit, well, we can stretch a little bit more. Let's go ahead and for the inputs, let's add another class. And the class is form minus control. We do the same thing for the dog name input, class form minus control. Now let's take a look again. As you can see, it's now split it up in a nicer way, a little bit better. And now I want to show you something in addition. We can also set a card around this. This is a nice bootstrap element. So let's go ahead and build it real quick. So just let me get that out of the keyboard. It's a div. And inside of that div, we have 3 other divs, all right? That's important. You will need that very, very often in web development if you continue with Bootstrap. So let's go ahead. You have one div, and inside that div, we have 3 other divs. The top level div will get the class equals to card. Now the div beyond, or the next child div, will get card minus header. The next one will get the class set to card's body, and the next one will get the class set to class equals to card minus footer. So make sure that you have it exactly in the same way as I have. Don't add classes to the end tag for sure, only in the starting tag. So we have one div class card, and then we have 3 other divs, header, body, footer, right? So now let's take our form. We can simply copy the entire form also for sure, no problem. And let's add it into the card body. Let's save this. If the formatting does not really work, press Ctrl K and D, and then the formatting will get adjusted. That's looking nice now. We can give some header elements here. So inside the div from the card header, let's create an H5, for example. Call it create a new dog. And the card footer, we can leave that empty. That's fine for now. So let's take a look. Ctrl F5, start the application and move to the create page. All right, as you can see, we now have a nice card element, right? So that's looking already pretty nice. We can add a separator right here at create so that we have some free space. This one is our empty footer. We could also include some information here, but that's fine for now. One more thing to go. Here we have our create. Now let's add an HR, which is just a header, or it's a spacing. It's a very thin line. Let's take a look. Yeah, now you can see that spacing here, right? You now have that thin line, which looks pretty nice. Okay, so this is very important because during your web development career, you will really have to create a lot of forms, and Bootstrap is very often used. So now you know how to create a nice looking form instead of just some ugly fields lying around there in your page. Okay, cool. So now when we enter something, we cannot submit it because we don't have a submit button. And even if we would have a submit button, our form is not so configured that it would send some data to our backend or to our controller. So for now, let's style it a little bit more. We just need to add another button. Let's go ahead in our form, and here where we have the dog age, let's create a new div, the third one. And inside that div, let's add a button. Let's call it save. And let's give it some classes to style it. Class equals to btn for button, and then for color, btn minus primary to make it look blue. All right, take a look again. And as you can see, we have that nice save button right now, but we need to add some space. So for every div that we have inside of a form, let's add a new class, call it MB margin bottom 3. So add some additional space from the bottom of the element. You will see that just in a second, so that every element has a little bit of spacing in between. Now you can see when we take a look, yeah, that's nicely. Now we have some space that's easier to read, and we can clearly see our button not being attached directly to the input field, right? So that's fine. Let's say this is enough for now, because that already looks better than it did in the beginning. Now let's really take a look on how we can send data from here to our controller, because when I enter something, say that Bruno, age is 5, and I click save, nothing will happen. We just reload the page. All right, so a great starting point. Let's take a look on form submission. Now, before we configure our form right here, so that we say it will send the data to a specific endpoint in our controller, let's first of all build the endpoint in the controller. So go ahead into the Hello World controller, which is right here. And now don't get confused. This public iAction result returns the view. So inside of that view, we have that form. Now we are in the view, right? We write some information into the form and we click on submit. And then we will have to call another action here. Let's give it a good name. Public iAction result create doc. There we go. And now we will use data binding to say the information from the form, which is like age and name, that will automatically get created a doc view model. Let's call it doc view model. That's fine. In the first scenario, we really want to check only if we get into that method. So simply add a breakpoint in line 22 for me. So this breakpoint will get activated as soon as we click on submit in the form. Now, this is now red underlined because we don't return the next step. We need to do something. We can pretty simply say return view and please go to our index page. So let's say index, okay? So just again, we get to the create page. That one will get called here because we click in the navigation bar on create. We return the view. Inside of that view, there's the form. Now we fill out the form and click on submit and we will get to create doc. We will then check if we have the doc view model data, which we entered in the form. And then we will automatically, without doing anything else, get redirected to the index page, which is then again the listing of all the docs that we have currently saved, right? Or that we have currently created. Let's save this for now. This is the create doc. Let's just keep the name and let's move on to the create part here. When we click on the navigation bar, then we get and click on create, then we get to our create CSHTML page, right? There where we have the form. But we need to tell the create page what model is currently used in that page. Because when we enter that create page and fill out the form, we want to create a new doc. So this is why we create a new doc VM, doc view model equals to new doc view model, doc view model, there we go. Because we want to add a new doc, so we don't fill out any information. We simply give a new clean doc view model into that create page, and then we can use that clean view model to fill it out by the form and then send it back into the create doc right here. Now, don't forget to take the doc view model here and put it inside the view. Now, this step is very important. This is data binding. Let's go into our view, right? So right before we open up our create page, we create a new doc view model, send it in. Now let's go to our create page and let's add the model right here so that we can make use of it in our view. Add model. Add model is doc view model. This is very important, right? You don't have to give it a name, just call the class. This has to be matched with the same thing that you just paste here. Doc VM is type of doc view model. So in the create HTML or CSHTML, we have to use the model doc view model. Now we can make use of it. If it's empty or not, doesn't really matter. Now you can use the model. This is simple data binding. Paste it from the controller into the view and from the view into the controller. This is how it's working, right? Now we can make use of the model. I'll show you how in a second. First of all, let's create our form to send the information to the correct endpoint. Let's go ahead, configure it. ASP-controller equals to hello world, because our controller, which has the endpoint, which is here, create doc, right? That's what we want to call. This is inside the hello world controller. So let's write down ASP controller hello world. Now we have to define the action, ASP action. So let's take a look. What's the name of the action? The action is create doc. Let's copy that, paste it inside, create doc. Now when we create elements on the server, this is typically a method called post. So let's create a method of type post. You can get data and you can post data. Getting data is for reading, posting data is for creating. Great, okay, so now the form is configured. Let's give the button a specific type, and the type is submit. A button of type submit submits a form. Now one thing that we need to adjust is we need to say that the input text here, that this one is bound to the doc name in the view model, and that this H here is bound to the doc view model H field, right? So let's take a look real quick into models, doc view model. So we have name and H. We need to really combine them so that this input field or those input fields are really matching exactly those two elements. And now we can do that by using the doc view model, by using a simple keyword in our input here. Let's say ASP-4. This is really, really important. Now we can bind that, right? That's this data binding again, and we bind it to, as you can see, name, all right? Why can we do that? Because we have the doc view model right here. If we don't have it, we cannot make use of it. Let me just remove it real quick. You will see this is underlined, all right? So let's do this real quick with the H again, ASP-4. So this input field is for the H, okay? Just read it as it is. This input field is for the name, ASP for the name, and this input field is for H. We just need to add that ASP because this is how it gets spelled. Great, this is really, really nice. Now let's go ahead, take a look at our Hello World controller. We have that breakpoint, so don't press Ctrl F5, simply really start the debugger using F10 or simply click the green button. What we want to see that breakpoint firing in the moment we submit the form. Now let's click on save and see if it works. And as you can see, yeah, we just got into that breakpoint. Let's take a look at doc view model, and you can see Bruno and H5. So we have our information sent from a view into our controller. And this is a very important way of sending information in an MVC pattern, right? So you give that data into a view, and inside of that view, you can take the data, for example, create something new and send it back to the controller. So this iActionResult method here, this one is displaying the form, and this one here gets called when we submit the form because we simply bound it, right? Inside of that form tag, we say, hey, please send the data to create doc. And the object relational mapper, the ORM, will automatically bind this into a doc view model C# class. That's extremely powerful. Okay, so that's pretty nice. At the current point, we don't do anything with the doc view model, but we already received it. So we have our information of our new doc here. So now we need to take a look on how we can save it. We don't have a database right now. That's totally fine. Later on in other projects, we for sure will use databases, but for now we can really keep it easy. But let's just take a look on how we can save our doc, which we have just created, so that we can really see the results of our final first application. So I just removed the breakpoint and started the application using hot reload. And if we're here in our form and I click on save, you will run into an issue where it says, hey, in the index.cs HTML, I cannot see or reference add model name. That's pretty easy to fix, and I really want to point out what exactly here is happening, right? So let's go into our project. As you can see, when we're in the index page, which is here, we are loading a doc view model into the view. This is why it's working when we're just visiting the start page, because our index view is referencing right here our model. So if the model here is null, we will for sure get an error. So we have multiple ways to fix this. We could simply say, hey, if the model ain't null, then we can do something else, etc. But that's not the point we want to do. I want to show you something else instead, which is pretty handy and saves you some time, depending really on what you want to build. The issue is coming because we submit the form. We say Bruno is five years old, for example, and then we return the view index CSHTML, right? And this one will just open up the index CSHTML and the model will be null. So we get the error right here because we don't have a model. We don't have a doc to show because we don't submit any doc right here. Let's, instead of returning the view, let's use a very common way to solve this. Let's redirect the user. Let me just comment that out. I don't want to remove it right now because I really want to let you see the difference. So this is what we did before, and now instead of returning the view, we redirect to an action. Redirect to an action, for example, name of index. So this is working now. What does that mean? So instead of returning the direct CSHTML page or view, which will throw an error because we don't have a doc, we simply redirect to this method here, which will then create the doggo cif_h2 and return the view index with the doggo, right? So this is what it's doing. This one returns the CSHTML and this one redirects to this action, which then calls this syntax or this code here. Later in this lesson, we will adjust that code, but for now that's a fix, right? So let's go ahead, let's try it out, press Ctrl F5. Let's try to submit a form again, and you will see we will then get back to the index page, seeing cif_h2. For sure, our currently saved doc, which we entered into the form, will still not be visible, but that's next up. Let's go ahead and click on Create. Enter some doc name and an age, and let's click on Save. And now you can see, hey, we get back to our page, which is working. So we get redirected to the index page. And again, we are seeing the model that just got created in the index page. So what we now need to do, instead of here always creating a new doc view model, we should have a small list or something like this just during runtime where we save our docs to and then reload from there, right? Because right now we don't have a database, but however, we need to save our elements at least during runtime of the current application or during the session. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. So don't care about this too much because later on we will use a database, but just for you to show what we can really build with our two views, like our index view and our create view. Go ahead, private list of type doc view model docs equals to new list. There we go. Now we have an empty list, and instead of here loading the index page and create a new doc view model, we can simply return that list. But now pay attention, we return that list, but before this was a single doc, so one, but now we have many. So let's go ahead into our index CSHTML and change the model here from a doc view model to a list. Very, very important, because now we have a list and that changes everything. As you can see, this is now underlined, but we can write a loop, right? So we do this for many elements. For example, instead of saying hello and years old, let's create a very, very simple list. Now write add for each var doc in model, right? And model is our list. So this is why we can use a for each loop here. And now let's just remove this. And now we can make use of a list. So let's simply create a UL. It's an unordered list. Let's copy that for each inside. And inside of that for each, we will now loop through the model and create list elements for each doc. So let's create an li, list element or list item. And let's simply say add doc.name. And then we add some braces, add doc.age. There we go. Go back to our hello world controller, and when we create a doc here, this is our doc view model, we simply add it to the list, right? So docs.add doc view model. So this is really simple. We just have a short list, then start our application and check if everything is working. As you can see, we don't have anything right now. That's totally fine. We don't have a list because we have not created any doc. Let's click on create. So let's create our first doc, and you will notice then when we click on save, we will still not see the element. But why is this? Let's go to our application. This is really easy to adjust now. This is how it works by design. This is not a static variable. So for every session, this variable will get instanced as a new element, and the new element here is new list with 0 elements. So the moment we call create doc and add that doc, that's fine. And afterwards we get redirected to the index page and docs will be null again. So let's make that static to avoid it, so that the new list here, the docs list, is a little bit more persistent and doesn't need an instance of the controller, because this is how static works. Great, now control F5 and everything should work now. As soon as we start the application, the list, however, will always be null because we don't save it persistently. So every time you shut down the application and start it again, for sure the list will be null. So this is why I said later on we will add database, but for now this is just a so-called in-memory database. However, just an abstract version of it. It's just saving elements during the runtime, right? Let's go and hit create, enter a doc. Let's click on save. And now you can see Bruno, 5 years old, right? Let's create a new doc. Let's call it Malika, 2 years old. Let's click on save. And as you can see, Bruno, Malika 2, right? So now this is working. When we restart the application, this will be gone. But now you should have learned a very, very important principle of ASP.NET Core MVC, which is actually loading data. So sending data into a view and creating data from a view into the controller. So due to a form, for example, right? You fill out a form, you send the data to a controller, and then you can save the data to a database, or as now, we just added it to a static list. So by now, you should have a brief understanding of how ASP.NET Core is working in terms of the MVC pattern. Amazing, so let's move on to the next part of this course.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Congratulations, you're done with the MVC chapter. You have seen what a model is, how to create one. You have seen how views work, as well as how controllers work, and how they are all interconnected with each other. And after that, you also looked into forms and saw how to create a form, how to use the form data and validate it. So this is already quite an achievement, and if you want to treat yourself, now is a great time. And once you feel energized, get started with the next chapter. Welcome to the Razor Pages chapter. In this chapter, we're going to focus on the user interface, and therefore we're going to build a pizza delivery application in Razor Pages. And once we're done with the user interface, Yannick is going to take over.
In order to save our pizza orders, we will add the basics of Entity Framework Core to our brand new Razor Pages application. So let's get started.
So what are Razor Pages? Well, simply put, Razor Pages is a simplified and easier to use page-based web application programming model that focuses on using a file-based routing approach, eliminating much of the workload that ASP.NET MVC introduced. This also keeps UI and business logic separated, but still within the same page. Razor Pages is the recommended way to create new page-based or form-based apps for developers new to ASP.NET Core. Razor Pages provides a more accessible starting point than ASP.NET Core MVC. It benefits in addition to the server rendering benefits of quickly building and updating the UI. The code for the page is kept with the page while keeping UI and business logic concerns separate. It's testable and scalable to large apps. You keep ASP.NET Core pages organized in a more straightforward way than in ASP.NET MVC. View-specific logic and view models can be kept together in their namespace and directory. And groups of related pages can be kept in their namespace and directory. So each Razor Pages record found under the pages index equates to an endpoint. Razor Pages have a related C# document called the page model, which holds each page's behavior. Additionally, each page works on the limited semantics of HTML, just supporting get and post methods. So Razor Pages makes use of the popular C# programming language for server-side programming and the easy-to-learn Razor templating syntax for embedding C# in HTML markup to generate content for browsers dynamically and cross-platform server-side HTML generation. So how are we going to use this for our understanding of this chapter? By building a pizzeria website. In the next video, let's get a quick overview of what we're going to build in this chapter. All right, so what are we going to build with Razor Pages? Well, the project is going to consist of a simple pizza shop website entirely handled by Razor. Just as a disclaimer, in this example, we're not going to be working with actual databases since this is not within the scope of this chapter, but we're going to work with a simplified fake version of a database from which we can use the logic to easily implement one further on. So, as a quick overview, what's the website going to teach us? Well, starting with the basic Razor Pages syntax and page layout, we are going to be building our page from the ground up, using their initial template and file structuring to get ourselves a simple page working. Learning how a Razor project is layered and where we can find all the parts of our future pizza shop. After that, we're going to get our selling page done with a simple logic to get all of our pizzas displayed, as well as make your own option with its own form. This will need a pizza model as well as an initial fake database to populate our pre-made list of pizzas. Then we're going to learn how to bind and send data from a post in the case of our make your own option, and from a simple link using ASP root, and how to use and calculate our final order to then finish it off on the thank you page. So that'll include everything from simple project file structures all the way to iAction results and routing. So let's start with the setup. All right, so let's get started setting up our project. Therefore, in Visual Studio, in my case 2022, I'm going to create a new project, and here I'm going to use ASP.NET Core Web App, which is the one with the example ASP.NET Razor Pages content. So make sure to use that, double click or click next, and then give it a name. I'm going to call this one Razor Pizzeria. Then click next, and here I'm going to use .NET 6 for long-term support, and then just click on create. Once the project is loaded, you will see the screen here with the overview where we can look at the ASP.NET Core documentation, the .NET applications architecture and so forth. But what I want to do straight away is to test my application. So I'm going to click on run here at the top, running our Razor Pizzeria application. This will open up a tab in your browser, actually a new window in your browser, and you can directly see we have our Razor Pizzeria. In my case, the port for the local host is 7257. In your case, it will be a different number. And here you can directly see the website that was automatically generated for us. So this is the home page, then the privacy page, even though there's one thing to consider. So in my case, you can see the site can't be reached. And that is because when I go on full screen mode and drag this window from one screen to another, because I'm using two screens, I run into this problem as you see here. Okay, so I need to run the application again. If I keep it in windowed mode, then it's fine. As soon as I go into full screen, it can lead to my application being closed. Okay, so that's something you need to be aware of. But now you see it works flawlessly, and yeah, you can open up here the documentation with this beautiful little link, and you can go to your home page, to the privacy page. Well, these are all the pages that we have at this point. Potentially, you could get this kind of warning, which says security warning. You are about to install a certificate from a certification authority claiming to represent localhost and so forth. So you can then click on OK, don't worry about it. And this will then allow you to run your application inside of your browser. And yeah, that's the starting point. Now we have our project. Now it's time to make changes to it. So we're going to do that step by step in the next couple of lectures. So see you there. When creating our project, you can see that it is very similar to what we have seen in the MVC example. It is different, however, because we don't have the view model as well as controllers. We do have the pages, however, as you can see. So for example, our error page, the index page, and the privacy pages, each of them are C# HTML files. So these are our Razor files, and we can go ahead and make changes to them very easily. So if we go over to our index file, for example, you can see that this is the content of it. So we have the view data, which sets the title to homepage. And then we display this HTML code here, which contains a container with div, and then we have the header, which says welcome, which follows a certain class, which is inside of CSS. So defined inside of CSS how this welcome is going to be displayed. And then we have a paragraph which says learn about, with a link to the documentation for ASP.NET Core. So that's what this A and href does for us. So building web apps with ASP.NET Core, closing it with the A tag as well as the closing P tag. So these Razor pages that we have here are being used alongside supporting files, which are shown as file names with an underscore, such as view imports and view start, CS/HTML. But not only that, also inside of the shared folder, we have the layout and validation scripts partial, C#HTML files. The layout CS/HTML file is there to contain the content that repeats on each page on the website, like the main menu, the footer, or other elements. For both to work together, the Razor page is injected into the underscore layout file through a C# render body line, which you will find here a little further down, where we have the class container with the main content using the @renderBody. So this is where then we'll render the body depending on which page we're at. So for example, the index page or the privacy page. And then we have the footer underneath. So you see the header takes all of this space here. Then we have the actual content of the page as well as the footer. Then we also have the www root folder, which contains our CSS. So the code that defines how certain parts of the website are going to be treated. So how certain classes, for example, are defined. So here we say we have the general font size of 14 pixels, but then inside of the add media class, we are using a font size of 16 when there's a minimum width of 768 pixels and so forth. So this root folder helps us to add all the additional files that are going to be located in here. Okay, so for example, that's where we would put in our images and our static HTML files, like JavaScript files and CSS files. So this JAS stands for JavaScript. So here is defined in JavaScript what we would do in the website. So what should happen on the client side, for example, if you want to override that in JavaScript, which we're not going to do. So as I said, inside of www.root, that's where you would add a folder which you're going to use for images. So let me just set that up and also drag the images in there that I want to use. You will find these files assigned to the lecture and you can download them from there. And then once you have extracted them, you can just drag them into your images folder like so. And there you are, we have our pizzas, as well as the pizza time JPEG. All right, now let's go ahead and use one of those images, and I'm going to use it inside of my index file. So here you can see inside of the index file, we had our paragraph, and now I'm just going to add an image in here, which will use the class of main image, and we'll have the source of a tilde. So here you use the tilde operator in order to access the www root folder, in which you then find the images as well as the pizza time JPEG file. And you need to close the image tag here. If you now run the application, you will find that the pizza time image is being displayed just underneath the Learn About paragraph here. All right, and then what else do we have here? Well, we have the app settings JSON file, which contains the configuration data, like connection strings for your database, for example. But we're not going to use it, at least in this chapter. And then we have our program CS file, which is used to, for example, add services to the container or configure the HTTP request pipeline. So that's a little overview of the files that we have in here. And in the next video, we are going to lay out the pages. All right, so what will the project look like? What will we build in the next project? Well, the project we're going to build is going to be divided into the following pages. Starting at the home page, we will have a link either in the body or the navigation bar to the pizza sales page. From there, you can either select the pizza and directly move to the checkout page, or select the custom pizza option, which will redirect you to a pizza form. On the checkout page, the final price is calculated with the pizza name, and a final confirm order button will send you to the thank you page. So this means we will be needing a pizza sales page, a custom pizza form page, a checkout page, and a thank you page. So let's go ahead and set them up one by one. All right, so let's get started. And the first thing that I'm going to set up is a new folder here for my page that I'm going to call forms, and then one for checkout. Okay, so let's add another one here, new folder, checkout, like so. And then let's set up a new pizza sales page. So here inside of pages, add new Razor page. An empty one is what I'm going to select here, and I'm going to call it pizza. So now inside of the checkout folder, I'm going to add another Razor page. So here, this one will be our checkout. And then let's create another one in there. And this one will be our thank you page. So here, thank you, like so. And then inside of our forms, that's where I'm going to create another page, which will take care of our custom pizza. So let's add that page and call this one custom pizza, like so. Now let's set up the pizza page to be accessible from the navigation bar. So in the layout file, which you can find under your shared folder, there we have this list with navigation items. So here you can see we have the navigation item called home, and then the one for privacy. So that's where I want to add one to my pizzas. So here, let's go ahead and actually add it in between. And this one will be a nav item, which will just go over to pizza, to the page pizza, which is this page here that we created. And it's going to say pizzas, like so. Okay, so now what we can do is we can check whether our whole flow works. So whether our page flow, where we go from one page to another, works. I'm going to copy this pizzas link here. So this A class nav link, and I'm going to go over to my pizza HTML file, and I'm going to add that here. So it should allow me to go to custom pizza, which will be the name of the page that I'm going to use here. And it's also going to be the ASP page. So custom pizzas, where is that? Where's the custom pizza page? Do you recall? Well, it's over here inside of forms, right? So we need to add that here. We need to say inside of forms, there is this custom pizza page. That's where I would like you to jump. Now let's add another entry here. And therefore I'm going to copy this line, go to end and add another one. And the second one should go to checkout. So here, checkout. And now how do we get to the checkout page? Well, by going to checkout/checkout, because that's where our checkout page itself is. So this CS HTML page. We just had this checkout folder where we would put everything that is related to checkout. So now on our pizza page, we should be able to jump to those two. So to custom pizza and checkout. Now let's see inside of our custom pizza, CS HTML, how to jump to the checkout page from here. So once we have created our custom pizza, so let me copy this line here and put it in here. So now we have this A again. We are jumping to the ASP page called checkout, and we call it checkout. And then in the checkout page itself, that's where I'm going to add a link to our thank you page. So let me add that here, but it's not going to be checkout, but checkout thank you. And we can just say thank you here. So thank you, like so. So the text here could be anything we want. I'm just gonna call it thank you as our internal name is. All right, so now let's run our application and see if it's going to work properly for us. So there we are. We have our application. Let me downsize it a little. So here we can go to pizzas. And this is the pizzas page, right? Because that's how we designed it. We didn't add much to it, but here we had two links. One saying custom pizza, the other one saying checkout. So let's go to custom pizza. In custom pizza, we had nothing but this link. So that's what we have here. And from there, we can go over to checkout. And actually, let me see, checkout only shows me checkout. So what am I missing? I go to checkout, thank you. So it stays on custom pizza. It doesn't go over to checkout. So what is missing? Let's see. So here, well, actually the code itself is fine. It's just that for some reason on my page it didn't want to work. But yeah, now it seems to work. I just reran the application. And now you see I can go from checkout to thank you. And while on thank you, I have nothing. So for now, there's nothing to show. So that's pretty much it. So we're on the thank you page now. And we see our flow going from one page to the other works flawlessly. So now let's go ahead and actually set up such a page. All right, so let's start with the home page. Since the home page will not have anything special to it, we can use this opportunity to get some Bootstrap basics in. And just to be clear, this chapter is only going to cover the very basics and the very basic understanding of styling. We will go more in depth in a later chapter. So this is how I envision the home page to look like. Very simple, right? And well, we only have what the ASP template gave us so far. So let's look at what we have as of now on our welcome page. And there we just have this image, right, of our boy Peter Parker delivering pizza as Spider-Man. That sounds pretty awesome. So if we look at our welcome page, which is here under index, that's where I had this image, which was my main image with the source images pizza time. So it was inside of images here, and then we had this pizza time JPEG, which we display here as the image underneath there. So what I would like to change, however, is the overall appearance. Therefore, we need to make a couple of changes. We need to change the title. We need to change a little subtitle here. So this paragraph could be something different. And then, yeah, we can just go from there. So what I would start with is, first of all, this H1. So this title that we have inside of our class. So here, I'm going to say, welcome to Razor Sharp Pizzas, because that's what our name will be. So the company of our name. And then underneath, I'm not even going to put a paragraph. I'm just directly going to use another header. So these are the different header types that we have, H1, H2, and so forth. It goes all the way to H6, each of them being less relevant or important and smaller in terms of size. So in terms of text size. So here, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to add a text here saying Razor Sharp Pizzas is the pizza for you and me. Okay, so that will be the header text underneath our welcome to Razor Sharp Pizzas header text. You see there is this class called display4 that is directly assigned to it. Now you can go over to your libraries here inside of www.root, bootstrap, dist, and then there's the CSS folder which contains this bootstrap CSS file. So this is where the styling happens, where the CSS styling happens. So if you search for display4, you will find that these are the settings that Bootstrap has set up for a display4 class. So whenever we use this class, you can see that it's going to set the font size to be, well, a result of a calculation, then the font weight to be 300, which just makes it thicker, and then the line height to 1.2, which just makes sure that there is a certain distance between the content of lines. So that's what this setting here does for us. And now we could of course override that, but it would be better for us to override it in our own CSS file, which we have over here. So site CSS. So if we have anything that we want to design specifically for our page, we could do that here. But it's really recommended to use the Bootstrap default as much as possible, unless obviously you need to make some drastic changes and you're not happy with any of the classes that it offers you. So you see here, there's display4, display5, and so forth, different settings that will change the size of your image. So here, for example, display2 is going to do this, but then for media, if the min width is at least 1200 pixels, then it's going to set the font size to be 4.5 rem. So on top of that for our display2 class. Okay, so that's just a general idea of what's happening, and we can use these classes as we do here. We use the class display4. We also use the class text center, which, who guessed it, will center the text inside of this entire div. So it's going to try to put everything inside of it into the center. And then we have our image, and then underneath the image I would like to have a line break. So I'm going to achieve that by using the BR tag. And then I'm going to add a link here, which will send me directly to the thank you page from here. So we could of course type everything manually, but I'm just going to get this one here, copy it, and then put it into my URL here, saying it's gonna go over to checkout and thank you. For now, we just want to have a link there. We're going to change everything so that it's going to look a lot better later on, but it should say something like get me that pizza, or bring me that pizza, maybe. Bring me that pizza. Okay. Okay, now if we test this and we go to our home page, which we will get to by default, this is what we're getting, right? So welcome to Razor Sharp Pizzas. This is the header 2, and then we have this bring me that pizza, which is a link, but it's not styled at all. And we have the image in between. So if I click on this, you see it sends me to the thank you page. So the URL, or the button, so to speak, works. And then we have our beautiful image here, but we can obviously design this better. And for that, we can use classes. So as you've seen, we use this class already called display4, and we can add other classes here as well. So I can go ahead and capitalize this text by using the text capitalize class. So you see, now I'm using two classes, one called display4, then there's an empty space in between, and then I use the second class, which is called text capitalize. And what I'm going to also make sure is the text is going to be very black. Okay, so text black. So what that will do is it will capitalize the letter. So this T will be a capital T, for example, and the text will not be this dark, super dark gray, but it will be actual black. So let's check it out. And this is what we get. So you can see here, this T is now capitalized, as well, the rest was capitalized by our default with the text that I wrote, but it's also darker, right? It's more black, so to speak. And this is just how you force that it's black. So by default, it might not be black, but you're forcing it to be black, even if it wasn't by default. So now let's make sure that the link that we have at the bottom, this nav link, is not going to be actually considered a link, but more like a button. So what we can do is we can make it the button, and then I'm going to use MT1. Now, if you're uncertain about any value that I'm using here, you can just go here to MT1. What it does is it adds a margin towards the top of 0.25 rem. Okay, now you might wonder, what is this rem that we are using here? Well, you can just search for rem bootstrap, and then it will say rem stands for rutum. It is a relative unit of CSS and translated by the browser to pixels, which is the px value. When rem is used on the font size in the root element, it represents its initial value. If we set the font size to 16 pixels of the root HTML element, then the font size of the paragraph will be 1 rem. So 1 rem stands for 16 pixels, so to speak. And in our case, this will then be 4 pixels, so to speak. Okay, so now I'm saying I want to have this button, which will be the button primary. So we can again go to Bootstrap and search for button primary, and it will give it a certain background color as well as the border color. Now, if you're wondering what this color is, you can also just search for this color. So just search for this RGB value, and then it will show you that it's this blue value. Okay, so basically we're saying go ahead and use this color for the background and for the border for our A tags that we're using. So here we're using this A tag, which uses now these classes. And I'm going to make this a button as well. So just BTN, not the button primary keyword. So if we just search for BTN, we will find that it will get all of these properties. So here, this is the BTN class. It will have a font weight of 400, line height of 1.5, a certain color, text align, and so forth. Okay, so you see that there is a certain color already defined and also a background color defined. However, we are overwriting it by using our button primary keyword as well. So by the button primary color here. And yeah, that's pretty much how we can use all of these beautiful classes. So you can see by just using the name, an empty space, then the second class, and so forth. So we saw how our application looked before. Now let's see how our get me that pizza is, or bring me that pizza is going to look like. And you see that it is this button here at the bottom, which says bring me that pizza, and it is blue. And once we hover over it, you see that the color is changing as well. And this change comes again from Bootstrap, from this hover here, which will then change the background color to this color here. So the border color is this time a different one than the background color. So you can again just go ahead and enter this color in here, get some info, and you see that it is now a slightly darker blue than the one we had before. So here, this is the one that we had before, and this is the darker blue version. Okay, so that's what's happening here. Now, that's pretty much it for this page, I'd say. Now, you can obviously find these things out by using the Bootstrap CSS file. But what's even better is if you directly go to the Bootstrap documentation. And you can find it under getbootstrap.com, docs 4.1, getting started, introduction. Well, that's where the documentation is, and you can find all of the details of what's up here. So you can also search for things like BTN, and then you will find the button tags, and it says button, button primary. So these are the different buttons that we have. So we can do it with an A, so with an anchor, we can do it with a button, with an input, and so forth. So these are just styles, so to speak, that allow an item to behave in a certain manner. So if you wanted to use outlined buttons, you could use the button outline primary, for example, or secondary, or success, danger, and so forth. So these are just some examples of classes that you can use, and suddenly your buttons behave very differently, even though we are using anchors. Now let's say we want to style something individually. So we want to set up our own style. And as I told you, then you would have to set it up in your site CSS file. So here, what I'm going to do is underneath this body, I'm going to add another class that I'm going to call main text. So this is my own CSS class now. It's not the same as classes in programming languages, but what it just does is it allows us to use the style that we're defining here for any given item inside of our HTML. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to say I want to have a bit of padding of 75 pixels in one direction and 20 pixels in the other direction. And then I need to add the semicolon. So what that will do now is it will add 75 pixels of padding towards the top and the bottom, and 20 pixels of padding towards the left and the right. In case you were wondering what padding is, this is the padding. So let's say this is the text that we have, welcome to Razor Sharp Pizzas. And then I want to have padding outside or for this div that the text is in. Then I would use the padding keyword to create this green area. Then the div border is this red border, and the margin is this orange area that you have around it. Okay, so if you want to adjust the margin, that's what we would have to do. So here, instead of using the padding keyword, you would use the margin keyword, even though I don't want to do that. So from now, I'm just going to add this padding to my main text. Now the main text itself is now a class. So in order to use this class, I'm just going to go over here and I'm just going to make sure that my div here that I have, which I want to contain my two header tags. So I need to create a new div here with the class of main text, like so. And in there, that's where I can now put everything that needs to be surrounded by this padding, or needs to have the internal padding, so to speak. So now the H1 and H2 will have a big padding. Now let's check it out real quick to see whether the changes were applied. And you can see now we have a distance towards the top, the bottom, and well, left and right, even though we don't really see that because we have plenty of space in those two directions. So that's what we just did. We created our very first own CSS class and also used it to style our application. Now, what if we want to achieve this result that you can see here, where the image is rounded and then the subtitle that we have, which is down here, is also styled slightly differently? Well, let's set it up manually. Therefore, we will need to have some additional classes. So let's create a new class here, which I'm going to call main image. And I'm going to add a border radius, which creates this effect where we have a rounded image. Then I'm going to add a filter which allows me to use something called drop shadow, which will drop a shadow where I can define in which directions I want to have a shadow. So I'm going to have 10 pixels of a shadow towards the bottom right, and then I'm going to set the RGBA 0,0,0,3. What that will do is it will make it slightly transparent. So that's what I want to achieve for this. Now I just need to also close this bracket, otherwise I will run into issues, and close with a semicolon. And then I'm going to have a margin of 40 pixels as well, which will create a border surrounding the image. Okay, so if we now use this for our main image, let's really quickly do that, where our main image is gonna, well, it already has this class. So now let's run it and we will see that I get the shadow as well as rounded corners for my image and the margin as well. Now I'm going to just design real quickly my main subtitle. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the font weight to 400 and the letter spacing to 2 pixels. And now let's use the main subtitle in our index page here for the header 2, where I'm going to set the main subtitle class. So now we will have a very distinct spacing. There we are. So distinct spacing between the individual letters. Okay, so that was it for this video. We looked into Bootstrap. We looked into how to create our own styles in the site CSS, how the Bootstrap CSS looks like, and how we can design our application using existing classes and also creating our own classes in CSS that we can then use in HTML to, well, style our website. So see you in the next video where we're going to set up the sales page. All right, so now that you have a certain idea of how CSS works and how you can style with Bootstrap, let's build this little page here. Now you can obviously try to build this yourself. What you will need is to set up the background for a given div. So you need to create your own div here. And in that div, you would then put in your image as well as this text and this button here underneath, and obviously also the background. And then here you need to set up 3 divs next to each other. So this will maybe be a little more tricky, but overall, let's go ahead and build this. You can obviously pause the video and try to build this yourself. Okay, so let's go ahead. So therefore, let's first of all go over to our sales page, which will be our pizza page. So in here for now, we only have those 2 links and we can actually get rid of them. We're not going to need them for now, even though we will need a link later on, but we're going to build it once we need it. So in here, I'm just going to get started with a div using the class text center. So I want to make sure that the text is centered again. And then inside of this div, I'm going to have another class that I'm going to call main text. So the one that we created ourselves in the last video. And then I'm going to have a header 1, which is going to use the class of, well, actually the same things that we have used in our index HTML. So let me just copy this here over to my pizza. We don't need to write everything from scratch again. We're not going to need this H2. We will need H4s, however. But yeah, let me get rid of that as well. So now we have our H1 with the capitalized class and text black. And the content that I want to have in there will be our great selection of pizzas. And underneath, I'm going to have some text. So I'm going to use H4s here. So let me put that in here. Choose one or try our pizza builder, then order and done, which will be an H4 tag. So a very small header tag, so to speak. Okay. Then another one, which says no need to give any of your details. And we already know everything. So yeah, pretty deep information here. So then I'm going to add a very tiny little text. So let me show you what I mean. I will eat this only 1 pizza per order. Okay, so if we want to achieve that, we can use a paragraph here where we use italic text, only 1 pizza per order. So now let's style this p tag here with the class called small text. And therefore we need to add an equal sign as well as the quotations surrounding the small text. So the class that we want using. So now the small text doesn't exist. So we need to design our own class for the small text. So let me just create that. And I'm going to say that the text should align to the right, as well as that the color should be gray. That will already do the trick. We don't need to do much more than that. Now, if we check it out, this is what we get. Our great selection of pizzas, choose one, and so forth. And then here, only 1 pizza per order on the right-hand side. Okay. All right, so now the next thing that I want to have is going to be a container that will be still inside this div class text center, but this container will actually have the class name container. So it should be treated like a container from Bootstrap. So if you look at Bootstrap, containers are the most basic layout element in Bootstrap and are required when using our default grid system. So I want to be able to use the grid system where we have items in a grid, displayed in a grid, and that's why I'm going to use it. So let's go ahead and use the container class. Then I want to create a row in here. So I'm going to use the row class. So there's this class called row. And then inside of this row, I'm going to say that I want to use the 12 columns that are made available to my div. So here this div is going to have the class of column 12 and MB5 as well as MT5. So now if you're wondering about any of those, go over to Bootstrap, look at MB5 for example. M stands for margin and B stands for bottom. So MB will stand for margin bottom, for example. So I want to have a margin bottom 5 value where 5, well, you can see that here, 4 classes that set the margin or padding to spacer times 3. So quite a bit of margin, and margin towards the top of 5 is also what I want. So that's what I'm saying here basically for this div. So now the idea is that we can create our own pizzas, right? We want to be able to click on it and create designs, so to speak, our own pizzas. And therefore I'm going to make sure that my div here will only take a certain width. So I'm going to set W to 100. This will be a row. This will be, well, I'm going to call this one make your own div. Okay, we want to be able to create divs, so to speak. And then inside of it, I'm going to have another class or another div, which will have the class of call4. So this will take 4 columns. So in total, this thing will take all 12 columns, right? And now we want to create something which will take 4 columns. So in Bootstrap, you have a total width of 12 columns. So 12 elements that you can put next to each other. And we're going to say we want to use 4 out of 12, so a third for this div class call4. And for now, I'm going to set an image here, which will be of the, well, which will have the source. And here we need to use the tilde sign. It comes from images. Inside of images, we have the pizzas folder, and there we have the create PNG. And I'm going to say that it should use the class W100 as well. So W minus 100. Okay, so this is going to be our image. And then underneath this class, which takes 4 columns, I'm going to set another div, which will have a class of the other 8 columns. So this should take the other 2/3 of space. So here class with the col of 8. And I want to align items in the center. So in here, I'm going to say that the div class should be align middle. And here I'm going to make my own text. So make your own. This will be the text. And now inside of this div, and I know this is a little tedious, but no worries, we're going to get there in a bit. It will be all making sense. For now, we just need to set stuff up. So I'm going to align the text to the left. So this is an example of how you can use, this should be text align, how you can use CSS code inline. So you don't need to create an extra class for this. You can directly do it inline here. So where I'm going to create your own pizza will be the text. So this will be the header 3, which will say create your own pizza, and it will be aligning towards the left. And then I'm going to set up a paragraph, which I'm also going to style manually. So I'm going to say style text align to the left as well. So this will align the text and the line content text minus align colon left and a semicolon inside of the brackets. So here, make your own pizza with our pizza maker. And then finally, we need to have a link that we click on. So here I'm going to use this link that I'm going to give the button class as well as the button primary. Directly gave me the button primary, even though I just wanted to have the button there. I'm going to style it so that it floats towards the left. So here, float towards the left. And then we need to, well, if we look at our URLs here, ASP area and ASP page. So what do we want to display in there? And that was here. So the ASP area will be an empty point for now, and the ASP page will be our form, and it will send the user to the custom pizza page. So we have this custom pizza, this one here. That's what's going to send the user, and it should say try now. Now you might wonder, what is this make your own div and make your own text? Well, it's two designs that we're going to create ourselves. So two classes, make your own div. That's how we call one of them. And what's really important is that the text is exactly the same. So if we have any typo in there or whatever, it will not work. So this was this one here, make your own div. And then let's style it. So what I'm going to say is, I want to set the background to be gray, right? As we have seen earlier in the image. And I want to have no margin. So I'm going to set the margin to be 0. And then make your own text. It's going to be another class, make your own text, which will have a margin of 100 pixels towards the top, 0 towards the right, 20 towards the bottom, and 0 towards the left. So you can see that here, the IDE helps you. It says margin top, right, bottom, left. So in that order, this will be the margin towards the top, this one to the right, to the bottom, and to the left. And then finally, I'm going to set the text to be white. Okay. So now if we run our application here and go over to pizzas, that's what we're going to get. So our great selection of pizzas. Choose one or try our pizza builder. So now we have our pizza image here. This is the big div with the gray background. We're creating our own pizza. We are making our own pizza with our pizza maker by clicking on try now. So this will send the user to the form, which we don't have yet. So that's the idea at least, right? So if we look at our pizza, this is this class button primary, which sends the user to the custom pizza CSHTML form. And actually it should be forms. So that's probably why the link didn't work. So that's something you can always check whether the link is correct. Let's see, go over to pizzas, try now. And we're on the custom pizza form, which for now is boringly empty, because it just has this thank you or checkout button. Okay, so that was pretty much our pizza for now. Now in the next video, we're going to set up the form, which will allow us to generate pizzas. But therefore, first of all, we need to set up what a pizza even is and what it's made of. So see you in the next video. Welcome back. In the last video, we set up our website where we now see the pizza and we want to be able to add pizzas, right? Individual pizzas. So in order to add pizzas, we need to think about our data model that we want to use. And when we're thinking about the data model, then we're talking about models, and in general we need to think about the architecture that we want to use. So we are going to use the MVVM architecture for this project, and in order to use it we need to understand what MVVM is and what it stands for and why even use it. So we have the MVVM, which stands for Model View Model, which is a software architectural pattern which helps us to separate the presentation of our website so that our UI, so the view, is separated from the development of our business logic or the backend logic, so the model, making our front end completely independent from any specific model platform. So here, for example, the view will talk to the view model, which then via data binding will send it back to our view, which will basically display something. And then we have our model, which is the business logic and data, and it gets information from the view model, which is the presentation logic, and the model then updates the view model accordingly. So basically we're not directly talking between the view and the model, we're always talking via the view model. Okay, so in MVVM we got a model, a view, and the view model. For now we worked only on views and view models. For our next step, what we'll need is the model itself, from which we can get the necessary data to build our pizzas and calculate final prices, as well as set up our fake database. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so now let's go ahead and set up a model. Therefore, let's go ahead and create a new folder on the top level of our application here. So I'm going to call this one model. Well, you could also actually call it models, plural, if you wanted to, because we also have pages, plurals, right? So we're only going to have one model for now, but that doesn't have to hold us back. So the model that I'm going to create is going to be pizza S. I'm going to use plural because of a certain difficulty that we have. So why am I using plural? Because usually the convention is that you should use your model names as singular values. So it would be pizza or pizza model, and it would not be pizza's model. I'm going to explain that to you real quick, because the problem is, so if I create something called pizza model, we also have the pizza view here, and it has a code behind file, which in fact is called pizza model. So we didn't create that ourselves, it was just automatically created for us. So the pizza page has now this pizza model, which is a page model. So now that means for us, we have to use a different name for our pizza model. So we call it pizza's model, okay? So what we can now define here are all of the properties that we want to define. So what are properties that we need for a pizza? Well, I would say the image that we're using, then the name of the pizza, the base price maybe, the final price as well, and then all of the ingredients maybe as boolean, okay? So let me just use a property here, or create one, which will be of type string, and I'm going to call this one image title. So now you see, this is a little trick. If you didn't know yet, you can use the prop keyword here or the code snippet and use the tab key twice, and then you will create this beautiful little property. So then here, this will be the pizza name, and then I'm going to have a price. So here, let me add another prop, which will be a float, and this will be the base price, which I'm also going to directly define as 2 by default. So it will be set to 2. And you see the IDE thinks if we have base price, then we should also have price. Well, actually, I'm going to start off with all of the booleans, such as, for example, do I want to have tomato sauce on the pizza? Then the next one would be, do I want to have cheese on the pizza? Because it could be that you are intolerant for lactose and you wouldn't want to have cheese on it. Or maybe you want a different type of cheese, but then a boolean wouldn't work. And so forth, right? So we could now go ahead, obviously, and add all of the properties that we want, like pepperoni, and then having all kinds of food on it. So I'm going to, or ingredients on it, I'm going to just paste them in here. For example, I'm going to have mushrooms, tuna, pineapple, ham, and beef. And then finally, I'm going to have a float final price. All right. So this will then be my final price for the entire pizza once the pizza is fully created. Okay, so that is going to be our pizza model. And now let's go ahead and use our custom view model where we're going to set up this pizza. Therefore, I'm going to go over to my custom pizza CS.html CS file. So in the code behind, that's where I can now create a public, well, actually this will also be a property, which will be of type pizzas model. And this will be the pizza. So now if you try to do it this way, it will directly create a pizza model item, even though I want to have pizzas model because that's the class name that we used, right? So if you want to be able to use that, you need to make sure that you add a namespace here. So where is it? It's inside of our own project here, right? Now you can obviously just show the potential fixes and add this using Razor Pizzeria models folder to your namespaces. And then we can use the pizza. So that'll create a successful reference to our pizza model we created earlier. Now, to be able to access whatever we have here in our form view, we need to use binding. So here I'm going to use data binding by using the binding property keyword here. Okay, so this is an attribute that we're assigning that can specify a model name or type of Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC model binding to use for binding the associated property. So now we're going to bind the pizza model to our custom pizza model, page model, or view model, so to speak. Now this will allow us to access pizzas or create pizzas from our custom pizza view. So let's do that in the next video. Welcome back. Now let's take care of our view, which is our custom pizza CS.html. So basically you see we have this model that we created. Then we have our view model, which is this code behind. And then we are using our view in order to set everything up so that we can see something, right? So this is the communication between those three items or three files is going to happen for us automatically. So now let's go ahead and adjust our custom pizza. So what I want to have in here is just going to be a div, which will make sure that the text is centered. So text and the center version here, text center, and this will also be a container that I'm going to create. So inside of this container, I'm going to have a header, and this header is just going to say create your own pizza. And then underneath, I'm going to have a form. So a form allows me to enter something. So the user to enter something once they are on this view. So the form has a couple of properties that we can assign. So the one that I want to assign is the method one. So there are multiple different methods that we can choose from. The most common ones are post and get. So in our case, we're going to use the post method because we want to post the details that we have entered in our form over to the website so that it then sends the user to the next page where you can then pay or something like that. Okay, so we're going to send them to the checkout page. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to set up our form. So we need to have a button which allows the user to submit whatever the user has entered. So I'm going to create a button here, which I'm going to give a couple of classes here. So it will be a button primary styled button. And I'm going to also add a margin towards the top of a little bit. So this is this empty one. And then this button can have another property assigned to it, which is called type. And here I can say that this button should be of type submit. So whenever we hit this button, the form will be submitted. So we will be sent to a different page by default. So that's the normal behavior, so to speak. And now let's give this button a text. I'm going to call this order my pizza. Now we need to add a couple of inputs in here. So there is this input which can be of different types. So for example, the type can be, well, you can see here, it could be a button, a checkbox, a date, time, an image, and so forth. So a bunch of different input types are available. For example, if you want a user to enter his password, then we would use the password input type and so forth. But I just want the user to be able to enter text because I want him to give the pizza a name. So I'm gonna add the type text here, and then we're going to use this ASP4 keyword where we can now, and it jumps to form. I wanted to use ASP4, there we are, which allows me to say for which property I want this text to be assigned to. So basically what I'm gonna say is I want to assign this text that the user is entering into this form to the pizza name, which is of type or from our pizza. So where is this pizza name coming from? Well, we need to jump to our custom pizza model, which is just here in the back. You see, it's this code behind. And this is our custom pizza model, which itself it has this pizza's model, which we call pizza. So now we are accessing this pizza, and this pizza, if we look at it, is, well, is of type pizza's model, which has this pizza name property assigned to it. So what we're doing is we're saying whatever the user enters into the custom pizza CS.html form here at this point will be assigned to the name of the pizza, so to the object that we have just created. So now we can also call or add a placeholder here. I'm just going to say give your pizza a name ... for example. Okay, so this will help the user to understand what he or she needs to do with this input. So I'm going to close this input tag directly, so we don't need to have a closing tag, but just this slash before that. So this will be one form. So actually, let's run this and see what this form will do for us. And let's see. So let's go over to pizzas and we click on try now, and try now sends us to our custom pizza page, right? And here it says create your own pizza, and here it says give your pizza a name. So I'm going to say, let's call this one tutorials EU pizza. Okay, and I'm going to click on this, and obviously nothing happens, but this is what we have created so far. So this is the input field, the text form, and well, the entire thing is the form, and this here submits. So you see it tries to submit. So the website tries to load something else, but we didn't say where it should go to and where it should send this information to. But obviously we want to have some more fields available. Actually, we want to have a input field for all of those. So we want the user to give the option to set a price. We want to give the user the option to set whether he wants tomato sauce, cheese, pepperoni, mushrooms, and so forth. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to create another input field underneath, which will be of type checkbox, because this is going to be something that you can activate or deactivate, and that's exactly what the checkbox does. And it also stores data in a boolean, which is perfect because all of our properties were booleans. And now this will be ASP4, and for which property should that be? Well, this one will be for tomato sauce. Okay, so I'm going to use the same structure that I used before, and the placeholder here will just be tomato sauce, so that the user knows what I'm even entering there. Now I'm going to add tomato sauce as a text here as well, and then have a line break. So here a BR like this. This will create a line break. Okay, so this will be the placeholder, as well as the text itself will be tomato sauce like this. Okay, so now please go ahead and add all of the items that we had here. So all of the booleans, add them into your view as an input checkbox as well. All right, so I hope you tried it. So basically you can just copy and paste this and then replace the details. For example, replace this from tomato sauce to, what was the pizza model? The next step in our pizza's model was cheese. Okay, so here you would replace this with cheese, and then you would change the placeholder to cheese as well as this text to cheese. So this is one way of doing it. Obviously you could type it manually as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the other ones here as well, pasting them in from our prepared code. So you can see we have the pepperonis, we have the ham, mushroom, tuna, beef, and pineapple. And each of them is a checkbox, and the placeholder is just the name of the property as well as the text that we're adding there before the line break is going to do the same thing. Okay, so now this is going to be our form. So in order to make it look a little better, it will not be insane, but just a little better, what we can do is we can add some classes here to our form. Because currently, let me actually get rid of this class before, and let's run this, and let's see how ugly it's gonna look like. So let's try, or bring me that pizza. And well, we're on the thank you page directly. So here on the pizzas, try now, you see this is what it currently looks like. It's not great, but let's make it a little better at least. Not significantly though. But yeah, let's change this form. We're going to make it better later on. So here I'm going to send the margin X to auto. And then I'm going to use margin top 5, margin bottom 5, pixel 5, or px, then pt 5, as well as I make it rounded 5, and I'm gonna have a light background and make sure that this will take 4 columns. So pretty long entry here, like this. So these are going to be the classes that I'm going to use. Now let's run it again, and you will see what this will do for us. So here we go to pizzas. We try now. And actually this is how it's going to look like. So here you see we have this gray background, and then actually let me add a line break after the give your pizza name. So here let's add a line break in there as well. Okay, so let's rerun this, because it automatically gave me alert light or whatever, even though I wanted to have back BG light. So let's go over to pizzas. Let's click on the try now, and there we are. So we have this grayish background, and then we can order the pizza. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Actually, let me add one more, padding bottom of 5 as well, because otherwise it's not going to be very nice at the bottom. As you saw, it was directly cut in. Okay. So if you're wondering about any of those, right, you know how to find them out. Just use the documentation of Bootstrap. Okay, now if we run this and we actually enter some pizza details here. So let's say we want to have tomato sauce, pepperoni, and we call it tutorials EU pizza. And we click on order my pizza. You see nothing happens, even though internally something does happen, but we're not catching what happens. So there is this method called onPost, and we can get the data from it. Specifically, we're going to use the iAction result onPost, and then we can use this form result to calculate the final price for our custom pizza, and then finally send it over to the checkout page on a redirect to page. Let's see how that works in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Welcome back. Now that we have the view model and so forth, let's actually take care of redirections in .NET 6. So for this next step, we'll need to get into the view model again. So to our custom pizza CS HTML. And here we'll first create a new flow property, which we will be using to store our final calculated price before sending it out. So here, let's create the property, which we're gonna call float pizza price, like so. Now, after the onGet function here, I'm going to create a public iAction result onPost. So for now, onPost will show an error since there is no return value specified. Remember that this isn't a void method. This is an iActionResult method, or at least that's what it should return. So a return value has to be specified. We will get to that in a moment. First, let's learn a bit about iActionResult. So what is iActionResult? Simply put, the iActionResult type is a base abstraction of an action result and specifies how a response is going to be given for a specific request. To quote the official documentation, the iActionResult return type is appropriate when multiple action result return types are possible in an action. So we can understand iActionResult as being some sort of a container for action results, more so knowing that iActionResult is an interface while action results themselves are abstract classes. So action result return types can represent various HTTP status codes. So let's look over those status codes. What are these HTTP status codes? Well, you probably know this one, the error 404, which stands for file not found. That means that the thing that you requested was not found. Well, that's about it, but for a whole lot of scenarios. So let's look at some of the most common ones. So to learn a bit about the HTTP status codes, they are categorized, and you can see we can find the 100, 200, 300, 400, and 500 type codes. So 1xx codes, or the 100 codes, are just informative, like saying that the server has received the request and is continuing to process. Then we have the 200 codes, or the 2xx codes, which mean that the request was successful and the browser has received the expected information. Then we have the 3xx codes that are for redirection. So you have been redirected and the completion of the request requires further action. And then we have the 400 codes, which are client error codes, like the 404 being an object not found. The website or the page could not be reached. Either the page is unavailable or the request contains bad syntax. And then we have the 500 codes or 5fx codes, which are server errors. While the request appeared to be valid, the server could not complete the request. All right, that'll make us more familiar with requests and results. Let's look at how we can work with this in our project. So now that you're familiar with that, with the action results, let's continue. So onPost is there to catch and use anything submitted with the post method, for example. So that's exactly what we're using, right? And here, actually, it should be onPost with a capital O. And if you recall, that's exactly what we're doing here, right? We were using this post method here for our form. And then once the submit button, which submits the entire form, has the type submit, that's where the form actually is being then submitted. And this post method is called, this onPost method. So the iActionResult is the return type of this method. That is what is usually used in onPosts. Since you usually want to do some sort of action after the submission, like for example, change to a different page, site, or just refresh this page to clean out this form. The iActionResult allows different HTTP statuses to be returned, while ActionResult can return only predefined responses for returning a view or a resource. With iActionResult, we can return a response or error as well. Nice. So now inside the onPost method, let's use our submitted values to calculate the price of our custom pizza. Like we have seen before, one of the pizza model properties was base price, which was set to 2, representing the minimum price no matter what, and it always has to be 2. To respect that, let's start by setting our pizza price to be base price. So here, our pizza price, which is the property, you can see there is this property in custom pizza model, pizza price, and we're going to set that to be pizza.basePrice. So that's what we start with. And then after this, let's add a value to it depending on what Boolean properties were checked. So the simplest and most straightforward way, as well as the most easy one, is the read way. So we need to just go ahead and add a bunch of if statements here. So we just say if pizza dot tomato sauce, then the pizza price should be incremented by 1. So here plus equal 1. This will just increment it by 1. So then the next if statement here, if pizza dot cheese, then pizza price plus equal 1. And so forth. Now you could obviously change the prices here. So for every single pizza, you could change the value to your liking. So here, some people say that a pineapple has nothing to do on a pizza, which is why the price for the pineapple will be significantly more expensive. So people will be shocked if they order a pizza with pineapple, even though I really don't care. But some people, there is a meme war about this whole pizza with pineapple stuff. So yeah, we're going to follow it by adding a significant price here. So that'll cover it. And now for the long-awaited solution to our still standing error that we have here, this return value error, we will be using a response that will be of type redirect to page. So there is this redirect to page. You can see it's, well, let's actually look at this class after I call it, or this method. So here we can say to which page we want to go, and I'm going to say go over to the checkout folder, and inside of the checkout folder you will find a checkout view, and that's where you should send us. So let's redirect to that particular page. By the way, you will see that if you hover over redirect to page, that there are multiple different overloads. So you can see even a total of 7 different overloads here, or actually 7 more overloads. So there are different approaches to pass data, or different things that you can pass to redirect to page. So we can even add some details here, and that's what we should do, because the checkout needs to have some details, right? So we can just add, you see here, first we have the page, and then we can add an object to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new object here and pass it using the new keyword and curly brackets, and I'm going to use the pizza name and the pizza price to be sent over. So this creates an object that just has these 2 details. It has the pizza name and pizza price, like so. So the pizza name comes from our pizza object here, and the pizza price is the floating point value that we have inside of this class, which is why we don't need to use pizza.pizza price, because it is already inside of this particular class that we're currently in. Now this curly, or this square brackets was a little too much. Now if we save this and run our application, once we click on the submit button, we will see something interesting happen. So let's do that. Let's go over to our pizzas. Let's click on try now. Let's give this pizza a name. Okay, let's add tomato and cheese, so it will just be a margarita. And let's click on order now, and you will see that we actually got to a different page. So we're at the checkout page, and on the checkout page we just had this link to the thank you page. But the interesting thing is the URL. So you can see we are on the checkout/checkout page, and then we have this question mark, which now has a bunch of values assigned to it. So basically we're passing additional information here to the URL by sending this post request and using the redirect to page with additional information. So we're saying we want to pass in the pizza name as tutorials EU pizza and the pizza price as being 4. So that's pretty much what we're passing, and now this page could go ahead and use this data in order to display something. All right. So that's it for this video. Now you see how you can redirect data and how you can use the iActionResult on post method. Welcome back. In this video, we will need to see what happens on the checkout page, because we sent a post to the checkout page, but now the checkout page needs to get that data and do something with it and display it accordingly. So let's go over to our checkout page, and specifically to the checkout model, which is inside of the checkout CS.html, which is this code behind, right? So here we have this on get. That's where we can get data. But for now, let's set up a couple of properties here, because we need to know, for example, the pizza name. So here pizza name. Then we need to know the price. So here property, and this one will be pizza price. And actually, this is the name of it, the property name, but of type it will be the float value here. And then we need to have another property, which will be a string of type image title, because I also want to be able to send over the image title and then accordingly display the right image. Because as you know, inside of our www root, we have this images and pizzas folder where we have all of those different pizzas, right? And we will later on give the user the option to select the right image for their pizza that they have created. So now, since all three of them have to be bind property, we could bind property all of them. So we could go ahead and add this bind property here to every single one of them. But we could also just go ahead and set the bind properties for the entire class. So here you can go over to the class level, and here it will be plural because we're binding multiple properties. So we're just saying bind all of those properties so that they will be accessible in the view and will be bound to the view, so to speak. Okay, because we want to directly bind, for example, the pizza name to a view item that we're going to create later on. Since we want to opt into model binding to page model properties on GET requests, we need to add supports GET to it. So here we will get the data, right? And we get it on the checkout page. We get it from the custom pizza page, but here we need to define that it will support GET specifically. So we say GET is supported. So supports GET to true. So great. Now let's make sure that we cover the possibilities of not receiving a name or image title. So we have yet to send that in. We'll cover that in the next step. But to do that, check if pizza name is null or white space, and if true, set the default value, and the same thing for our image. So inside of the onGet here, we can now go ahead and check for those individual items. So we can just check the string is null or white space pizza name. And I love how the IDE just knows what I want to do. And then in that case, we're going to set the pizza name to custom, like so. And actually it's the string, so we need to use the quotations here. And then we have another if check. So here, if string is null or white space for our image title, then we're going to set the image title to create. So here, create. And create is actually a pizza name. So here there's this create PNG, this one here. Then it will be this image that will be used. All right. So we're just saying if we don't have those, then override them with what we have defined as the default for the pizza name as well as the image title. Okay, so for now, let's make sure that we have something that we can display on the checkout page. So we get the code now. We're fine with that, even though we're not using it yet. But let's go over to our checkout code, the view code, and define the view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have something like your order. So whatever the order of the user is. And then I'm going to add a div here, which will be of class align content center, like this. And then inside of it, I'm going to have another div, which will have the class of being 3 columns wide. So here col 3, and the MX should be automatically defined, so the margin, and I want to have specifically margin bottom of 5. Okay, so this will be the div in which I'm going to put, for example, the image, which will have the class of W100. So this will have a certain width, the image. And I'm going to use ASP append version set to true. So this append version true will make sure that the user doesn't have to refresh the page when we make changes, for example, to the CSS or to the image itself and so forth. So this will be automatically managed for us then. Then I'm going to have a paragraph in here, which is just going to say your order for the pizza is ready. Then another paragraph, total purchase price, total price for your order is colon, and then the actual price after a line break. Okay, so here I'm just going to also add a link, which will have the button primary classes assigned to it, primary, and we'll have a margin towards the top, and otherwise automatically margin it. The ASP area will be an empty string, and the ASP page that we want to go to is going to be the thank you page. So here, thank you page, which is in the same folder. It's in the checkout folder, so we don't need to actually add like this checkout folder name in here with a slash. And what I want to actually have as content here will be confirm order. So when the user clicks on it, that's where I want to send him to the thank you page, and I want him to confirm the order this way. So if we run this now and we get to this view, so we need to order a pizza. Yeah, try now, customize it, and like this. And you see here, your order for the pizza is ready, total price for your order is, and then confirm order, which should send us to a different page, but it doesn't do that yet. Okay, now how do we actually customize this page based on properties from our model? And more specifically, what we get from our view model here. Well, inside of our view model, inside of checkout, you can see we have the pizza name, the pizza price, and the image title. So how do we get those? Well, we can just use the add model annotation. So here, your order for the pizza, and here we need to add the name. So here, for example, add model dot pizza name is ready. Whatever name we gave the pizza is going to now appear here. Pizza is ready. And then we also need to do the same thing with the price. So please try that. Pause the video and think about what you would enter here. Okay, so it's add model dot pizza price, and here not model binder attribute, but model dot pizza price, like so. So now let's try it again and see if the data is actually reflected here. So we go over to pizzas, we try now, we add some stuff to it, order my pizza, and you see your order for the tutorials EU pizza is, well, pizza is ready. Total price for your order is 5. Now maybe we should add dollars or euros or something like that. So here I'm going to add the euro sign, add euros. Now, how are we gonna get the image? Because you see, we have this image, but it never is actually assigned. So there's no actual image being displayed. So in order to get the pizza, we need to make a little change. So here, underneath our order, what we can do is we can add some C# code using the and annotation, and we're going to get the photo path, or the image path, you could call it. Let's call it var image path from our folder of images, pizzas, and I think it's called pizzas with the capital letter. So here the pizzas folder is with a capital letter, so really important here. And then we're going to say it comes from our add model dot image title. And this actually should not be, wait a second. So this is where the string ends. This is where the title goes on plus, and here we have the .png keyword, like so. And this PNG keyword should be like this. All right, so this will now be our image path. Now let's use this image path inside of our image here, because the image doesn't have a source yet, so it doesn't know what image to display. So now we're going to add that here by using the add image path, which will use this variable here. All right, now let's check it out again. Let's run our application and see if we're gonna get the pizza to display. So here, try now. Cheese, tomato sauce, all of the good stuff. Order my pizza, and this is, or this is the image. As you see, your order for the tutorials pizza is ready. All right. So since we specified that if no image is sent, that the name will be create, you can also see that you just use this create PNG image here that we have this file. So in this test example of our checkout page that we made, we just use our imagination and we pretend like the confirm order button just covers all the payment system and directly sends you to a thank you page. Since covering this is not the scope of this chapter, let's just send the user to a thank you page and jump to the last part of this chapter. So in the HTML given before, we already specified the URL of the thank you page over here. And actually I called it not thank you page. Let me see. I called it thank you. So this page keyword was too much. So now this will send us to our thank you CS.html. And here let's just add an H1 where we're going to thank the buyer. So thank you for ordering with us at Razor Sharp Pizzas. So now let's run it again and we should be done. So we have our running application. So try now, tutorials pizza, check it out, order my pizza, confirm order, and then we see the thank you page. So now we have covered everything from HTML, CSS to Bootstrap, then looking at MVVM, looking at the post, on post method, iAction result, property binding, on get, redirecting with overloading, and some smaller treats along the way. To finish this Razor chapter off, let's work a bit with databases. So let's try to make some already prepared pizzas to choose from. In other words, let's make a mock database. All right, for this final step, we'll set up our fake database and finish this up with sending the data we need over ASP route. So let's go ahead and start by creating a view in our pizza sales page. So here inside of pizza, here at the bottom, we had all of these div tags, right? So this button primary, then we had 1, 2, 3, 4. And after the fourth one, I'm going to create another div tag. So that just means that it's going to be inside of this div tag here, inside of this row div tag. So I'm going to add a class to it and it should be inside of here. So the class should be col for MB5. So just a little bit of margin at the bottom and it should be 4 columns thick. And then I'm going to have a image here with a source src, which for now will be empty. And let's also say that this image will have a width of 100. So at least whatever this 100 means. It depends on the size of the screen and so forth. And then I'm going to use the, well, set the ASP append version to true as well. This just makes sure that everything is up to date really quickly. So this will be our image. And then let's create a link here, which will be of type button. So we can just click on it and it sends us over to the checkout page. So button primary, and it will be empty one. And you see, for some reason, just wants to automatically use something else. And then we're going to use the ASP area of empty and the ASP page that we want to send the user to of checkout. So it's inside of the checkout folder and there's this checkout file. And here as a text that we want to display, we could say something like get this pizza, get this pizza. like so. All right. Then underneath it, I'm just going to have a little line break like this. So this will only give us a very simple result. So if we run this, we will just see that under our pizzas, we now have this get this pizza, and then you see there's nothing, like this image isn't even being displayed because it doesn't have a source yet. So it's pretty empty, right? So we're going to change that, obviously, based on our fake database that we're going to make. So we need to set up a mock database and get the values to then loop over the existing pizzas and create a view for each one of them. So let's start with the database. In this case, we're going to just set it up in the view model itself. So inside of pizza CS.html. Inside this view model, we will add a public list of pizza model and call it fake pizza DB, for example. So let's just do that real quick here. Public list of, and not publish, but public list of pizza models, or pizzas model, and we're going to call it fake pizza DB. So the idea is that you can then later on replace this. Now pizza models doesn't exist, so we need to use this namespace for pizza models to be accepted here. So now this is our pizza model, and now inside we can put all of our pizzas in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to assign a new list of pizza models, and pizzas model to be precise, not pizza model, but pizzas model, which I'm going to manually now create in here. So here I can just go ahead and create a new pizza model with the following details. So image title will be, for example, Margarita, and the pizza name will be also Margarita. Then we need to set the base price, and this will not be inside of a string, but here base price to be, for example, 2. As well as set the tomato sauce to true and the cheese to true. And then finally set the final price to 4. Okay, so this will just be our pizza model for one pizza margarita item, or pizzas model. So we're going to create a couple of pizzas models now. So you can obviously just go ahead and do it manually using all of the ones that we have here. So carbonara, bolognese, Hawaiian, margarita we already have, meat feast, and so forth. So I'm just going to do that here, always separating them with a comma. Okay, so this was the first pizza model, and now I'm just going to create the other ones. And I'm not going to type it down in manually because I really don't want to bore you. You can decide yourself which pizzas you want to put in there. So then you see the final price is always manually calculated, but obviously you could also run a small method here to calculate it. But we're going to keep it simple. All right, so that's going to be our fake pizza database, which is going to contain all of those different pizzas with their titles as well as the pizza names. So the titles really reflect those PNG files. That's important because that's what we're trying to get. So into images, pizzas, and then we're going to take that image title. So let's now get those data points and display them and send them to our checkout page. So let's open up our pizza page here. And now just create this piece here for every single one of our pizzas. So here what we can do is we can use an add keyword to make this again a little bit of code. And now this for each will go through every single pizza inside of our collection called model.fake, and let me enter this fake pizza DB. Okay, and now what is it that we want to do inside of it? Well, inside of the for each loop, we want to create this div. Actually, we want to create this entire div. So let me put that even in a level higher like this. And this entire div, which we had created, So including the for each loop like this. So this entire div should now be created each time that we have an item inside of our fake pizza DB. So now the source obviously needs to be changed. So the source will now be our image path. So add image path. Let me see, did we create the image path? I think we didn't. So we need to create that for each item. So for each, let me see, did we create it inside of this file? I think we didn't. So let's just do that. Let's create a image path is going to be inside of images / pizzas, and then it's just going to be the pizza dot image title plus the dot png keyword. So now we can use this image path here. Now this obviously is C# code, so we need to finish it with a semicolon. So now let's see if any of this is even working. So if it now did create a bunch of pizzas for us. So let's go over to our pizzas page. And there we are. Get this pizza. And each of them has a width of 4 columns. But as it seems, I'm not doing it correctly with the image path yet. So let me check what the problem here is. Actually, I'm just missing. Well, I need to assign it as a string, but at the same time, I need to use the add annotation here so that it actually uses this image path here. So now let's run it again and see if it's going to assign those images properly. So we go over to our pizzas and there we are. So as it seems, I just have a typo here for my first pizza name because there it doesn't find the pizza or it doesn't want to display the pizza. So I can go over here and see if I wrote this name properly. Margarita. So I was missing the R. So you see what I entered manually just didn't seem to work. So if you see that any of the images doesn't appear, it probably has to do with you not using the right image name or image title. So here we have all of our predefined pizzas and we have the buttons just underneath them. And when we click on them, it sends us over here, even though you see it doesn't display it correctly yet. So this is just the default text that we have here. So let's make sure that this is also fixed. So now we need to use the ASP root for that. What is the ASP root? Well, the ASP root attribute is used for creating a URL linking directly to a named root, which means that we can accomplish the same result as with the redirect to page method without using it, but just with a link. So this is done by adding, after the ASP page here, a little bit of code. Let me add that here, which will be the ASP root. And the ASP root, you use it with ASP root minus, then the property name equals property value. Okay, so in our case, what that will mean is we set the, let me actually put it into separate lines so it will be a little more readable. So the ASP root for the image title will be the pizza dot image title. And then I want to add another ASP root. And this one will be the pizza price will be pizza or add pizza dot final price. Okay, so let me also put that in a different line. So what this allows us to do is to directly link something in our HTML code, so to speak, using the ASP root. Now let's go ahead and see if this is going to work, because we're passing the image title and the final price now. And let's go over to our pizzas, get the bolognese pizza, and we see the bolognese. So your order for the custom pizza is ready. The price for your order is €5. So quite a cheap margarita pizza. The conform order also works. So that's brilliant. Now you could of course go ahead and instead of saying custom pizza that you display on your checkout page, you could rename that to the pizza image title name or something like that. But overall, you see that our application works flawlessly now. It doesn't look great, I know, but this is not what this is about. This is just about you understanding how the general flow of an ASP Blazor application works. And you saw how to set everything up step by step. So let's go over to pizzas, and we can see all of our pizzas. We see our great selection of pizzas. Now you could obviously optimize the distance here. As I said, this is not to win a design contest. Then we'll go to try now. Here we can go ahead and create our custom pizza and give it a name. So let's call it tuna pineapple. This sounds actually quite disgusting, but if you add gorgonzola to it, then it's actually quite interesting. I can recommend it. So here, tuna, pineapple, craziness. Like so. And order my pizza. And your order for the tuna pineapple craziness pizza is ready. The total price for your order will be 13 euros. Now, my pizza is very specific, so that's why it gave me this specific image here. Now, you could write some logic that it would then use the details that the user entered in here in order to then go ahead and adjust the image that is displayed. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So now you see how to create a little application. Now you could obviously put it online, and then obviously would needs to still add some additional information, such as to actually send the user, for example, to PayPal to then purchase the item and then wait for the PayPal request. And then once the PayPal request comes back and it worked out, then you can go ahead and do the payment. But that would be done using APIs. And for now, I think we have a great start. In the next chapter, we're going to look at Blazor apps. So interactive client-side Blazor apps. See you there.
Hey, it's Janik again. Let me take over real quick and let's extend that beautiful application a little bit further. So as you may have noticed, when we create a pizza and we click on try now, or we just take that margarita pizza here and click on confirm order, then we get directed or redirected to that thank you page right here. But in a real world application, such an order needs to get saved anywhere, right? Because right now the order is gone for like ever and no one even noticed. So let's go ahead and add something really nice. Let's add an SQL database to this application so that we can save the orders in a very, very simple way. Okay, so this is just for introducing SQL databases or entity framework core in this course. Later on, we will for sure talk about this in detail. So this is really just to get you started with Entity Framework Core. We will build everything now from scratch. It's pretty easy. It's very simple to set up. So I would say let's just get started. Go to our application. And as I said, don't get confused. Later on, we will talk about that really in detail. This is our current pizza model that we have. It has an image title, it has a name, it has a price, and so on. For our database entries, we will create another model, which is a pizza order model, for example, and it will simply contain the pizza name and the base price. Okay, that's enough. Because we can shorten it a little bit up, because these are really many fields here, and we have an image title here, we really don't need that in our database. So let's simply add the name and the base price, and you can go on from there. But I really want to show you how to create a brand new model, which we can add to our database, why we can do that, and you can extend it on your own from there. So let's go ahead to our models folder on the right side, click on add, click on class, and let's add a new class, and let's call this one pizza order. You don't really have to add the model syntax, so you don't need to say pizza's model. You can simply say pizza, for example, but that's just making things clear a little bit to you. So this is simply called a model right here, but we don't really need to add that model syntax. We can simply say pizza order, and this is a pizza order model, right? Okay, so let's call it pizza order for now. Let's click on add. If you have ever worked with an SQL database before, you may know that we definitely need a so-called primary key, which is for simply identifying a single object in a database. So imagine if you have 1000 orders in the database, each one needs a unique identifier, and that's the so-called primary key. What is it in C#? Pretty simple. Let's create a property, write prop, press tab, int ID. That's it, right? So it's a simple integer ID, which is always ongoing. So if you have an order and that one gets ID 10, you will never ever have again a pizza order with ID 10 because it's absolutely unique. All right, so this is what we really need. Let's extend it a little bit more. Let's add another one, prop string pizza name. And we can add another one, prop float base price. There we go. So this is a very abstract and minimal version of a pizza order, right? We could have something like phone number, client name, or order name, something like this, so that you know who ordered the pizza, right? But this is really just for getting you started in setting up an entire database. So this is the minimal version that we need of a pizza order. Let's leave it as it is right now. We don't need to add anything else. Now let's move on and create our application database context. In simple words, this is the way how we can really access our SQL database. So you will see that just in a minute. Let's go ahead and create a new folder in our project. Right click, add new folder, and call the folder data. In that folder, create a new C# class and call the class application DB context. We first have to import and install some NuGet packages. So let's move on to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and then Manage NuGet Packages for Solution. Click on Browse, and now search for Entity Framework Core. There we go. Now we have to install 3 packages in total. First of all, Entity Framework Core. Let's install that. Then go ahead and install the SQL Server so that we can use a connection string and so on in order to connect to our database. And we also have to update our database, and this is why we need the tools package. We can find that when we scroll a little bit down, or we search for Entity Framework Core.tools. Let's go ahead. Microsoft Entity Framework Tools, right? We need to install that so that we can really update and create our database from the package manager console here in Visual Studio. That's amazing. All right, now let's close the NuGet package manager here, and we are good to go. This is everything we needed to import. Now let's bring that into our new class application DB context. Go to the very top, call using Microsoft.Entity Framework Core. Now that we have that imported, we can inherit the application DB context from the base class DB context. There we go. Now let's go ahead and create the so-called DB set, right? Prop, this is a property for sure. Int, we change that to DB set. Just imagine this is a table inside of our database, right? And the type of this table, of this so-called set, is type of pizza order. We don't have that imported yet, so hold the cursor above this, show potential fixes, and let's import Razor Pizzeria model namespace right here. Right, and let's call that pizza orders, or we can even simpler call it orders, but that's fine, we can call it pizza orders. That's how the table in our SQL database will be named, right? We will see this just in a minute, and as I said, we will really get through this in detail later on. So let's just continue and bring our database to life, right? So we need to add another thing which is really important. We need to add a constructor, so write down ctor tab, this is a constructor, and in order to make really use of it, first of all, please don't forget that we need to call the base constructor, because right now we are inherited, right? So application DB context is inherited, and we should really not miss the constructor of the DB context or our application. However, the database will not work. So let's call the base constructor. This is simple inheritance, right? Okay, public application DB context. And now as a parameter inside of that constructor, accept DB context options. There we go, of type application DB context. So this is how we will configure later on the connection string. Let me bring that down into the next line of code and add a nice name here. Let's call it options. There we go. This is how a constructor should look like right now. So we have that constructor application DB context, and then we have the parameter application DB context here from the DB context options. So there in this options, we will define the connection string so that we say, hey, please create or connect to this database. Let's save this because we're done right now. our new database will have one table with all the pizza orders right now. Let's go ahead and go to our app settings.json, and now let's add our connection string. Simply create a new connection string option here. Let's call it default connection. Now let's find out what your connection string is. Go to View, go to SQL Server Object Explorer, and by default when you install Visual Studio, you will also have an SQL Server installed. This is what I'm talking about. So click on that and copy what's the name of the server. Now please notice that I have by default one backslash in the name, but since this needs to get escaped, it got converted into 2 backslashes, right? So alright, just for you to see how this should look like, now I will copy that and remove it again. The default connection string consists of many attributes, but some of them are really necessary. First one is server. Server is equals to localDB MSSQL localDB, right? Now add a semicolon, and now let's add the database name we want to connect to. And if we don't have a database with that name, we will create a database with that name. So database, you can write now, or you can call it now as you like. Database, for example, pizza app, right? Add a semicolon and we are now good to go. Okay, so this is a very minimalistic connection string. As I said, it's just for getting you started. Now we are done here. This is the property that we want to read from our program.cs so that we can really get the value of the default connection. And this is where we will connect, or how we will connect to our database. Now in order to do this, we go to our program.cs. Right here, before we add the first service, add Razor pages, we will now add our database, the application DB context, and configure it in that way that it will connect to the connection string that we have just created. So let's go ahead and call builder.services.add DB context, there we go, of type application DB context. Right, this is the one that we have created right here, and this one contains the pizza orders table. So let's copy the name. We will have to import the namespace, but that's not a problem. Let's go ahead, hit Control dot, and you can see using Razor Pizzeria data. And now we can also add another namespace using Microsoft, there we go, .entity framework call. We will also need that one. Now add DB context right here. Let's add the braces, and now let's configure the options. So let's go ahead and say options goes to, there we go, like this. And inside of that options, we will now say options dot use SQL server. We can only call use SQL server when we have that SQL NuGet package installed, what we did in the beginning. So everything should work now for you. Use SQL server. Now we open the braces and say builder dot configuration, right? This will lead us to the app settings. And now let's go ahead and say dot get connection string, and the connection string is bound to the name default connection here. So let's write that down. Sorry, as a string for sure. There we go. Now I will just close the SQL Server Object Explorer real quick so that you can see a little bit more code. There we go. And we don't have to do anything else, right? So this will add a new service to our program or to our container, which is actually an application DB context. So in simple words, he will try to use an SQL server and connect to the default connection. So he will try to connect to this database. So we're nearly done completing our database setup. Let's go ahead. We need to call 2 comments in order to make everything run. Go ahead to Tools, NuGet Package Manager, and open the Package Manager console. Now every time we change something in our database setup, let me just explain that real quick. Let's go to the application DB context, right? Because this is how our database will look like. And if we change something right here, or if we change the pizza order, right? Let's go ahead. If we, for example, add the phone number or contact or whatever, we have to change our database, right? Because we added the pizza order and that one is currently as a model in our database. And if we change it here, we need to change it in our database too. So as soon as the database schema changes, we need to update our database, and this is called a migration. So let's create our first migration because we haven't created one yet. So we need to tell the system that our database has now a pizza order, right? So go to the package manager console and call add minus migration, like added pizza order. There we go. Let's hit enter and it should create a migration file now. And you can see some SQL code inside of this. Right now he's simply containing because I just forget something. Let's go to application DB context, and inside of our base constructor we also have to use the options, right? This is where we even call the base constructor, so just a small copy paste mistake here. All right, so now it's configured. Let's run the command add migration add pizza order again, and now you will see the build succeeded. That's fine. And now it will open a migration file here, right? So this is a real file. You can find that on the right side in the migrations folder now. Let's take a look. A migration consists of two methods. One is the up method. So let's say when we run that migration, right now we did not change the database, right? This is just like an open task. So we really need to run that migration. We have just created it, but we did not execute it. So let's take a look. The up method will create a new table, pizza order, and we have some columns inside there, ID, pizza name, and base price. And if we go back like in Git version control, then we have a down method and it will drop the table. So we can simply switch between migrations, move on, or maybe go a step back. And this is how we can simply understand how the database evolved over time. All right, so as I said, we really will talk about this in detail later on. However, this is called a migration. Now this one is open. This is an open migration. We did not yet run it. We don't have a database. We don't have a pizza order table right now. So let's do the final step. Let's create the database. Simply run update minus database, and this will execute all open migrations. Perfect. If you can see that done, everything has worked as intended. Now let's try to check our database. Go ahead to View, SQL Server Object Explorer. Now we're in our server. Let's hit refresh. Open the server, open database, and you can see our pizza app database is right here. Now let's open that one up, go into tables, and as you can see, our pizza order table is here. Make a right click on it, view data, and now you can see we don't have any values in the database saved right now because that's not what we did yet, but we have the structure. So ID, pizza name, base price. That's amazing. So now let's go ahead and add a new order to our database in the moment a customer orders a pizza. Now let's go ahead and add some real orders to our database in the moment when the client, well, orders a pizza. So go to pages, go to our checkout HTML CSS file. Because right here, after creating a pizza or clicking on a pre-existing pizza, we will get to the checkout page, and right here we have the pizza name and pizza price. So this is everything we need in order to save it to the database, right? So let's go ahead and do that real quick. First of all, the main question is, and you will need that definitely in every application that you will create in ASP.NET Core, how can you access the database from here? Because we cannot call application DB context.save or something else. We need to make use of a very, very important system here in ASP.NET Core, and it's called dependency injection. What does that mean? It's pretty simple once you understand how it works in detail. Let's go ahead and open our program.cs. Right before we build the application, which is happening here in line 14, where we hit app builder.build, right? Before that method, we can see that we add some services. And every service that we add in our application will be provided in the dependency injection. So as you can see here, we have the services, and to the services we add a DB context. So what it means is that we can use the dependency injection to get the DB context, right? So we add it as a service, and the dependency injection will give it to us so that we can use it. How does that work? Pretty simple. In case we want to use the dependency injection in our custom class, for example, or in our custom controller or whatever, we simply create a constructor. So let's go ahead, create a constructor, ctor. Now every service that you want to use will get injected in the constructor as soon as you write it here. So let's go ahead and say we want to make use of an application DB context. Don't forget to add the Razor Pizzeria data namespace, application DB context. Let's call it context. And now let's save this context that we get from the dependency injection. Let's save this into a private read-only application DB context, and let's call it context. Right? Notice the underscore. This is because the variable is private. And let's assign the private variable with the value of the dependency injection. Now we have the context, and this context is our database. Let's go ahead and create a new model and save it into our database. So our table is of type pizza order. So let's create a new pizza order. Pizza order. Make sure to import the namespace. Pizza order equals to new pizza order. Pizza order dot name, pizza name equals to pizza name, right? It's the one you can find right here. And we also have the pizza price. So let's go ahead. Pizza order, pizza name, pizza order. There we go, sorry. Pizza price or base price equals to pizza price. There we go. And now we want to take this pizza order here and save it into our database. We only need 2 method calls for this. Let's grab our context that we have just created and go to the pizza orders table. Now call a method called add. So add something to our database, pizza orders table. Please add the pizza order. And now, very important, please notice that every time you modify the database, you add something, you delete something, you modify a value, you always have to save the database. Call context.savechanges. There's also an async version of the most of these methods, but we will get to this later on, right? So let's add our pizza into the database, or the pizza order, and then save the database. Perfect. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Go to our database pizza order here, hit refresh. Right now it's nothing inside. That's totally correct for sure. And I also want to say something really quick. We don't assign an ID here. So pizzaorder.id, we don't have to fill that out because Entity Framework will automatically create the primary key, and ID is our primary key right here. So we don't have to care about that. Alright, so let's save it, and now let's visit our application. Let's order a margarita pizza, get this pizza, and in a moment we confirm the order. Thank you for ordering. We will now have that in our database. So let's go ahead to our application. Let's go to pizza order and update or refresh the entries, and as you can see, pizza margarita base price 4. So for sure, I tried it several times before. This is why the ID is 6. For you, it might be 1, right? And now let's create a custom pizza. Pizza, try now. Let's call it cheesy-roni. Let's add cheese and pepperoni. There we go. Check for the price. Price is 4. Cheesy-roni, confirm. Take a look at the database. Refresh. And you can see cheesy-roni, right? So now we have saved something into our database. So this data is persisted now. When we shut down the application and start it again, we still have our pizzas saved in the database. Now let's extend that even a little bit further, and let's add an overview of all the orders that we have in our application into our front end, so that we can see all orders when we click on orders in the navigation bar. We will need to add that. And afterwards we are done. Then you have learned how you can create a complete application, also using SQL database and entity framework core, so that you can save and read persistent data. Alright, so now let's go ahead and add another page to our application. So click on pages, right click, add Razor page. Let's call the Razor page orders. Click on add. And now let's first of all add it to our navigation bar. So let me really quick close that SQL Server Explorer here. We don't need it anymore. Let's go to the shared folder and click on layout. Let me zoom a little bit out, and now let's adjust it a little bit. When we scroll to the very bottom, we can see that privacy page here. Let's get rid of this completely. We don't need it. Let's save it. Let's scroll a little bit up, and then we have the privacy here. Let's adjust this to /order orders and set the name to orders too. So let's save it. Let's take a look at the application. As you can see in the navigation, we have now orders. Let's click on that and we will get to an empty page. That's fine. So in the end, we will have home, pizza, and orders. Later on, because the orders should not be visible for everyone, right? They should only be visible for the manager of the pizzeria, for example. Later on in this course, we will completely check out the entire topic of authorization and authentication. So I'm talking about an identity management system with users and roles. And to explain it in the best way possible, we will create a complete invoice management system for companies. Now let's just real quick move into our orders CSHTML CS and let's think about of what data we need in our view. So what do we really want to display? I think about displaying a small table styled with Bootstrap, which is simply displaying all the orders that we have in our database. So we need a list of all pizza orders from our database. Let's first of all create that list. Public list type of pizza order. We need to import that namespace. Control dot using Razor Pizzeria model. There we go. And then we say pizza orders equals to new list of pizza order. So it's empty right now. Okay, and then in onGet, we go to our context and then grab all the orders from the database. So if you want to have the context, you have to use the dependency injection, and you can use the dependency injection by creating a constructor. So let's again ctor constructor. Let's create a private read-only application DB context. There we go. Import the namespace. In the constructor, take the application DB context. Let's set the value. Now we can make use of our context in onGet. Let's grab all the information that we really need. So we simply need all open orders or all orders in general. So let's go ahead and say pizza orders equals to, now really pay attention to that context. We go into our database. Let's move into our pizza orders table and let's take them all, the entire list, and let's make a list out of it to list, right? Pizza orders to list. Now we are done. We have that. We don't need to save here because we're simply reading data. You only have to save if you are modifying data. So adding, deleting, updating, right? Pizza order. And now let's move into our orders CSHTML. You can see we're using the orders model here. So let's real quick create some HTML markup. Let's go ahead and create an H3, for example, call it orders. Let's add some nice space. This HR is a very thin, long line. And now let's create a table. We can pretty easily do that. Go ahead and create a table like this. Add a style class from Bootstrap. Let's call it table. Now let's add a t-head, which is a table header. And inside that t-head, we add the first table row, which is actually the head. We'll see that in a second. Let's go ahead, and the first one is, for example, the ID. You can really create it as you need, but I want to give you a simple template, right? So now let's get that out. ID, pizza name, and we have the price, for example, right? So let's take a look real quick in order to see what's happening in the front end. So let's build the application and take a look. As you can see, we now have Bootstrap, table, ID, pizza name, and price. This is what we have created so far. You can see the orders, header, and the HR, thin line I'm talking about. And now let's bring in the data here. Go ahead and create a t-body right under the t-head. So let's go ahead, t-body, there we go. And inside that we have a tr, table row. And inside of that table row, there is the data of a specific order. So let's just real quick above this, create a loop. Add for each, let's write a for each loop, var order in model dot pizza orders. This will make it possible for us to create a table row inside of our for each loop. And now inside that row, we have some table data fields for each header field. So this one is ID, this one is name, and this one is the price, right? So this is matching with the structure of this one. ID, pizza name, price, ID, pizza name, price. So let's insert the data, add order.id. It's really pretty straightforward. Once you get the system, it's absolutely handy and easy to create incredible huge web applications. ID, pizza name, and order.base price. There we go. Let's save it and take a look again. Now you should already see all information from the database. So now you can create data and now you can read data. Amazing. So this is how you can integrate a SQL database using Entity Framework Core from scratch so that you can read and write data. So now let's just add some nice visual stuff to our pizza page to spice it up a little bit, and then we have finished this application.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Let's add a nice visual effect. Go to our pizza page, and these blue buttons, we should really adjust them and add a nice little hover effect to make it a little bit more eye-catchy. So let's move to our pizza page, which is pizza.cshtml. And in or for each loop here, we are looping through all the fake pizza database here in order to show all of the information about all the pizzas. So let's go ahead, and we have that A tag here, and this A tag is handling, well, the process of redirecting us to the checkout page. So let's just combine this. So copy the image tag here, copy that one, and let's go to the A tag. And here where we have the get this pizza, let me just bring that into the next line of code. There we go. Inside of that A tag, let's just get rid of the get this pizza, and let's simply add the image tag we have just copied, right? Now go ahead to the A tag and remove the button and button primary. We can also remove the margin top right now. Let's save it. Let's take a look at our application. When we click on Margarita, for example, it should still work because we did not change any of the routing data. So pizza is ready, it's Margarita, right? So this is absolutely not a problem. Meat feast, there we go. And then we can confirm the order, etc. We can still create our own pizza. Let's give it a try. Perfect. So now to end this, let's simply add a nice visual effect. For this, we will create a custom CSS class. Pretty easy. Let's go to our project. Let's go to www.root css site.css. You can for sure create a custom new CSS file, but we will extend it here as we did before. Let's go ahead and say .pizza-img, and we only want to assign some new effects when we hover. So make a colon and then say hover, not after hover. There we go. And now let's write some nice effects. Transform, colon, scale 1.05, just to make it a little bit bigger when we hover, right? So now don't forget to assign that class, pizza-img, go to pizza.cshtml. And now here at our A tag, let's add class again. Class equals to pizza-img. Don't add it to the image directly because it's wrapped with the A tag, so add it to the A tag. Let's save it and visit our application. And sometimes when you change CSS styling code, you have to refresh the page and clear the cache. So press Ctrl F5. Now let's see if everything is working. When I hover, we got a nice small visual effect. This is really important in web development. It's important to drive the attention of the user. This looks pretty nice and I'm pretty happy with that now. So amazing. Yeah, now we're finished with our application. Let's move on to the next chapter of this course. Congratulations on finishing this nice chapter. You have achieved something really nice because you have now learned an entirely new system, which is Razor Pages, and you have built a complete application including form data, saving some elements to a mock database, and much more, even styling, right? So I would say let's build upon this success and move on to the next chapter to learn about server-side Blazor applications, a very nice topic. Let's go.
Welcome to the Blazor apps chapter. In this chapter, we're going to look at how to build interactive client-side applications. Therefore, we're going to look into many different topics. For example, life cycles, built-in components in Blazor, data binding, event handling, well, forms and validation, quite an important one. Then we will look into layouts, CSS isolation, and so forth. Even multilingual applications. So you will see how to build an application that changes the language based on your selection. So let's get started into this amazing chapter and see you in the next video. Welcome to the Blazor chapter, where we shall explore Blazor and build some cool web apps using the Blazor framework. First, we need to understand the Blazor framework and then proceed to build and deploy some stuff with it. So the word Blazor is a hybrid of two words, razor and browser. Razor is a templating engine that combines C# with HTML to build dynamic web content, as you have seen in the last chapter. And Blazor is a framework that allows you to create highly interactive user interfaces using C#. In Blazor, both server and client-side logic are written in C# and applications are rendered in mainstream browsers without having to worry about using JavaScript. So, what's the difference between Blazor and Razor? It can be confusing from a high level, however, there is a major technical difference between the two. So let's start with Razor. First, Razor is a markup syntax. It combines C# with HTML, and Razor syntax helps to create logic and render UI together with JavaScript. Now moving to Blazor. Blazor makes use of the components built with Razor to render dynamic web apps. It is used to develop single-page application. It uses C# instead of JavaScript to render these interactive single-page applications. So why use Blazor? Well, you would choose Blazor if your favorite language is C# and you don't want to learn the endless JavaScript frameworks to do cool things on the web. Also, because it is built on .NET, then you can rely on the .NET performance, reliability, and security, as well as leverage the vast ecosystem of the .NET libraries while developing your application. So how do we build Blazor apps? Well, Blazor apps are built using components. So these components can be a page, a web form, or a dialog. These are UI elements that are written in Razor, therefore are commonly referred to as Razor components. The components can be reused and shared across projects, thus calling them reusable. Let's look at a sample Blazor component. Here we have a Blazor component for a counter page that increments the counter per button click. The component is defined using HTML tags and the dynamic counter logic is added using Razor syntax. In the next video, we will look into the file structure of a Blazor project. So see you there. In this tutorial, we're going to create our first Blazor application in Visual Studio and learn about the Blazor hosting models. So let's head over to Visual Studio and create a new project here. And here, if you just search for Blazor, if you have installed the right packages in the Visual Studio installer, you will find that you have the Blazor WebAssembly app as well as the Blazor server app right here at the top. These templates are Blazor hosting models of an application, but the component models are the same. So let's understand each of these and clear up the differences between the two templates. So the Blazor server app is the server-side hosting model. Blazor is executed on the server from within an ASP.NET app, and the UI updates, events, handling, and JavaScript calls are handled over a Signal IR connection. In this case, the app is not downloaded to the browser but executed on the server. The user interacts with it remotely via the Signal IR connection. So Blazor WebAssembly app is the client-side hosting model. The Blazor app, its dependencies, and the .NET runtime are downloaded to the browser, and the app is executed directly on the browser. This is done by the WebAssembly. All UI updates and event handling happens in the same process. So let's look at when to choose between these two hosting models. If we want our application to be supported by search engines or have server-side support within the application, Blazor server is most appropriate. Server app, on the other hand, requires a constant connection to the internet and would be costly to scale as it always requires a server. But if we want an arguably quicker application that works offline, then we will need to look at Blazor WebAssembly, since the application downloads to the browser. The good news is that they both use the same code, therefore learning one makes it easier to know how to develop for both with minor tweaks. So for this demo, we will start using the Blazor WebAssembly app. From the project templates, we can select it right here and then just click on next. Then you can give it a project name. I'm just going to call this one first Blazor app, or maybe even without the underscores should be fine as well. In our location here in the repos, you can obviously change that if you want to. We're going to use .NET 6, as well as we're not going to set up the authentication type nor make any changes to the configure for HTTPS setting, as well as the ASP.NET Core hosted or progressive web application settings. And let's go ahead and create. All right, the solution opens with code for a fetch data component that loads data from a static asset. So here inside of pages, we have this fetch data, which has the title of weather forecast. And we also have the weather JSON file inside of our sample data in the www root folder. So in this JSON file, we have some weather that will then be displayed. You can see it here where it gets the data from our sample data weather JSON file. And then we have user interaction within the counter here, where we just have a button and we can increment by clicking on it. So let's look at the folders step by step. So first of all, the pages folder here contains the Razor components. So the .razor files, as you see here. They're not CS/HTML files like they were in the last chapter. They are Razor files. The root for each page is specified at the top with the annotation page, and then you can see where the page is found. So here we're talking about the counter page. The counter page in our case is the component which implements the counter page. Then we have the fetch data component, which implements the fetch data page. We also have the index page, which is very simple as you see here. Then we have the shared folder, which contains the following shared components and style sheets. So first of all, the main layout Razor file, as well as the style sheet, so the CSS file underneath it, which designs the page, so to speak, or has a bunch of classes that can be used. Then we have the nav menu Razor and nav menu Razor CSS, which implements the sidebar navigation, which renders navigation to other Razor components plus its style sheet. Then we have the survey prompt component, which is just a survey component built in Blazor. Then we have the www root folder, which is containing the app's public static assets, such as the index.html web page, that is the root page of the app implemented as an HTML page, as well as some CSS files with Bootstrap. And then we have the sample data, as we've seen, the icon that is used for Blazor, so an image that is used throughout the application or can be used throughout the application. And then we have this underscore imports Razor file, which includes common Razor directives to include in the app's components, such as using directives for the different namespaces. Then we have the app.razor file, which is the root component of the app that sets up client-side routing. And finally, we have the program CS file, which is the app's entry point that sets up the Blazor WebAssembly host. So we can just give it a shot and run the application to see what's going to happen here. And by the way, I'm using a plugin that changes the coloring. So if you're wondering where these colors come from. So there we are. This is our application. It says, "Hello world, welcome to our new app." And you can see that here on the left-hand side, we can go over to our counter and just click a couple of times. Then we can go over to fetch data, where we see the weather forecast for 2018. You see the sample data is pretty old, and well, it's not even saying for which city this data is. We can click on the first Blazor app here at the top to get to home, and then there is also about, where it directly sends you to the documentation. Okay, so that's basically the application that we already have by default here. In the next tutorial, we will build a small grocery shopping list application together to see how components are used to build an application. Alright, so from our previous video, we learned how to create a Blazor app. Now we shall improve our first application and learn how to build and use components by building a shopping list app. Let's get started. Therefore, we need to add a component that will be our shopping list. To do this, we will add a Razor component, which we will add to our pages folder. So here, right click, add, and here I want to add a Razor component that you can see right here. I'm going to call this one shopping list. Now, before we do anything in here, we need to add our component to the app navigation bar so that we can navigate to it. We can achieve this by adding a root on our component and then adding this root on the navigation bar. To add the root, we add a page directive on top of our component. So here, add page, and then in quotations / shopping list. So this is our root that we have now designed. And now that we have this root, let's add it to the navigation bar. Therefore, you can go to your shared folder and then to the nav menu component. And here you will find all of your HTML code, and the div we are interested in is going to be this nav item px with the nav link. So in here, that's where we want to add our shopping list component. So you see we have here one nav item, another nav item, and a third nav item. So now depending on where you want to position this, you can add your shopping list. So let's just do that. Let's copy this and paste it in here. Now we're going to use the same class for the div. The nav link, however, will be slightly different. So the href here, so the reference where we're sending the user to, should be our shopping list. Now you can also give it a different name. So you can see it currently is called fetch data because I just copied the line before that. And the name that I want to display should be shopping list. So we have set up our shopping list, but we need to add our groceries to this list. To do this, we are going to add a grocery class that defines what each item on the list should be like. So to keep our work more organized, we're going to create a data folder to hold our classes. So first, right click your solution here at the top and create a new folder like so, and call this folder data. Now inside of data, you can go ahead and you can create a new class. So just a generic class. I'm going to call it grocery.cs. Now inside of our grocery, I want to have two properties. So let's use the prop keyword again. This will be a string, which I'm going to call name. So I need to have a name for the grocery item. And now let's go ahead and add another property, which will be the price. So I'm going to use a floating point value here, which I'm going to call price. So now that we have our grocery ready, let's go back to our shopping list because we want to make sure that we have a list object that will hold our groceries in the code block. So in here. So let's go ahead and just set up a list of grocery, which I'm going to call groceries, which will be just a new item like so. So it's not really happy about this grocery because we need to add the namespace, otherwise it can't find it. So let's add just below our root using, and then Blazor, well, we called it first Blazor app dot, and it was data like so. And let's add a semicolon. Now we need a way of displaying what is on our shopping list in our shopping list component. We're going to loop through our groceries and display each of them as an HTML list item. So here, underneath our shopping list header, we can just go ahead and create a UL, so an unordered list. That's what this UL stands for, where we use a for each loop like this, and we use our grocery item inside of groceries to loop through it. So we're looping through the groceries, which is this list here, which at this point is an empty list, but we will add items to it later. And here we're going to say what we want to do. And I want to have a list item, which will just take the grocery name, so dot name, minus the grocery price. So what this will do is it will take the grocery objects inside of the grocery and will create a list item with the name, with a dash dash, and the price. And these are the two properties that we have here, right? The name as well as the price. So now we have a way of displaying all of our groceries, but no way of adding grocery items. So in order to do that, we can use something called inputs. We've seen inputs before, and they allow us to, well, have a certain type of input. There are different types of input. So first of all, I'm going to set an input field for the grocery name, which I'm going to have a placeholder for, which I'm going to set to grocery name. Then I'm going to have another input here, which will be the placeholder for the grocery price, or which will hold the grocery price, but will have a placeholder assigned to it. And then I'm going to have a button here, which will be clickable. And on click, I want to call a method called add grocery. And this should then display add grocery. So this is what the button should say. So now it says add grocery doesn't exist. Well, that's obvious because we never created this method. So let's go ahead and create a method for that. I'm going to create a private void add grocery method here, like so. And now what do I want to do here? Well, in order to capture the user input, we need to bind our input fields here at the top corresponding to backend variables. So let us declare two variables in our add code here. So one is going to be private string grocery name. And then the other one will be a private float grocery price. And now what we can do is we can just bind our inputs to those variables and the other way around. So we are adding the add bind keyword here to then bind the grocery name here, like so. And we can do the same thing for our grocery price. So here add bind the grocery price. So now whatever we enter into those inputs will be bound to those variables that we have here, which means that they will be updated in the background once the input is changed. Okay, so now that we have user input fields with corresponding C# variables, we can use them to add a new grocery to our shopping list when the add button is clicked, as we have the add grocery method assigned here. So let's implement this method. We shall make changes to make sure we add a grocery with both a name and a price, after which we reset our name and price ready to be set for the new grocery to be added to our list. So to our grocery list called groceries. So therefore, let's go ahead and just add a check here where we check whether grocery name is null or white space, and only if it's not and the grocery price is greater than 0, then we want to do something, and we want to, in this case, add the item to our list. So if not string is null or white space grocery name. So if this variable grocery name is null or white space, and with the exclamation mark here at the beginning, which means it's not null or it's not a white space, and the grocery price is greater than 0, And let me see if I typed it correctly. If that's the case, then let's run the code inside of our if statement here. So I'm going to use my groceries, which is this list item here, and I'm going to add an item to it, which is going to be a new grocery object, which contains the name, and it's called name like this. That was the property name, right? Which will be our grocery name, and the price. So here price, which will be our grocery price, like this. Okay, so we can also put it into separate lines, will be a little more readable. And we mustn't forget our semicolon here at the end. So this will now add the grocery item, but it will not reset our input fields. So what we could do is we could set the grocery name here, and actually inside of the if statement here, we can set our grocery name to be empty again. So string.empty, and our grocery price to be 0. Now let's add the cherry on top. We're going to calculate the total amount of groceries on our shopping list and display it to the user as well. For that, we just need to add a heading tag where we sum all prices up. So I'm going to put it just underneath here. So underneath my input. Actually, we can put the input on top of the list. I think that would be easier, because otherwise it will be pushed to the bottom all the time. It really depends on what you prefer. And I'm going to have the total price underneath all of my items. So here I'm going to use an H1 heading, so a pretty big text. I'm going to say the total is going to be, and then in brackets I'm going to write the price. So it's going to be groceries dot sum of the grocery price. So here, like this. So here I'm using a little lambda expression where I'm just saying create a sum, where you create the sum of every single grocery and you specifically look at the price. Now at this point we can run our application and see what we get. So there we are. We have our application. We want to go to the shopping list and we can add items to it. So let's say tomatoes, and they were $1. Let's add that. Then we add rice. Let's say it was $2.55. We got a big piece of rice, even though, well, it doesn't like my comma 55. So let's add dough for $2.55. Same price, but this time with a dot. So you see my comma was just ignored and it was just added as an total price. So now the rice price will be $255. So we got quite some rice there, maybe a ton of rice or something like that for multiple years, depending on where you're from and how much rice you eat. But yeah, overall, that's what we get. And I'm not really happy with the closing bracket. So it seems like I'm not showing the price here with the closing bracket, because this closing bracket was taken from the sum. So I need an extra closing bracket here for the user interface. So this is the part of our code where the code is being closed, and this is part of our HTML, like here. So we can run it again and then you will see that it looks a little better. So let's go over to our shopping list. Let's add rice this time, and let's say $2.55. Well, I'm super German here. We use commas to separate and not dots. And then let's use dough again. This time the dough was reduced to 189, and let's add it. And we see the total of 444 here. All right, so that's a great starting point. Now, I think you have learned quite some things about components, and we just have built our own components, our shopping list component here, where we used a data model, which is our grocery item, and we used our navigation to be able to move to the shopping list, as well as we had a beautiful combination between HTML and the CH# code, as well as we created a route that we can move to. So that's it for this video. In the next one, we're going to look into some theory. All right, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to look at the lifecycle of a component in a Blazor app. So now let's look at the stages of a component's life in Blazor. The component lifecycle begins when the component is rendered on a page. For example, it is visible for the first time. And it is destroyed when the user has moved to another page, thus all components of the current page are destroyed. During the lifetime of a component, it undergoes different changes as the user interacts with the app. These changes are controlled by the lifecycle methods. So now let's look at the lifecycle methods that we have. This is the lifecycle of a Blazor component. It looks complex when you look at it for the first time. Don't mind the complexity for now. We're going to look at when each method is executed and what it does. Before we look at what each method does, notice there are async variations of some of these methods. They are just executed in the background without blocking other methods from continuing, just like any asynchronous method in C#. So let's look at each of these methods and what they do. The first method is the setParameterAsync method. This method is executed when the parent component renders. It is used to set parameters supplied by the parent to the child component in the component's render tree. It is great for assigning default values to parameters. Next will be the onInitialized with its asynchronous variant. This method is executed when the component gets initialized. The onInitialized is called first, then onInitialized async. We can use this method to load data from the services because each control in the UI is loaded after this method. It is executed when the component is ready and when it has received the values from the parent in the render tree. It is only executed once when the component is first created, and if at a later time the component's parameters change, this method will be skipped. Let's look at the next method, the onParameterSet and its async variant. It is called immediately after the onInitialized and onInitialized async when rendered for the first time. This method is executed whenever the parent renders and supplies changed parameters to the child component. Now let's look at stateHasChanged method. This method is called after any lifecycle method has been called to notify the component that its state has changed. This is usually after user interaction with a component. It is called automatically for event callback methods and can cause components to be re-rendered when necessary. So after state has changed, we need to look at shouldRender. This method returns a Boolean value. If it returns true, the app UI is refreshed. It is not executed for the first time the component is rendered. When it returns false, the component tree is not recalculated and execution will then move to the next task. So after rendering, onAfterRender or onAfterRenderAsync is executed. This is the last method executed when the component tree is calculated. It takes in a single parameter called firstRender, which is true for only the first time the component is loaded. It can be used to perform an action such as attaching an event listener, and it requires the elements of the component to be rendered in the DOM and JavaScript interop. This pose is not a typical lifecycle method. However, to make sense of the entire lifecycle, it is useful that we understand it. It is executed for components that implement the iDisposable interface. When a component implements the iDisposable interface, Blazor executes this pose once the component is removed from the parent's render tree. And this brings together the lifecycle of a Blazor component. So now you have an idea of the lifecycle, and this will help you to understand when which method will be executed, so you will not be confused when I use them in the future projects. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. So from the introduction to the Blazor framework, we learned that Blazor apps are built using Razor components. Today we're going to explore some of the built-in components that can make development easier and faster. So let's understand more about the inbuilt or built-in components. Blazor inbuilt components have UI with embedded dynamic business logic that are already provided in the framework. There are a number of these components, with the most common one being from components like input select and input number. Navlink for specifying a link in the navigation menu, navmenu for rendering a navigation menu for our Blazor applications, page title for specifying the title of the page the user is currently viewing, and there are other inbuilt components not covered in this course. You can check out the Microsoft documentation for more. We have used some of these in our shopping list app already. For example, navlink, the component which we used to add a link to our shopping list in the application's navigation bar. So let us see how navlink was used in our shopping list application. Just as we use tags to reference custom built components, inbuilt components are framework recognizable tags. In this case, the tag navlink is automatically associated with the navigation link component and all its properties. So we're going to use another common and useful built-in component called the page title. As the name suggests, we use this to set the title of our page in the browser. To do this, we're going to add a string that will be our title in the code block. So here in the shopping list, we can go over and add the title here at the top, where I'm going to use page title. And in there, I'm going to use the title variable. So now the title variable doesn't exist because I'm using this @ sign with the title variable. So now let's create the variable. Therefore, inside of our code part here, I'm going to go ahead and set a private string title, which I'm going to call our groceries, like this. Now you see the string grocery name is complaining. Now you could assign an empty string to it, then it would stop complaining. And that's just a little thing that you can do here, obviously. So now let's run our application to see what this actually did for us. So this page title, you could call it tag, but actually it's a built-in component. So now let's go over to our shopping list. And you see here at the top, at the very top left side, the tab now has a name called our groceries. And this comes from exactly using this built-in component here. So the title that we're displaying as the page title is what we have set up in this private variable that we have down here. So this was just one example of a little built-in component. As I've said, we have used built-in components before, such as navlink. There are a bunch more, and we're going to see more over the span of the course. But for now, let's move over to the next video where we're going to look at data binding in Blazor. So in this video, we're going to look a little more into data binding in Blazor. Data binding is a technique that is used to connect UI elements with application logic. It is used to connect C# variables with HTML elements. This way they can interact complementary with various events that occur. So it is achieved using the @bind keyword. So far in this course we have used data binding. We might not have recognized it, so let's dive a bit deeper to understand it better. There are 3 ways to bind data in Blazor. So the first one is the one-way data binding method. The variable in this case is passed with the @ sign. The variable is bound to a specific HTML element in this case. When the variable value changes, the HTML element will automatically show that change. So the second one is the two-way data binding method. Here we use the bind keyword to call the variable to a specific HTML element from the UI. It is, however, not supported for all data types. It's only supported by int, datetime, enum, and bool data types. We will see more of this binding method in an example later on. So the third and last one is event binding. So here we bind an event to a method, and an event can be a button on click, and it can be a connected method in the code block to perform an action when a button is clicked. For example, it is supported for the onClick, onChange, and on input events. Alright, so now we've covered a little bit of theory. Now let's see these data binding methods in action. One-way binding will bind our properties from the add code block and help us display them in our HTML code. So the value change in the code block automatically reflects in the HTML. So let's edit our shopping list app to show this. Previously, this is how we have been calculating the total. So let's go over to our shopping list and look at the total. So here you can see how we created the total. So we're going to edit this to store our sum in a C# variable and bind it to HTML for display. To do this, we define a variable in our code here. Let's call this one private float sum. And now each time we add a grocery, so that's where this add happens, we're just going to add this to our sum. So sum is going to be plus equal grocery price at this point. And this should be on the same level as grocery name. So now the last step will be to edit the display block in our HTML to bind it to sum. So here, instead of doing the calculation directly in this lambda expression, we can just say use at sum here. This will automatically display the new value when a new item is added. And this is called one-way binding using the @ sign. To understand the concept of two-way data binding, we're going to extend our shopping list application to help shoppers convert measurement metrics. To be specific, we're going to convert kilograms to grams. To do this, let's create a routable component converter razor. This is going to be the page where we are going to put both one-way and two-way data binding to test and evaluate their differences. So let's right-click on the pages folder and create another razor component. So I'm going to call this one converter. Now that we have our component, we need to make it routable. Do you recall how we did that? Well, to make it routable, we need to add a add page here with the link where we can find it. So in quotations /converter. We're also going to add this to our converter component inside. Now we also need to add this to our nav menu because otherwise we will not be able to see this page. So let's just add this underneath our shopping list. So I'm just going to replace this with converter and actually with a lower c, and then change the title of it to converter as well. Now back in our converter component, we add two input fields. One that is going to have the kilograms and the other one having the grams. And using two-way binding, we're also going to include units for both. So here, let me create a label, which will be kg, standing for kilograms. Then we're going to have an input field, which will be of type number. So we can only enter numbers in there. And it will have the value called add kilos, like so. Then I'm going to have a span here, which will just be an equal sign separated with two empty spaces in between. And then I'm going to have another input type number with the value of grams. Okay, same thing as with the kilograms. And then I'm going to have the label assigned to it called G. Okay, G for grams. Okay, so for all of the people out there who don't talk in kilograms and grams, just use whatever metric you are using for weight if you want to. Okay, so now inside of our code, we need to prepare those two variables. So I'm going to say that I want to have kilos, which will be 1, and grams, which will be 1000. So 1 kilo is 1000 grams. So we're almost done. Now we need to add two-way data binding to what we have in order to make it more interactive. So we're going to define two properties in our code block. So here we just created the variables, but now we're going to use the properties. So how could a property for kilos look like? Well, you just go ahead and use prop, and the double tab here doesn't seem to work for me in this case. So let's type it in manually. This will be a public double kilos with a capital K, and then I can define the getter and setter. So if somebody wants to get kilos, they're going to get the kilos variable. If somebody wants to set kilos, then we will need to use the grams that we're getting, and we take the value times 1000 and the kilos value to whatever the value is that we're setting. So what we're doing is whenever somebody sets the kilos will just be the value, right? This double value here. And at the same time, we're going to override grams to be whatever the value is times 1000, because 1000 grams is 1 kilogram, kilo standing for 1000. So now the second thing will be the same as we have here, but with grams, but the other way around. So can you come up with this? I hope you tried it. So basically, I'm just going to copy and paste this because no reason for me to type everything in from scratch again. So here, this will be grams with a capital J. And if somebody wants to get it, they can get our grams variable, which will be this one up here. And if somebody sets the grams value will just be whatever the value is, and the kilos value will be the grams divided by 1000. So the value that is assigned divided by 1000. So now that we have the properties all set up, let's add two-way binding to our HTML input fields. So here you see we have the add kilos, which is not two-way binding. So if we want to use two-way binding, we're not going to assign the value like so, but we're going to use the add bind keyword here, where we assign add kilos. And this time we're using the capital K because we're talking to the property, because we want to use this getter and setter that we have set up. And now we can do the same thing for our grams here as well. So let's use bind and here add grams. All right, at this point we have achieved two-way data binding. When we run our application, however, we will see that the conversion does not happen until the input field is out of focus. So let's run our application. Let's go over to our converter and let's say we enter 2 here. You see that it's still at 1000 gram. Now let me press enter, then suddenly the change happens, or let me add 5 and it gets out of focus, then this field is also changed. So the other input field is changed. So this is because by default data binding works based on the onChange event. Because we want to have the conversion in real time as the user enters the digit, we need to introduce the concept of event binding. To do this, we're going to bind the conversion to the onInput event, and we need to set this up for both of our inputs here. So we can set the bind value add kilos with add bind value event, where we say on input. And here obviously it should be bind value event on input. All right, and now we can do the same thing for our grams. So here bind value, which will be grams, and it should be bound whenever the event, and it's just, that was a problem. It just added the code for me automatically, my IDE here, and it should happen on input as well. So there are multiple different events. onChange, for example, is the default one, and we're overriding it now with our onInput event. So now if we run this again, then we should see that it should change for us dynamically. So if I enter, you see 12 here, then it's at 12,000 grams. If I enter something like, yeah, there you see like 12, 1, 2, 3. So it will be 12 kilos and 123 grams. So you see now the change is happening directly. So we have two-way binding. So this is bound, this item here is bound to this item, but this item is at the same time bound to that item. So now we have the kilograms on the left, the grams on the right, and they're two-way bound to each other. So now that you know how to use data binding, let's look more into event handling in Blazor in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at event handling, and therefore we're going to set up our own event and we're going to trigger it manually. So it is common practice to update UIs dynamically when building web apps. These changes are triggered by events, and as a developer, you're required to handle these events. So let's look at the kind of events that are supported in Blazor. Blazor has built-in support to handle several events asynchronously. Each event has a trigger that signals when it is fired and arguments that are passed from the event to the associated method. For example, an input event will be triggered when a user input in an input field changes and it passes change event args to the handler method. A mouse click event will be triggered when a user clicks a button and the mouse event args argument can be passed to the handler method. A keyboard event will be triggered on key press passing the keyboard event args to the handler method. So we have been using event handling all this while. So to understand this, let's go back to our shopping list app. We add a grocery to our shopping list using a click of a button by binding the add grocery method to the on-click of the add grocery button. This will make a lot more sense once we get there. Lastly, we need to understand and handle event callbacks. Event callbacks form a communication channel between a child and a parent component. A parent component is notified when a child component changes by the child component exposing an event and the parent assigning a callback method to that child component's event. And we're going to understand this a lot better once we actually build this ourselves in our application. So let's set up an item that we can then use, which will be the child component, and use it inside of our shopping list, which will be the parent component. Therefore, we're going to introduce this item component and have event callbacks to update the total amount for our grocery in the shopping list. So remember, this is a shopping list. So we get to the store and find the grocery price increased, for example. We need to increase it in our shopping list too, so we can plan better next time. We shall increase it using a button click. By doing this, the child component, so the item, communicates with the parent component, so the shopping list, through an event callback when the prices increase. So let's get to refactoring. The first thing we're going to do is to create our item component inside of our shared folder. So this will be another Razor component, and it will be a non-rootable component, which means it doesn't need a root at page here at the top, for example. So let's create one and let's call this one item. So it will be not rootable, so we don't need to add page there at the top. Now that we have our component, let's begin editing it. We're going to structure how we want our grocery to be displayed and also define a grocery input parameter for this component. Essentially, the component will be used to display this grocery passed as a parameter. So we define a button that we're going to use to add 100 to the price of the grocery. So let's first of all set up our design here. So I'm going to make sure that I'm adding using, and we called it Blazor, my first Blazor app.data. So this allows me to access the grocery class. And then I'm going to set up a table row with some table data. So this is just a way to create a small table, and well, actually we will need to create a table outside of it, because this will just create a table row with some columns. So this is the row and these inside will be the columns. So the first table data item will just be a grocery item. So we don't have a grocery item yet. So let's set that up in here real quick. So therefore we're going to define a parameter. So there's this keyword parameter, which denotes the target members as a component parameter. So let's do that. This will be a public grocery item, which I'm going to call grocery item. Okay, so this will be a grocery object, so to speak, and we're going to have default setters and getters here. So this will use the grocery data class where we have a name and the price for each individual grocery item. So this will be the main parameter for our item. Now this item will use the grocery item. Let me just copy this because it doesn't help me directly. Name, And we will do the same thing. So here, table data with our grocery item dot price. So the first column will be the name, the second one will be the price, and the third one will be just a button. So here TD, and inside we're just going to add a button that will be used to add 100 to the price of the grocery. So 100 could be anything. You could even just say like 50 cents or whatever. So you can define whatever price you want. We can see and tinker it a little bit later on. But for now, what I want to do is just set it up. So we're going to use a small button here, button SM, and it should float towards the right. Okay, that's what I'm gonna design here. And then what it should say is just going to be add 100. Inside of the code, we have the parameter of our model grocery to be passed to the component for display. So we need to make changes to the shopping list component so that we are now able to use our newly created item component to display each grocery on the list. So therefore, let's go over to our shopping list. And instead of using ULs, so an unordered list with individual list items, I'm going to say I want to use a table. So here, this will just be a table with a class of table and a small table. So table SM, like so. I can get rid of this UL and I can put this for each loop into the table. But before that, I will need to have a table row with table headers. So these are just going to be the top row of any table where you have the table headers where you see what the name of this column is. So first column is going to have the name of name. The second column is going to have the name of price. And the last column is just going to be an empty column name. So this will be where our button is, because this is the table row that we want to use, the design, where we have the name, the price, and then the button. Okay, so we're using this in our shopping list as well. And then instead of using list items, we're going to use items themselves. And in general, actually, let's replace this and write it directly. So we're refactoring it. We're going to create an item where it's going to be a grocery item where we're going to pass the grocery itself. So this grocery here. And let's close this item like this. So we're now using our grocery component to display each grocery on our list. So this item now here is gonna give us grocery item and the price. And well, basically we're passing this, or we're creating a new item, passing the grocery itself, and then it uses this grocery item. So this is the parameter, right? We're now using it and displaying it inside of each and every individual item. This will make a lot more sense once we actually see it, but let's just keep on going, okay? And then I'm going to put everything together and go over it again. So now we're going to use an event callback to calculate the sum. So we go ahead and get to edit how we are going to calculate the total. In our shopping list component, our code block here lets us add the grocery so far, right? So now let's add a method that will update the total. So here, let's create a public method called update total amount. This method calculates the total amount of all groceries. So let's use the sum, which will be all groceries dot sum of all groceries. So here we're using a lambda. We're taking the price of every single one of them to get the sum. So the sum method is just a method that you can use for every list. Okay, so we're going to add our onClick event for handling a grocery so that it's no longer calculating the total sum of amounts of groceries in our add grocery method. So we can remove this line here. So we're going to use a different approach, right? Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to call our update total amount method, which is the one that we just created. So far, we have our button to increase the price of a grocery on the list, but it does nothing. So if we run this, and we should be able to see an item. Yeah, we should be able to see items, even though probably not because we didn't create any. So here, shopping list, So here we can check it out. Let's make it test. Let's add a value. Okay, so you see this is what the table now looks like. So this is the table header, another table header, a third one which is no table header. Then we have the name, the price, and then we have this add button, which currently doesn't do anything. So we're going to change that. So now let's change it inside of our item class, because that's where our item is, right? Well, it's not a class, but in the component of item, because that's where our button sits. But this button doesn't have an on-click event yet. So let's add an on-click here, where we are going to call the add price method, which we obviously have to set up. So let's create a method in here that will allow us to add the price. So private async task add price. So we're using an asynchronous task here because we want to use it in an event later on. So what it will do is it will take the price and it will increase the price by 100. So that's what the add price thingy does, this method. So we're now able to increase the price of the grocery by 100, but the total is not being calculated. To fix this, we're going to use an event callback. So we need to define a parameter called onGroceryPriceIncreased. So here, let's create another parameter, which we'll need to then pass. And here parameter, which we will need to pass from our shopping list to our item. So whenever we're creating an item, we need to pass this parameter, so to speak. So let's create a public event callback, which will get mouse event args. And I'm going to call this one onGroceryPriceIncreased, which will just have default getters and setters. So we need to define the event onGroceryPriceIncreased and attach a handler method in the shopping list, because we're now in the item, right? Let me see if I entered something incorrectly. Yeah, it's event callback with a lower b. Okay, now if we want to use an item inside of our shopping list, we need to pass the event here. Okay, because currently we don't. So let's actually use this event callback. And the event callback that we created ourselves was called onGroceryPriceIncreased. So what do we want to call once this event triggers? Well, we can say this method should be executed. So the method that we call onGroceryPriceIncreased. So currently we don't have this method, right? So we need to set it up ourselves. So let's set it up inside of our code down here. So I'm just going to create another method down here, which I'm going to call public void onGroceryPriceIncreased, which for now we'll just call the update total amount. So it will now update the total amount when this event is triggered, and we're passing this event to the item. Okay. So now we're updating the price in the handler. This is handling our event. So now one more thing to go. We need to invoke this callback method each time a user clicks the button to add to the grocery price. So in item, we had this add price method, right? Which is an asynchronous task, but we're never actually triggering our event. So here we can await our onGroceryPriceIncreased invoke as async. So this invokes the delegate associated with this binding and dispatches an event notification to the appropriate component. So we invoke the callback in the shopping list component each time the price of a grocery changes. So now at this point, it all comes together. So we have this item and we are using this item component, which we just created ourselves, a shared component that we can now use throughout all of our different pages. But we're using it specifically in our shopping list because you can see here, we are using the item keyword. So we're using our own Razor item, which is also why it's green. So this is not a HTML tag. They are blue, as you can see here. And we are passing the grocery item because if we look at an item, it has two parameters. One parameter is the grocery and the other one is the event callback of type onGroceryPriceIncreased, which is the one that we defined ourselves. So we're passing mouse event args like a mouse event would usually do. And we're using default getters and setters. And then we are invoking this event, so this onGroceryPrice increased, asynchronously inside of our addPrice method. So whenever addPrice is called, which happens once we click on this button in our application, so that's why we have this addPrice method here. Each time that happens, we are invoking this asynchronous event callback. So now in our shopping list, we need to make sure that we also pass this, right? So we're passing the onGroceryPrice increased event callback. And we need to say what we want to do once this happens inside of our shopping list. And what we want to do inside of our shopping list is we want to update the total amount. Okay, and what does that do? Well, it just takes the sum of all the groceries, the prices of all the groceries. And now if we test this, we will see one thing that I missed. And it's good that I missed it because I can show you this problem. So let me test it with a price. I'm going to add the grocery and I'm going to click on this button and you see nothing happens. So if you were super careful, you might notice the difference between this button here and this button here. And the big difference is that I forgot to use the add sign here because we're using the event callback, which gives us mouse event arcs. So we're using the add price here. And now at this point, it should run. So let's run it again. This is a very tricky error to get. So let's create a shopping list. Let's say we want to buy a new television, which costs 700 euros or dollars or whatever. And now let's increase the price. And we're going to click the add button and you see it adds the price on the TV, but also at the same time, it adds it in the total. So everything is now connected. The events are working flawlessly. And this item that we have in here, so let's create another item. So let's call it actually item and add it to the grocery. So this is an item that we have created. So this whole part here. And we defined exactly how it's looking. It's just a table row with some table data. And in the shopping list itself, that's where we say we want to have a table with the headline. So the table headers here, these are the table headers, the name and price. And for each item or for each grocery item, create an item that has this event callback that we can then use. So now everything is coming together and we have gotten quite some understanding of event handling in Blazor. So that's it for this video. See you in the next one.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at forms and validation. And forms are the most common way to capture input from a user. In this tutorial, we're going to use the inbuilt form elements in Blazor to improve our shopping list application and validate the input fields using data annotations. So the Blazor framework has the added form component that can be used to build a form. It also provides various built-in form input components like input text, input date, and so on. Let's look at the added form component. It comes with callbacks for handling form submissions. These are the onValid submit that assigns an event handler to run when valid inputs are submitted. The onInvalid submit that assigns an event handler to run when invalid inputs are submitted. And in the event handler added context, validate is called, and if it returns true, the form is considered valid and otherwise invalid. The onSubmit that assigns an event handler to run as long as the form is submitted without looking into its status. So this was a little bit of theory. Now let's get back to our application and use forms instead of input. So in our application, as you recall, we were using the input tag here. So I want to go ahead and replace this using a form instead. Therefore, we can get rid of all of those lines here. So the input can be gone. Now, instead, what we're going to use is an added form. This added form needs to be assigned a model. And this model Well, in our case, we can go ahead and use a grocery item. So here I'm going to create a private grocery and it will be called grocery. So it will not be called grocery item or so, but this will just be a new grocery object. So now we can use this grocery for our model here. So here add grocery can be used, and we need to say what should happen on submit. So here I'm going to say add grocery should be called. And now we can say what should be part of this edit form. So I'm going to use a p tag here in which I'm going to have a label, which will be name, and then I'm going to have an input text, which I'm going to bind the value of. So binds the provided expression to the value property and the change event delegate to the value change property of the component. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bind the grocery dot name. So this will be the name input field. And now we can go ahead and do the same thing for our price. So let me just copy this paragraph, put it underneath, and this one will be the price. So the bind value now will be grocery.price. And now finally I'm going to have a button underneath, which will be of type submit. So here submit, like so. And then we can say what should be the text of the button. So here add grocery button. So now we need to make changes to our add grocery method. So here, and now you will notice that just copying text didn't work here, because you see that price is of type float, but it cannot be converted into string. So that's what needs to be changed here for the input number, because we're going to use numbers here instead of a text for the price. Okay, now we need to make a change to our add grocery here. So the thing is, we need to make sure that we validate the right object. And here before we just created a new grocery item. Now instead, what we can do is we can just go ahead and pass in the grocery that we have, and then we can replace grocery to just be a new grocery, so which doesn't have any values assigned, or it uses the default values. All right, so now we've been able to add our form successfully. However, the beauty of using a form is that we can validate the form based on the model before submitting it to the backend. This means we do not have to manually write logic to validate the price and name of grocery in our backend. Sounds interesting, right? So to achieve this, we need to set up the data annotations for our name and price properties in our grocery model. So let's do that now. Therefore, we need to go over to our grocery class here, and we need to import the data annotations. So here at the top, let's add a namespace using system.componentModel.data annotations. And actually, let me put that on top of the namespace because that's where it belongs. Then we added our model by adding validations to the properties. So the validations are added by using annotations, and we can also specify a custom error message when the validation fails. So we can now define that, for example, the name is required. And also we can define how we want to validate and which message we want to display. So for example, I can say only a string length of 15 is going to be accepted, and the error message is going to be something like name should be less than 15 characters. So these are the settings that we have for the name. Now let's do the same thing for price, where we say the price will also be required, and we're going to set a range here. So we will have a range for our price where we say it should be a value between 1 and 10,000, and otherwise we're going to display an error message. So here error message, which should be valid price range is 1 to 10,000. Now at this point, we need to make a few changes to our shopping list component. This one over here. In the form that we added, we need to enable data annotations validation. So when validation fails, we also need to show the user the error message appropriately of the fields failing validation. So we're going to add to our form some lines, which means that here at the top of the added form, I'm going to add the data annotations validator as well as a validation summary. So this displays a list of validation message from a cascaded added context. And the data annotation validator adds data annotations validation support to an added context. So this just means that we will see the error messages at the beginning of the added form, which will be on top of this paragraph here. Finally, we can go ahead and add our grocery here. So we need to make a change to the groceries here, where before that we were checking if the string is null or white space, and in this case the grocery name and grocery price, but we don't need to do this check anymore. What we can do instead now is we can just add the groceries. So here, or the grocery, the individual one. So let's add this grocery to our groceries and make sure that we create a new grocery object, or we reset the grocery object to a new object. So this method will now look less convoluted because we have outsourced this check. We don't need to do this check manually anymore. It has been done directly by the input text. Using these two lines, it allowed us to also make sure that we display the error messages. All right, now let's test this and let's force some errors here. So this will be a super long item name, for example. Okay, so now once I move over to the next line, you see name should be less than 15 characters. Or if I go to price, you can see if I go to a negative price or to a price of 0, I get this other error here as well. Only once the price is higher. You see when I change the value here, there is also an event being triggered. So if I just enter a value, there is no event triggered. Only once I either change the focus or press enter. Well, in this case, you see even pressing enter, we did do the check, but it still ignored it once we clicked on the add button. But overall, you see that we can now force this error by, for example, using negative values or using values that are out of the range. Like so, this is still out of range. Only once we get back into range, the error will disappear. And this is what these two lines allow us to do. So we have a data annotations validator, and the validation summary is what actually displays the error that we have defined for an individual item inside of the data class that we called grocery. Okay, so that's it for this video. Now you have seen how to use forms and validations. In the next video, we're going to look at layouts. All right, welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at layouts in Blazor. So what are layouts in Blazor? Blazor layouts are components that can be reused across different pages in the app while only modifying their contents. A layout in the Blazor framework is a Blazor component that has two special aspects. It inherits from the layout component base, and it adds the add body property to hold the content to be rendered. This add body property is a razor keyword, so during rendering it is replaced by the contents of the layout. When we create a Blazor app from the Blazor project template, we get a main layout component created for us. This is the default layout for our application. It is available throughout the app and can be applied to components that do not explicitly use the add layout directive to specify the layout to use. To understand the layout directive and more of how layouts work, let us head over to our shopping list project and build a custom layout ourselves. So we are going to create a shopping list layout and apply this to our app to show the current date instead of having a link to the about page. So now let's go ahead and right click on the shared folder, and here let's add a component. We're going to call it shopping list layout. As usual, we get the boilerplate code here, and we need to specify that this component is a layout component by specifying that it inherits from the layout component base. So here, at inherits layout component base. Now let's embed our own HTML that will be shared by any page that uses this layout. For this layout, we are going to add today's date and a footer to our list page. Let's now define our layout. So therefore, I'm going to start with a header here. This is an HTML tag. And here I'm just going to have an H1, which is going to say our list. Then I'm going to have the navigation. So here nav. And not nav link, but actually nav. This keyword exists as well. And now inside of the nav keyword, I want to have my links. So here I'm going to use A, and Visual Studio constantly wants to help me out, but sometimes it's just in the way. That just happens. And this will just be the home page. Then let's create another one. We go ahead and paste this twice. Then we will have the counter, which will be our counter page. And then we will have the converter page, which will go to the converter page, which is this one here. Okay, the converter and the counter razor, the pages that we had created earlier. Now we will have some content. So here I'm going to have a div, and here I will display today's date. So at today dot to string, and then we need to define how the string should be. So dd, then day, and this should still be part of the string here. And month, year, and actually with lower letters. So here we're just using a certain format for how we want to display a date. So now this today obviously needs to be a date time object. Therefore, we need to create this. So let's go ahead and create a date time object, which I'm going to call today. And this will just be using the datetime class to give us the date today property. So just gets me the current date like this. And now we can use the today property, and this should be our variable to string, actually with a capital T. All right. Now after this content, I want to have the body of the page. So here I'm just going to use the add body. So here we specify where the content of the page that uses this layout will be rendered. So this will be the body. And then I'm going to have a footer. And here I'm just going to use a variable that I will set up in a bit, which I'm going to call footer message. Okay, so let's set this message up inside of our code. So this will be a property, which will be a string, and it will be called footer message. And by default, I'm going to set that to great shopping. And now we can use this shopping list layout that we had set up for our actual shopping list. So here we need to define that we're going to use the layout called shopping list layout, like so. Now let's run this and see what happened to our page. So let's go over to our shopping list, and there we are. So you see, now we are using a very different design. We're not using the default design, which was this one. Obviously it looks a lot better, but it's really about the concept and the idea of how to build it. And here you see, we have our list as the header. Then we have our own navigation here with home, counter, converter. Then we have the date. Today is Monday, the 7th of February. We have the shopping list title. And then this is where the content of the website starts. It goes all the way down to here. And then we have the footer, which just says great shopping here at the bottom. So let's look at this real quick again. So we are using this layout inside of our shopping list. So the shopping list itself is a page, and we are using it as the content, as the body, so to speak. So everything that is in here is going to be put in here where this add body is positioned. And we're saying that this page inherits from layout component base, which now allows us to create this layout that we can then use directly inside of a page or assign it to a page where the page itself will then be put as the body. Okay, so everything else is now defined here where we have our header, we have our nav, our div, and our footer. And just between the div where we display the date and the footer, that's where we have our content, so our body. So this gave you an idea of how to use layouts in Blazor. Now let's go ahead and look at CSS isolation in the next video. In the previous lectures, we have worked with HTML elements only. We know how CSS is a very important aspect of improving UIs in web apps. To understand how to add CSS in Blazor, we need to first look at the CSS isolation phenomenon. So let's dive in. CSS isolation is a way of separating CSS styles for individual components, pages, or app views to majorly avoid two things: styling conflicts in the nested components and dependency conflicts in global styles. This helps us to manage dependencies better, allows us to use CSS files for specific components in our app, and improves the overall workflow of applying CSS to multiple components. So let us look at how to isolate CSS in ASP.NET Core. CSS isolation is enabled when a razor.css file of the same name as the component is created in the same folder as the component. This is called a scope CSS file. The CSS in this file will only apply to that component. At runtime, Blazor rewrites the CSS selectors to match markup rendered by the component and then loaded as static assets in the appname.style.css file referenced in the tag of the host file. This is known as CSS isolation bundling. The rewritten file is loaded as a static asset in the appname.style.css. This file is referenced in the host file to apply styling to respective components. So let's explore the part child component relationship in Blazor CSS. If you have not noticed, the CSS by default is applied only to the parent component. To apply changes to the child component, we use the deep combinator. This will apply the changes to any components that are children of the parent component in the generated scope identifier. Now let us head over to our shopping list app and add CSS using what we have just explored. So in the last lecture, we built a simple layout. The layout did not have any styles attached to it. In this lecture, we're going to fix that using CSS isolation. To define a style sheet for our layout, we need to create a Razor CSS file matching the name of our layout in the same folder. So the Razor CSS file is the scoped CSS file. For our shopping list layout Razor file, which was this one down here, we create a file named shopping list Razor CSS in the same shared folder. So the name needs to be the same, but it needs to have the CSS assigned to it. So right click on the shared folder and then add a new item, give it the name of shopping list razor.css, and here we need to select CSS. So you see you have style sheet as an option here, which is a cascading style sheet CSS used for rich HTML style definitions. So let's add that, and there we are. So now all of these CSS that we're going to define here will only be applied to this layout component, which means to the shopping list layout Razor file. We're going to define a layout to have a sidebar that will reuse the existing navigation component header, body, and footer. We will then define a grid system in our CSS to easily come up with this. For easy distinction of these parts of our layout, we're going to use different background colors for each of these. So in our shopping list Razor component, we're going to add divs for our header, our sidebar, content, and footer. So instead of using the header keyword, I'm just going to use a div here, which will have the class of layout. And then inside here, I'm going to have a div dot class, which will have the header class name assigned to it. So basically we have this bigger class, which will just be a div. We can delete this line here and replace it with the div. So basically I want to have this div, which will be the entire layout, and then I want to have all of the other content inside of it. So first a header, then underneath I'm going to have the navigation, which I'm going to call sidebar. So this will be another div, which will have the class of sidebar. And this div should be closed at one point. So I'm going to close it down here. And these three links, they should be inside of this sidebar class. Then I'm going to have content. And by the way, let's put this h1 into the header. And then I'm going to have another div, which will have the class of content. Okay, and let's close this div. And now this content should be our body. So let me get rid of unnecessary divs. It's going to be this body here. Let me put that in there. That's our content. And let's actually put it into a paragraph. And as you see, Visual Studio wants to force me to use some C# classes there, or .NET classes. So then I will also need a footer. So let's create another div called footer, or give it the class of footer. It's not going to be the name of this div, but in there I'm just going to have the footer as we had. So let me just collect this footer and put it into the footer, and then make sure that these lines are properly aligned. Okay, now where do we put this to string? Actually, this should go into the header where we had our list h1 name. We can have it in there, but we can also get rid of it. That's fine. So now let's see if we have anything unnecessary. So basically we're just rebuilding our application here, rewriting the code so that we can now use our CSS file here, which will be only specifically working for our shopping list layout. And let's just go ahead. So what we're going to need here is not really the body, because we're not using the body class, but we're using the header class. So here, for example, let's have a grid area, which I'm going to set to HD, then a background color, which I'm going to set to this value here. Then the text color itself will be white. And then finally, I'm going to add a padding of 2%. By the way, this grid area HD, this HD stands for header. Okay, so in case you were wondering. Okay, now let's go ahead and set up the footer class as well. So here I'm going to create a footer class where I'm going to have the footer grid area. So the footer grid area is FT. Then I'm going to say that the content should be flexed. So flex the display. Then the direction of the flex should be a row. I want to have the same background color as I had before. So let me put that in there. Then I'm going to also have a white color and 2% padding here. So let me add that here. And I'm going to also add another property, which will be justify content. And we're going to center it. In case you're wondering about any of the keywords that I'm using, you can check them out here as well in the developer.mozilla.org documentation. So here the flex direction is a property, sets how flex items are placed in the flex container, defining the main axis and the direction, normal or reversed. So in a row, we're just saying if items are in there, we want to put them one right next to the next one. So the first item to the left, the second one right to it, and the third one to the right of the second one. And then if you're wondering what justify content is, the property defines how the browser distributes space between and around content items along the main axis of a flex container and the inline axis of a grid container. So here you can see we're justifying content start would be where items are put towards the left center, where all of them are put towards the center. If there's not enough space, you can see here, not all 3 items fit into one row. So the third item, which would be on the right hand side, is pushed to the next row, and this is how it looks like when we are centering it. So we're justifying the content towards the center. Space between is what you could get here. You see, still starting at the left, but then yeah, you can just play around with those values and see which one you like most. But we're going to use the one that I just showed you. Okay, so we're using center for the footer. Then we need to have a content class where we're going to define how the content should be. And I'm going to use the grid area of main. So the content will be the main area. Then I'm going to use 2% padding. And for the content, I'm going to set the background color to a different one. Okay, so the background color should be #34ACE0. This is just to demonstrate the difference between footer, header, and content. And then I'm going to have a sidebar class as we have defined it in HTML. We want to use it, right? So here we want to define how the sidebar should look like. And the sidebar should have the grid area of SD. Okay, so this is for the sidebar. And the background color here, I'm going to use again another background color. So 273C75 is the one that I'm going to use here. And finally, we have our layout here at the very top. So this is where we can define how the layout of our entire page is going to look like. And not the entire page as such, but the shopping list layouts page, which is actually the entire page. Yeah. So here, the layout, I'm going to say that I want to display items in a grid. Then I will have to define the columns. So how should the template columns look like? And I'm just going to say that I want to repeat after 9(1)fr. So in case you were wondering what this repeat keyword does, well, it represents a repeated fragment of the track list, allowing a large number of columns that exhibit a recurring pattern to be written in a more compact form. So basically just allowing us to style our page, having a repetitive grid pattern, so to speak. Now we need to also add grid auto rows. So specifies the size, and I'm going to use min max here of auto and auto. So it will automatically scale the page. And then finally, I need to define the grid template areas. So we saw the grid template areas earlier where we had set them here to SD, for example. But we also can use a grid template area. So not just a grid area, but a grid template area where we now define how it looks. And this is inside of a string. So I'm going to define my 9 columns here to be SD, 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 then HD, 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 HD. So in total, we should have 9 values here because we said repeat 9(1)fr. So 9 columns, so to speak. And then in the second row, I want to have SD, 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 and then main content, main content, main content, another main, and another main. So in total, it should be 9 again. So we have 3 plus 6. That's good. And then finally, we have the SD, is the sidebar, by the way. So here, this grid area SD. And then we're saying we want to have the footer, 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 and footer. I think 1 is too many. Yeah. So 6 in total, 6 footers. So this will be the layout of our application. So at this point, let's just run it and see what we're gonna get. So let's go over to our shopping list, and there you are. So you see, this is what we're getting. We have the different areas with different colors. So this is the sidebar, which has this dark bluish color. We have the header with the, well, still dark blue, but the different blue, then the lighter blue in the center here, which is the body of our content, and then we have the footer. Okay, so now I would like to make a little change because I'm not happy with the navigation here. And by the way, just quickly before I go there, let's look at this once again, because what we have here is, you see, 3 columns, which is the sidebar. Then we have 6 columns for the header, as well as 6 mains or 6 columns for our body, the content, so to speak. And then finally, we have the same thing as well for the header, for the footer as well. So 3 and 6. So now let's change the navigation, which means we need to go over to our shopping list Razor file. And here, this is how I did the links or the sidebar. And instead, I would like to use a nav menu here. And let's just use it like this. And let's rerun it to see the difference. So let's jump over to the shopping list, and there we are. So now we have our nav menu. We don't have it in the format that we had before, but it's the same nav menu that we had on our main page. At least from a general point of view, we redesigned it, however, as you saw. So let's look at this. We see we have home, counter, fetch data, shopping list, and converter. And it's a little wider, you can see, as well as it has a different color. But overall, it's the same order, the same width, and so forth. So we only changed a couple of things, but the rest stayed as it was. So yeah, that's pretty much what we have built here. And it doesn't look great yet, as you see, like there is, for example, this difference between the two. But this is just something that we can very easily manage when designing the page properly. We're really focusing on the functionality for now. So that's it for this video. In the next one, we're going to look at calling a web API. In this video, you are going to learn how to upload a file in Blazor from scratch. Therefore, we're going to create a new Visual Studio project. And this time we're not going to use the WebAssembly app, but we're going to use the Blazor server app template, which is a project template for creating a Blazor server app that runs server-side inside an ASP.NET Core app and handles user interactions over a single R connection. So let's call this one file upload. And let's keep .NET 6 as the selected framework and click on create. Now the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to make changes to the index page. So this index Razor page. Currently you see it has a page title, it says hello world and welcome to our new app. So let's just run this real quick to see what's up with this application. And there we are, we have this hello world page, then we have a counter as well as the fetch data application. So it's pretty similar to what we have seen in WebAssembly. So now we can actually get rid of all of this because we're not going to use it. We will keep, however, this add page, which facilitates the routing to this particular page. In this case, it's the index page, so you have a slash in there and nothing else. Let's design this page real quick. So I'm just going to use a col6, which means it's going to take 6 columns of width for this div, which basically is half of the page because 12 columns is the entire page. And then I'm going to have an h1, so a header, which is going to say file upload in Blazor. After that, we're going to have a div here, which is going to be a form group. So this will be called form group. And what form group does is it just says that everything that is inside of this div that allows me to enter a form is going to be inside of the same group. So I'm going to use the input file component here. So a component that wraps the HTML file input element and supplies a stream for each file's content. So that's exactly what we want. And then there is this event that is called onChange, and we can say what we want to do once we have a change in the file that was selected. And I'm going to create a method later on, which I'm going to call onInputFileChange. So when the file change happens, and then I'm going to say that this should allow multiple selections. So if you want to get rid of this error here, you can just go ahead and add the code. So add code and then create a method, which will be a private void onInputFileChange method here, which for now I'm just going to leave empty. We're going to override it later on. Okay, now what else do we want to have in this input? Well, we want to have a button. So here, let's create a button, which is going to have the class of button, as well as that it's a small button, so BT and SM, as well as it should be green, so it's going to be the button success class. So this allows it to be green, so to speak. Okay, now this button should also have a type. So we need to add the button type so that our input form group understands that this is what the button is going to handle. And then we can add an onClick event here as well. So what should happen once we click on it? well, then we want to upload files, because we're not uploading one file, but multiple files. And then we can add the content of this. So what should be the content of this button? Well, it should say something like upload. Okay, now this upload files method doesn't exist either, but when we want to do something that is going to take a while, we should do it asynchronously. So let's create another function here. This one will be private async task, and I'm going to call it upload files. So we're going to later on handle the logic, but generally speaking, this is what we need. We need an async task upload files. So this runs asynchronously. Okay, so what else do I want to have on this page? Well, for me, I'm actually going to add a line break still inside of this form, so that we have a little bit of distance here, as well as another line break underneath the form and a label. So I'm just going to add a label here, which is going to use a variable that we need to set up, which I'm going to call label text. So let's create this variable, which will then display the label text here. So private string label text, which will be an empty string for now. Okay, and then we can have another line break so that we have a bit of distance towards the bottom as well. We could handle this via classes and CSS and so forth, but we can also just use HTML line breaks for a little bit of margin here. Okay, so now we have the UI figured out. Now let's take care of the actual logic. Next, we're going to need a list that holds our selected files. So we can use this interface called iReadOnly list. This one here. So represents a read-only collection of elements that can be accessed by index. Okay, let's use that. And we're going to use the iBrowser file, which is an interface that represents the data of a file selected from an input file component. All right, cool. Let's do that. And let's give it a name. I'm going to call this one selected files. So this is the input file component that we're using, right? And that's why we use the iBrowser file, because you see that it represents the data of a selected file from the input file component. This is the component here, if you were wondering what this means. So now let's implement our onChange method, this one here, on input file change. So what do we want to do in there? Well, this method will take in the input file change arguments that contain a list of the files selected. So here, input file change event args, this one here, supplies information about an input file on change event being raised. Okay, that's great. So let's use this. And if you look at it, we can see that this input file on change, this will raise this event, input file change event args, and it will pass it to our on input file change. So now we can go ahead and set our selected files to be a new list, first of all, of iBrowser file. And then we can go ahead and set the selected files to be e.get multiple files. So we get the multiple files from this event, which is the input file change event args type. All right, so now we are left with one thing, and that is to upload the files we have stored in our selected files variable here to a location on the server. So let's create a server that can upload a file and use it to upload each file in our list. We're going to create a folder and name it services. So let's go over to our project, and here on the root level, let's add a folder like so and call this one services. And in here, we're going to create a new class. So let's call this class file upload.cs. All right, now inside of this file upload class, or inside of this file, let's create an interface. So public interface, and I like the name almost. Well, iFile upload service would probably be a good name. I'm just going to call it iFile upload, but service would be great as well. And inside of it, I'm going to set up a task, which will just have a method name of upload file. and we need to pass in an iBrowser file. So iBrowser file, which I'm going to call file. And this iBrowser file exists inside of this components forms namespace. So using Microsoft ASP.NET Core Components forms needs to be added. So we're using task to support asynchronous calls to this method to allow parallel uploads. Now let us write a service to implement this interface and write the logic to upload our file. We're going to define a constructor to our file upload service with two parameters injected by dependency injection. So inside of our file upload class, which by the way needs to inherit from file upload, we will need, well, as you see, implement the members like this upload file. We're going to take care of this in a bit, but first let's set up the two parameters injected by dependency injection. So the first one will be an iWebhost environment, which I'm just going to call _webhost environment. And then I'm going to have another private read-only variable here, which will be an iLogger. So you can see the IDE is already quite smart about it. So I'm going to use an iLogger here, where we need to specify the out, of which it will be an upload here. And let's call it logger, _logger to be precise. So on the creation of the file upload class, we shall inject the web hosting environment in the logger object. The web host environment contains information about the environment the app is running in, like file location, and the logger object will be used to log info like errors, warnings, and so forth. So let's create the constructor, public file upload. And here I need to, well, the IDE was faster than I was. So here a web host environment as well as an iLogger. And this will be also with the out of file upload. And it's going to be the logger. Okay, let me put this into 2 lines so it's a little more readable. So this file uploader will just set the logger to be the logger and the web host environment to be the web host environment. Now let's take care of our upload file method. Now you can use it like so, but we can also make it public async task and instead just call upload file like this. This will also be fine and it will follow my structure that I prefer. So now we need to first check if file is not null. Okay, so only do this if file is not null. And then what we're going to try, because this can go wrong, right? We're working with file uploads and so forth. So this can go wrong. Let's use a catch statement here as well with an exception, which is just going to use the logger to log the error. So log error, and it's going to use the exception and make it a string. Okay, so now what do we want to try here? Well, we want to, first of all, have the upload path. So where should we upload this file or these files? So the upload path will be path combine web host environment dot web root path, and then we need to say what the name should be. Okay, so I'm going to not use file name directly. I'm going to put in between my uploads name here, like so. Because this combine method, you see it has multiple overloads. So it's going to use the string path 1, which is this web host environment web root path, then string path 2, which is my upload keyword, and then string path 3, which is the actual file name. Okay, now that we have the upload path, let's open a file stream. So we're going to use the using keyword, which is going to be our using statement. So I'm going to use the tabbed key twice, even though that doesn't add too much code for me. So the stream will be our file.openReadStream. Okay, so there's this method that opens a reading stream. And then we need to have a file stream variable, which will use the file class's method called create. And here we need to pass the upload path. So I'm going to pass my upload path in here, as well as await the file stream to copy to async. And actually it says file stream, but I don't want to use the file stream itself here, but I want to use the stream to then pass the file stream here. So the IDE had it the other way around. So I'm using my open read stream, and then I'm passing my file stream. So we are basically reading the file from the local path and write to the upload path. And now we need to close the file stream. So file stream, close. So from the code that we've just written, we are using an uploads folder path on the server in our upload method. We need to create this folder, in our case in the www root folder. So right click in here and add a new folder and name it uploads to store the files uploaded to the server. Now we need to use our service on our upload page. We have to set up an import for our service namespace in our file upload page to enable us to access it. Which means we need to go back to our index Razor, which is where we are going to do all of our action. And here I'm going to make sure that we are using file upload.services. And we need to inject our file or iFile upload that we created. So let's call it file upload. So this allows us to access the file upload service. And here we're injecting the service itself into our page so as to be able to access the upload method in our service. But hold up a second. We're injecting a service who did not register in our dependency injection container. Let's quickly fix that. Therefore, we need to go over to our program CS file. And here we need to register our scoped service to upload files. So let's add it here. Let's add builder services and not add Razor pages, but add scoped. And here iFile upload and file upload. And this here is our file upload. So this only works if we are adding our using file upload services, which are our own services that we created, right? So the services folder with the file upload class. So we are registering our service by adding a scoped service to our program CS file. Okay. Okay, and now at this point we can safely use our service on our upload page. So before we run this, we need to create a file upload method on our file upload page to loop through the list of files we have and upload each of them individually. So here we have this upload files task that we created earlier. So we need to make sure that we use a try and catch block around it because things could go wrong. So let's use a catch with a default exception here. And what we can do is we can use the label text here to display the error if one occurs. So we could say something like upload failed due to, and then displaying the message text. So the error or exception message text here. Okay, now what do we want to try? Well, we will check if the selected files is not null and the selected files amount or count is greater than 0. If that's the case, then we want to go through each of the files. So for each var file in selected files, so we go through all of the selected files that the user has selected, and then we're going to use our file upload dot upload file method passing the individual file. So that's what we needed this file upload for, which we are injecting here at the top, if you recall. Okay, now let's make sure that that happens. And once we're done with this, uploading everything, we're going to set the label text to be something like label text upload of selected, well, let's actually use selected files that count, and not concat, but count. Amount of files was successful. Okay, so that should be pretty much it. Let me see if we missed anything. And now before we test this, I realized that I had a small mistake in my naming here. So the upload path was uploads, and I used upload without S. So here it's important that we have the same name here as we have for the folder inside of our www root. So this www root is what we have here. So this web host environment web root path. So this is our web root path, this folder here. Then we say it's inside of uploads. So it's going to be this here, this folder, and then we give it a file name, or we add the file name to it. So now at this point, let's run the application and see if it's going to work out. So there we are. We can now select files. I created 2 test files, just simple empty text files. So let me select one. You see, it worked to select one. Let me select multiple files and click on OK or on open. And now you see I have 2 files selected, and I can now click on upload. And I get this message saying upload of 2 files successful. So now if we look at our Solution Explorer, we will see that we have 2 files inside of our uploads folder, test file 1 and test file 2. So they have been added there just to test if this is going to work again with a 3rd test file. So let's go ahead and select another 3rd file. Let's create a text document, which I'm going to call test file 3 txt. Let's select this one and let's upload the file. And now let's check our Solution Explorer, go to uploads, and we see we have the 3rd file here as well, which is an empty text file, but that doesn't matter because it was really just about how to upload something. Now we could obviously deploy our application on Azure, for example, and this upload folder would be directly on the server. In our case, we're faking it and our PC itself is the server. But everything else is pretty much set up so that this would flawlessly work. All right, so there we are for this video. In the next one, we're going to look at how to work with images. So welcome back. In this video, we are going to add on our previous lecture, and there we were able to upload files, right? And now let's go ahead and adjust this so that we see a progress bar when we are uploading multiple files, as well as add a preview if we are talking about images. So if we are uploading images, we should see a preview of those images before we then upload them. So let's have a look at how to implement all of that. Therefore, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to set up variables in here inside of my code that I can then use in order to, for example, display the progress. So I'm going to create a Boolean here, which is gonna be called display progress, which will just let me know whether we should display the progress bar or not, because once we're done, we don't want to display the progress bar anymore. And then I'm going to also need a variable that will store how far we are in terms of the progress. So I'm going to call this one progress %. Now inside of our div here, so inside of the user interface part, I will need to have a progress bar, and I'm going to put it underneath my input and button here. So underneath this line break that we have, I'm going to add a little bit of code. So the code that I'm going to use here is going to be there to create a CSS class dynamically. So we're going to create this CSS class called progress plus the display progress, checking whether it's true or not. And if it is true, then we're going to just say progress. And otherwise, we're going to call this progress d none. Okay, so this will be the name of the CSS class. Okay, and then I'm going to have another one, which I'm going to call progress with style, which will be the progress in %. So progress %, this one, plus a % sign. because progress percent is an integer, it will just be converted into a string for us here dynamically or automatically. So now we can use these two classes that we've just set up here in order to use them inside of our divs. So I'm going to create this div here, which will have the class that I called progress CSS. So it will be whatever this display progress is going to be. So this is a Boolean, right? It will be either true or false. If it's true, it's going to be just progress without anything. And if it's false, it's going to be progress d_none. So it's going to be progress plus this d_none thing. Okay, and then I'm going to use this for this div here. And what I'm going to just say is that I want to display a progress bar. So let's create another div here. Let's just do it like this and then give it the class name here. So the class name will be progress bar. This will just make it look like a progress bar. I'm going to give it the role of a progress bar, and I'm going to give it a style where I'm defining the width to be at progress with style. Okay, let me put this into the next line so that it's a little more readable. And I'm going to also add the area value now to be at progress percent. So what does all of this mean? What's going on in here inside of all of this code? So basically we're creating this div that we want to make sure that we're displaying it or not. Then inside of it, we have another div, which is just going to be a progress bar. We are styling it dynamically. We're saying, okay, we want to give it a certain width, and the width will be the progress percent. And then we're saying that the actual value of this progress bar should be the progress percent. So if we're at 50%, for example, then 50% of the progress bar should be filled. The other part should not be filled. So that's pretty much what we're doing here. Now we can also add some more parameters here for this progress bar, and I'm going to do that here. So here area min value should be 0, and the area max value should be 100, because we're talking about percent, right? And percent means of 100. That's like the Roman translation. So per of and cent 100. So percent, that's how the word comes together. So then that's pretty much it. So we have this area min value and max value defined now, and then we can make sure that inside of upload files we are actually adjusting those values, because we need to set this value of display progress to false or true, and this progress percent to an integer value. So where would be a good time to do that? Well, I would say we're going to do it inside of this for each loop for updating however many items we have uploaded. But therefore we need to have a variable that will track how many items we have uploaded. And once we have selected files, so selected files is not null and it's greater than 0, then we can say that we want to set display progress to true, because then we are going to go ahead and upload something, right? And then for each of the files that we have selected, we are uploading the file. And once this is done, so we're awaiting the finishing of this upload file method, so the execution of it, we're just going to say that we uploaded more files. So uploaded plus plus, so we'll increment by 1. And then at the same time, we can make changes to the progress percent. So here, the progress percent should just be however many uploaded files we have divided by the amount of selected files. So selected files.count. Now the problem with this is that we're dividing integers through each other. So count is an integer, right? And uploaded is an integer. So if you divide 1 by 2, for example, then you will get the result of 0.5. And 0.5 as an integer is 0. So it just cuts off whatever is after the decimal point. In order to make sure that we are actually storing a percentage, we need to make sure that we, first of all, multiply whatever is calculated here with 100, and then we can convert it into an integer. So we are surrounding this with brackets, and we convert this entire line into an integer. And this will then in the end give me a proper value that will be between 1 and 100. Okay, now we just need to make sure that once we are done uploading everything, which happens in this for each loop, right? The actual upload happens here. We can go ahead and set the display progress to be false again, because we don't want to display the progress once we are done. Now, I'm going to comment this line out for now, because otherwise I will not be able to demonstrate what I want to show you. So let's quickly run this and let's select 2 files inside of our application. So I have 2 screenshots here. I'm going to just use those. And let's click on update or upload. And you see that this is the progress bar that we have. And it was filling up all the way to 100%. And now we're done. Now you can make this nicer by adding another line break before displaying the progress bar. Actually, we do have a line break, so maybe we add another one and we can test whether this is going to look better. But overall, you see, we have this progress bar. Now, I can obviously make it disappear by setting display progress bar to false. And the problem now will be that this is just going to be too fast. So there's nothing to see there. So let's select those 2 files again and upload them. And you see, like, it happens super fast. So now we have the problem, as we saw, that this is too fast. We could now, of course, add thread.sleep once we are done with the process of, let's say, 1000 milliseconds. And then once we are done uploading, the progress bar will still stay there for a bit. So let's select those 2 images, upload them. Well, it was there for a bit, but it really didn't help too much. But yeah, this will be a lot more valuable once you are actually uploading items to a server, and if you're uploading a bunch of items to a server. Because what we can see is we do have them inside of our upload. So those 2 Epic Pen screenshots that I created, they are both here inside of our uploads where we uploaded them, and it always replaces the files that we had selected before. Okay, so that is this part. Now, in the next video, we're going to look at the part where we will see a little preview of whatever images we have selected. So see you there.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Welcome back. So now it's time to add a little preview of the images that we have selected. And therefore, we need to make a few changes. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to create a list of preview images. So let's go ahead inside of the code of our index razor file, inside of this code block here. I'm going to create a private list, and actually an a list that is going to be of type string, and it's going to have the preview images in it. So this will be a new list of strings. And what is this I list? Well, representing a collection of objects that can be individually accessed by index. So this will just hold the URLs, so the location of the images where we have them. And in the server, it would be a URL. In our case, it's going to be the location on our PC, which is the uploads folder with the name of the file itself. That's what's going to be stored in the string. So just the path, so to speak, where this image is. So we will only want to preview these images if they are, like if this list is not empty. So only if preview images count is not empty, we want to display it. So let's put it inside of our user interface as well. And I would say, let's just put it all the way down here. So under this call6 div, so at the very bottom. We can change that later if we're not happy with the position, but let's just go ahead and do it this way. So I'm going to use an add if here, which means I'm going to use code here, where I'm checking my preview images .count. And if that is greater than 0, I know that there are images to be displayed or previews to be displayed, preview images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a header here, header 3, which is going to be called selected files. And then underneath, I'm going to have my cards So the div card, so this will be a class called card, and you will see how this is going to look like later on. And then inside of this div, that's where I want to have my row with aligned items, so that are going to be aligned to the left hand side. So let's look at this. Div class is going to be row and align items start, which means align them to the left. All right, and now what is going to be inside of this div? Well, that's where we are using our code again, where we're using this for each loop, where we're going through every single item or image inside of our preview images. And we're going to create a new div item for it, where we are going to display the image itself. So here, let's give this div a class. I'm going to say that an image is going to have the width of 2 columns, so we can fit up to 6 images next to each other. And then let's close this div as well, and let's say what we want to have inside of this div. And that's where I'm going to display the image itself. So I'm going to use the class of rounded image, or like just rounded is the name. This will be just a rounded image, and it's going to float towards the left hand side. Then the source of that image file that we want to display will be add item. So this item source, which if you look at preview images is strings, right? So a list of strings. So this item will just be a string of where that image is. And I'm going to design its width to be 100 and height to also be 100. So it's going to be 100 pixels in both directions. So now we just need to close this image here at the very end. Otherwise we're going to get an error here. Okay, so this will give us our rounded images for each item that we have inside of our preview images. And inside of our preview images, that's where we now need to put all of our items that we have uploaded, if they are images. So we need to update our list here with items. So we need to fill it with items. So in order to achieve this, we need to make a change to our onInput file change method to be able to generate a URL for each file and add it to our preview images. So I'm just going to take those selected files and go through a for each loop here. So for each, where I'm going to say file in our collection called selected files. And what is going to happen with them, where I'm going to create an image URL based on it, which we will now need to design. So here we need to design a method that can generate a preview URL based on the file that we have created. Therefore, we will need to go over to our file upload class, and we need to make sure that we create a task that allows us to load the preview. So to give us a preview URL. So let's use our service, so this file upload service, to create another task here in this interface, which I'm going to use a result of string, and I'm going to call it generate preview URL. And it will require an iBrowser file as the parameter here. Okay, now iFile upload needs to implement the member, implement remaining members explicitly. So now it will implement this task for us. So now let's implement this task here. So what is it that we want to do? Well, first let's check if the file contains an image. So if it does not contain an image, then we're going to check if it's maybe a PDF. So file.contenttype.contains, and I'm just going to say it contains the image keyword. So here we're checking if it contains not an image. So if the content type is not image, then I will check if the content type maybe is a PDF, so contains PDF. And if that's the case, then return images /PDF underscore logo PNG, which we don't have yet. So we need to add this image because I want to use this PDF logo PNG as default in case the file that we uploaded is a PDF. Now we can go ahead and search for a PDF file. So you can see here PDF file icon SVG on Wikipedia. And here you can check the usage rights. So this logo may consist only of simple geometric shapes. Okay, it does not meet threshold of originality needed for copyright protection and therefore is public domain. So this means that you can use it without being afraid of it being getting striked or whatever. So I'm just going to download this image and what did we call it? PDF preview or so? PDF logo. Let's call it PDF logo PNG and now add it to our project. So under images, which means we need to have a folder called images. So let's go ahead and create a new folder here, add folder inside of our www root. I'm going to call this one images. And that's where I'm going to drag in my PDF logo PNG. Now let's still make some changes to this task here. So this will be an asynchronous task. So public async task and returning a string. And suddenly you see the return statement doesn't complain here anymore. So this is just to check the type of the image, so to speak. And now let's resize the image. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a resized image, which is going to be an await function here using file.requestImageFileAsync. So this is a method that will allow us to resize the image. File content type is what we need to pass, as well as the size that we want to have. So the format, the max width, and the max height. So I'm going to say the format should be whatever the file content type is, so PNG or JPEG, and then the size should be 100 times 100. And then we need a buffer. So let's create a buffer here. So var buffer, which will be a new byte. And here we take the resized image size for that byte. Now in order to return the image, we need to use this resized image to open the read stream and read asynchronously with the buffer that we just set up. So this will asynchronously read a sequence of bytes from the current stream, advances the position within the stream by the number of bytes read, and monitors cancellation requests. All right, now we can go ahead and take this, what we have all prepared here, and return our data, which is going to have the content type, and we're going to use base 64 here, and then use the convert class to convert the buffer into a base 64 string. So basically what we're doing here is we are generating a URL and adding it to our preview list, because that's what this return does, right? It generates a preview URL. Now this var here is still complaining. Let me check. And that is because I forgot the semicolon here at the end. That's what happens if you have these super long lines. Now we see that we still get an error here at the top here, which says the modifier public is not valid for this item. Well, that's because we're using ifile upload dot generate preview URL. I'm just going to get rid of this ifile, and then we get rid of this error here. Okay. So now at this point, we see we have a quite advanced and complex method here, which just generates a preview URL depending on the content type, but overall we should be good here. Now we can go ahead and actually use this method that we just prepared, this generate preview URL, because that's where we wanted it inside of our onInput file change method. So here we wanted to get the image URL. So now let's generate a preview URL based on our selected file, and actually on the file itself, not on the selected files, because selected files is a list of files and we want to look at the individual file here. And here we need to specifically state where this comes from. So it comes from file upload dot generate preview URL, and this is an asynchronous method, which is why we need to await this method. So we need to add the await keyword, because if you look at this method here, you will see that it is an async method, right? And now if you want this method, this onInput file change method, to do anything with awaiting, the method itself needs to be asynchronous as well. Well, actually, this onInput file change should return a task instead. Okay, now there's one last thing to do, and that is to add this image URL to our list of preview images. So let's do that. Let's do preview images.add. And here we add the image URL. And at this point, we should have all of the image URLs of the images that we have uploaded. Okay. Now, a lot has happened. Let's see if this is going to work as intended or if I missed something along the way. So there we are with our little application. Let's choose some files. I'm going to choose these two files. Let's open them. And you see we have these selected files here as preview, even without uploading them. Now, we can obviously upload them. The preview will still stay here. If we now choose a PDF, for example, so let me select the PDF here, XMS tutorials, and there we are. So now you see the selected file PDF, default image has been added because we're talking about a PDF file. Now, if we select, let's say, a TS project file here instead, you see there is no preview generated because it's not an image and it is not a PDF. All right. So that's pretty much it for this video. Now you see how you can preview the selected files, display them beautifully, as well as take care of uploading files to your server. Welcome back. So far we have used HTML and CSS when building our applications. And obviously we also use C# because we're using ASP.NET. But now you might be wondering, how do we get JavaScript in there as well? And we're going to look into how to achieve that. Therefore, we're going to use JavaScript interoperability, also rather known as JS interop. That's a scenario where we can call JavaScript functions using .NET methods and interchangeably have JavaScript functions called .NET methods. It is my pleasure to inform you that Blazor supports this feature. Now let's try to get an understanding why we need it and how to pull it off. So, why is JavaScript interop needed and JavaScript in Blazor in general? Well, as JavaScript is now popularly known as the language of the web, it is important to know how to integrate it into your Blazor apps. As a web developer, chances are high that we will meet it along the way in the web ecosystem. And because of JS interop, we are enabled to leveraging existing JavaScript libraries like NMP in all of our Blazor apps. We could also be required to use specific browser capabilities, and JavaScript will help us to manipulate that. So how do we execute this? Well, there are several ways of enabling JavaScript interoperability. Let's look at these. The first one is to execute JavaScript functions from Blazor components. Therefore, we're required to add IJS runtime interface from the Microsoft JS interop namespace. It can be added into the Blazor components into two ways, using the inject annotation in the C# code or using the inject directive in the component. We can execute JavaScript functions from Blazor using two methods from the IJS runtime interface. The invoke async tNameArgs function. The name is the name of the JavaScript function to be invoked, and the args are the arguments that will be passed to the JS function. And the type parameter t specifies the return type that this JavaScript function will return, like a string or an integer, for example. And then we can use the invoke void async, where we need to pass in the name and the args, which invokes the JavaScript function asynchronously. And in this case, the JavaScript function invoked is not going to return a value. We can also execute C# from JavaScript using the .NET invoke method async method. And it returns a JavaScript promise. And a promise is an object that represents the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. So a promise is a proxy for a value not necessarily known when the promise is created. It allows you to associate handlers with an asynchronous action's eventual success, value, or failure reason. This lets asynchronous methods return values like synchronous methods. Instead of immediately returning the final value, the asynchronous method returns a promise to supply the value at some point in the future. All right, so this is a lot of theory to take in. Let's go and see how this works in practice. And we're going to extend our file upload application to be able to download files we uploaded using JavaScript interop. So see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to use JavaScript interoperability in order to extend our file upload application to be able to download files we uploaded using JavaScript interop. To do this, we need to add two things to our application. It is the .NET method to read the file from the server to return its base 64 URL and a JavaScript function to download the file. When a download is requested, we read the file from a remote location, get the URL, and pass it to the JavaScript function that will then download the file to a local location. We're going to create a new service called file download where all our logic to download files is going to be added. Therefore, let's go over to our service folder, here services, and here we're going to add a new class called file download. This class will also have an interface, so public interface, and we're going to call it iFile download. So this is going to be the interface that defines what the download service will do for us. We define a method that is going to be get uploaded files to read the uploaded files from the uploads folder and return a base64 URL for each file in the interface. So this will be a task which will return a list of strings. All right, and we're going to call it get uploaded files. Could also call it download uploaded files or download files or something like that, but that's going to be descriptive specifically for our example that we have here. So now let's make sure that we are implementing the service. So implementing this interface that we have just created, iFile download. If we do that, you see that we need to implement members. So let's implement the members explicitly, and this will generate this public task which will return list string. I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to call this one, well, this will be a public task, list string, which I'm going to call get uploaded files. And I'm not going to throw an exception because I want to actually implement this. And this will also need to be an asynchronous task because doing this will be something that might work out, but it might also fail. So we will start off by getting the base 64 URLs, which will be a new list of strings. All right, and then we need to get the upload path, which will be path.combine. And here we're going to need to use our underscore web host environment again. So underscore web host environment is how I'm going to call this. So this will be a variable that we need to set up. So let's just set it up real quick. It will be inside of our file download class. So private iWebHost environment, which I'm going to call underscore web host environment. And then we can use it in our path combine. But here we actually need to get the web root path. And I'm going to say it's inside of uploads because that's the name of the folder here. If we look at it, that's where we have it inside of our server under the web root path, which is this www root. And there we have the uploads folders. So this is just where we are creating the upload path and getting it ready. Then let's go ahead and get all of the files that are inside of this path. So var files, which will be from directory.get files in upload path. And then we can check if files is not empty, so is not null actually. And if the file's length is greater than 0, then we can do something with it. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to go through every single file. So for each, and this will be file in files, we can just go ahead and use the file input here, which will be a new file stream, where we need to pass in the file path, or our file specifically, the file mode, and I'm going to use the open file mode and the file access. And here we're going to read. So file access read. And let me put that into a separate line so we can read this a little better. So this is what we're going to pass to our using, and inside of the using, we're going to create a memory stream, which will be of type memory stream. And this will just be a new object of type memory stream. Then we're going to await the file input dot copy to async memory stream. So copy the file to the memory stream here. And then we can use the memory stream to array. So we're going to put it into a buffer. So memory stream dot to array. And we need to define the file type. And we're going to get that from get mime type for file extension, where we need to pass in the file. Now this will be a method that we need to define. Okay, so let's set up such a method, which will return a string. So private string get mime type file extension, where we need to pass the file path, or the file itself, but the path is going to be fine. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a constant that will be the default content type, which will be application.octet stream. And now you might wonder, what is that octet stream? Well, it is sent with a header file. So if you attempt to download a file with a missing extension or an unknown format, your system will recognize it as an octet stream file. And any type of file or program can appear on an octet stream. For example, your header may send the octet stream if you are trying to download a mof.file on a PC, but you don't have QuickTime installed, which is an Apple program. So the attachment that shows up with the octet stream is a binary file. So you will need an application to properly read and open it, and you won't be able to see it in the body of an email. So this basically means that we want to make sure that if we don't have a type, we're just going to use the octet stream type by default. There's also a good article by Ryan Gardner, What is octet stream? A complete overview, where he goes over what an octet stream is and what binary files are and what are some examples of MIME extensions. And here MIME extensions are something like JPEG, MP4 and so forth, just so you're not entirely lost what we're doing here. All right, so this will be the content type, and then we will need a provider, which will, well, I will use the file extension content. Let me see, extension content type provider, content type provider. So this one only exists inside of a namespace. So we need to make sure that we add this. So show potential fixes if it says, yeah, that's the one. Using Microsoft ASP.NET Core static files. That's the one that we're going to use. That's where the namespace is for this method. Okay, and then we can get the MIME type or use the default. So we can just check if the MIME type is, for example, .jpeg, or if it's a MIME type that we cannot read, then it will just use the default here. So if the provider tries to get the content type with the file that we are passing, or the file path in our case, and we're going to have an out string of the content type. So we're basically saying if this does not exist, so if the content type is not giving true, then we want to return the default content type. Okay, and we can just say, yeah, return default content type, or alternatively, you could just set content type to be default content type. So this is the out that we're using. Either way is fine, but as we're using this out already, let's just actually also use it inside of this if statement. And then we can return the content type here at this point, because we don't want to only use it inside of the if statement, but we want to in general return the content type. So whether it's going to be default or whether it's going to give us a proper contents type. So this method will give us either JPEG, for example, if it's a JPEG file, or MP4 if it's an MP4 file, and so forth. And if that doesn't work, then it's just going to set the contents type to be the default content type, and we'll return it, and then we can return this. Well, this method can return the file extension type. All right, now we have the file type. We have the file basically. So everything up to here, that's where we get the file and the file type. And now we need to create a base 64 URL string from the byte array and add it to our list of URLs. So this is where we wanted to end up, right? We wanted to return the base URLs. So in here, we can use the base URLs and add a file to it. Now this is a little more complicated, because what we need to do is we need to use data with the file type, and then this will be of type base 64, and then we need to convert the to base 64 string with our buffer. So the buffer itself is the actual file, so to speak. And this is, well, this was the problem. We just had one quotation too many. So this will now add the URL of that file. And we need to return this. So let's return it all the way down here. Let me go over to the left so you can see it better. Return base 64 URLs. So these ones here. Now at this point, we have set up our file download, and we're not fully done here yet, right? But before we forget it, let's register file download, the service specifically, in our dependency injection container as a scoped service. So therefore, let's go over to our program CS file, and here we need to add builder services dot add scoped, and here it's going to be our iFile download. So it's this service that we now needed to register, as we have done with our file upload. You might recall we had also this interface iFile upload, and now we needed to do the same thing in our program CS, added the scope for iFile download. So now let's add a download component to our application with a preview card showing files in our upload folder with buttons to enable the download for each of them. So let's go over to our pages and let's add a new Razor component. So I'm going to call this component downloads. Now let's check out this downloads page. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to define a page route, so how we can get there. So let's define that this will be the downloads page, so /downloads. We also need to add this component on our navigation link so that we can be able to browse to it from there. So therefore, we need to go over to our shared folder here, nav menu, and add another nav link here. So I'm just going to copy this div here, and I'm going to change the nav link to downloads, and the text will be downloads. The rest can stay default as we have done before. So just to see whether this works, you can just run the application. You will find downloads here. So now maybe we want to use a different kind of icon here if you wanted to, but I think that's going to be fine. Okay, so to be able to preview our uploaded files, we add our card on our download component that will preview the file and provide a button to download it. But to be able to preview available uploaded files, we need to make sure that each time our page is loaded, we get all the URLs to files in our uploaded folder or uploads folder. In this folder here, where I have some of the files and text files and so forth. So we need to loop through them and preview them. Our files that are not images, we will use a logo of the file type from our logos folder. In our application, we can take care of PDFs, for example, as we have done before. As you might recall here, PDF logo. And yeah, let's go ahead and just do that. Our file download service already has the functionality to read all files and return the URLs. For this reason, we import it into our download component and also import its namespace. So here, add using file upload.services, And then we need to inject our iFile download file download. So to hold the list of URLs that will be used for preview and download, we need to define a C# list of preview URLs in our C# code block here. So let's go ahead and create an iList here of strings. That will be the preview images, which will be a new list of strings. Now, each time the page is navigated to, we want to get all the file URLs from the uploads folder and display a preview of each file. To do this, we're going to override a Blazor lifecycle method called onInitializedAsync. This method is invoked when a component is initialized. So here, protected async override task onInitializedAsync. You see it has this yellow color, which is an available task. So now we're going to set our preview images to be awaiting the file download. And it's going to be file download like this dot get uploaded files. And I miss an I here. So this method is invoked when the component is ready to start, having received its initial parameters from its parent in the render tree. Override this method if you will perform an asynchronous operation and want the component to refresh when the operation is completed. So that's exactly what we want. All right, so we have our URLs of all the uploaded files. Now we need to show file previews with download buttons that download these files when clicked. But first we need to create a display card that shows the previews with the download button for each. So the UI, so to speak. So now let's go ahead and build it up. Therefore, I'm not going to have this default header here. I'm going to start with an if statement directly, where I'm going to check the preview images count. And if it's greater than 0, then let's go ahead and display them. And therefore, I'm going to have a div class called card. And there I'm going to have another div, which will have the class of a row, and it will align its items towards the left, so towards the start. And then inside of it, that's where I'm going to have my for each loop, which will take care of each item inside of the collection. So the item inside of the collection called preview images is going to do the following thing. So first we split the type. So we extract the content type from the URL. We can do that by using item.split at the semicolon. Then we're going to create another div with a column width of 2. So call 2. And let's close this div as well. And inside of it, do the magic. So add the content. This should be a closing div like this. And inside of it, we will check if the type at the position 0 contains image. So if it is of type image, then we want to preview the image. Okay, so we're going to display an image, which is going to be rounded and float towards the left. And then its source will just be the item itself. So add item. And I'm going to define a width of 100 and a height of 100 as well. So these are 100 pixels by default. And then let's close this image up like this. Now, this will give us the image if we get the type that contains the image type. So if it's of type image, so to speak, and contains needs to be with a capital C. And if this does not work out, if the file that we have on the server is not of type image, then we're going to check if it's a PDF. So type at position 0 contains the keyword PDF. Then let's show the PDF image that we had before. And here we're just going to use our PDF image. So let me copy this again. It will also be rounded, but here it will not be add item, but it will be images / PDF logo. So it will be using our PDF logo as the image. And here it auto-generated some code. We have to be very careful here. Okay, and then we're going to have a button that on click will do something. So on click, what it will do is it will download the file. So download file with an item. And this will be the download button. So what is this download file here? This download file is going to be a method that we need to set up. So let's set it up inside of our code. So this will be a private void download file where it just needs the URL of the file which it needs to download. So we now need to extend our file download service to add the functionality to download the file to a local location. To do this, we need to extend our iFile download here with a task which will be called download file, which requires a string of the, well, you could call it file path. I'm just going to call it URL. It's the same thing pretty much. So we implement this method in our service, but for now we have no logic in there. So let's make sure that our file download also has this method inside here. So I'm going to create it public task download file as a URL, and then for now we will not have an implementation here. So here I'm just going to throw a not implemented exception for now. Okay, so at this point we're going to be using JavaScript interoperability. So quite some time into the project we will actually finally use it to call a JavaScript function that will download the file onto the client local directory. So to create the JavaScript function, we need to add a folder to add our custom JavaScript scripts and add our custom JavaScript script in that folder. So first we add the folder under www.root. So here you see we already have CSS, and we also can now add a new folder, which will be the JavaScript folder. Okay, JS stands for JavaScript. Inside of it, we can now go ahead and add a JavaScript file. And here we can use or select JavaScript. So there is this one here, JavaScript file. You can also just search for JavaScript. And I need to give it a name. So I'm just going to call it custom scripts. Custom scripts.js. So here we now need to add a function in our custom scripts file that will allow us to download a file given the URL. So let's write some JavaScript code, download file. So we need to use the function keyword. This allows us to create a function. Then we add the name of the function. So this is pretty much the same thing as we would do in our beautiful little .NET code. And I'm going to pass file data URL. So here I don't need to say of what type it will be. I'm just going to pass the file data URL. So here I can use the fetch keyword. So this is also a function which requires an input, and this is an request info. So here I'm just going to pass in our file data URL. So here data URL, and then I will use the response, and then I'm going to get response here. So response, where I'm going to use response.blob. So this calls the JavaScript fetch API to get the file and create a blob. So this is where we create the blob. And then, so once that is done, I'm going to use that blob to run some more code. So what do I want to run inside of this fetch here? Well, I want to create a link element. So var link, which will be from window.document.create create element called A. So what is going on here? Well, what this will do is it will create an A, like in here, for example. Let's say we are inside of our div and I just create an A like this, and this will be my link, right? This will just be a link that we are adding. And that's exactly what we're doing here. So we're creating a link with that element, and we will set the href property of that link to be window.url.createObjectURL from our blob. And then we can generate the download file name, so link.download, which will be download underscore plus, and then I'm just going to add the date property. So here, new date to ISO string, and I need to slice it. I'm going to limit it. It's going to start at 0, and I'm going to limit it to 10 characters. I don't want this to be too large. Okay, so the date will be taken as an ISO string, so it returns a date as a string value in ISO format. Okay, so now we have the URL. So now let's add to the document's body and append our link to it. Okay, so what is going on here? Well, we are saying that we want to dynamically add links based on the response. So here, this will create a link like so, where this will be the link name, and this will, or here, href, this will be the link location, Okay, so we now here at this point, we are manually writing this piece of code, but here we are dynamically creating it. So here we're getting all of the data, and then we're adding it dynamically to our document, so to our HTML document. And now we can click the link, or add a link click to it. And once we click on it, we will remove the child from the document. So document.body.remove child. So this removes our link again. Okay, so now to access this script in our application, we need to add it in a script tag to the application script in our layout CS HTML. So here you'll find the layout CS HTML, and we need to add our custom script. So here you see there's the head, and here are a bunch of custom files that are being used, and we are saying use our script with a source of JavaScript custom scripts, and actually let me add a slash here as well, so ~JS/custom scripts.js. So that's the name of the script, and then we need to close the script again, the script tag, like this. So now that we have our script all set up, we need to call the function in the script in our download service. So to do this, we need to inject the IJS runtime into our service. So let's go over to file download. And first we add interoperability. So Microsoft.jsinterop. And then we need to create a variable private read only IJS runtime, which I'm going to call underscore JavaScript or underscore JS. So now we need to create a constructor for our file download. Let's do that. So this will be public file download, where I'm going to have a web host environment, which I'm going to call web host environment, and the IJS runtime, which I'm just going to call JS. So here the web host environment is going to be set, as well as the JS is going to be set. So now you see that this web host environment, which we used earlier for our upload path, is going to be set before we are using it inside of this method, because otherwise this wouldn't work, right? We need to make sure that our constructor sets the web host environment, otherwise it would be an empty variable, right? So now we can be able to invoke the JavaScript function that downloads a file from our download file method. So we had this download file method, which we didn't implement yet. And here we're going to await our js.invoked void async. So as you've seen in the presentation, this is what invokes the specified JavaScript function asynchronously inside of our C# code. So now we just need to say what is the method that we want to use, and I'm going to use the download file method with the URL that I'm passing. So what is this download file method? Well, it's actually the download file function. It's this one that we created here, this JavaScript file. We will also pass the file data URL. So this is a parameter of type any that we're passing. And now what is it that we're passing? We're passing the URL, which is the path of the file that we want to download. So now let's actually use file download and call this method download file inside of our downloads page here. So we need to use download file here, right? We've set up this method that will be clicked once we click on the button that allows us to download the file, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to await the file download file with the URL. So now you see my method was automatically made asynchronous, which is good because we are awaiting something, and we can only await if we are actually making the method that has this await asynchronous. Okay, so a lot of stuff happened. Let's run this and see if I missed anything, but then I'm gonna go through it once again. Okay, so we have our downloads, and you can see these are the files that I have so far. So I have this image here, and you can also see my link name that I added. I didn't delete it, but yeah, let's download this file, and that's where this is executed. Let me see, it says exception, user handled, response is not defined. And this error seems to come from me not using a lambda properly here inside of my JavaScript file. So here response, and I was intending to use the lambda arrow here, but I just used an equal sign. So that is the JavaScript function that we have. Let's try it again this time, and let's go over to our downloads page and download a file. And you can see that the download opens up, and I can now save the file. And there we are. Let's open this. And yeah, this is a screenshot from a course that I created on Udemy. Okay, so that works. Now we can download stuff directly from our application that is inside of the uploads folder. Now let's look at the flow of what happened, because a lot of stuff happened in this video. So we have set up the file download interface, which allows us to download files, right? So we have two tasks or two methods that we want to be able to do. We want to get the uploaded files, so the plural, so we can display them, and then we want to be able to download them. So here inside of the file download class, we are implementing the interface, and then we're preparing the web host environment as well as this JS. So we need those, well, we need to set those in the constructor, and the JS is going to allow us to run JavaScript code inside of C# code. Then we have our get uploaded files, where we are loading all of the base URLs. So we're loading the images, so to speak, and we are returning all of the items. So all of the images that or files that we have. And then when we want to download a file, we can just call our download file JavaScript code. So this is the JavaScript code that allows us to create dynamically, let's run this real quick again, to create this piece here. So let me go to downloads to create the UI itself, what we have here, this user interface. That's what we are defining inside of our file, well, inside of downloads. This is where we designed how each item is going to look like. We're saying, okay, add the image if there is an image, if the type is image. If it's type PDF, then display the PDF, and then add this button on click, which has this download file item event this method will be executed once the on click event is triggered. And that's where the actual download file code is executed, which is really like calling it from our UI. Then it calls the file download method from here, which is this here, this download files, which internally calls the JavaScript method. And this get mime type for file extensions just gets us the type of the file. So in our case, you can see because we have JPEGs, we're displaying the JPEG, and the others, these are, for example, the text files. So download blah blah text. So it doesn't have a preview image because we didn't define it. All right, so pretty long video, but now you have seen how to download files and also how to use JavaScript code inside of your Blazor app using the JS interop. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at two important aspects of building Blazor apps across audiences worldwide. If you previously came around to the term internationalization, this topic will give you a deeper understanding of it in Blazor. So globalization and localization are two important keywords when it comes to internationalization. So let's look at what that means. So globalizing an app simply means creating your app to support multiple languages across the world. This requires the app to adjust its display to different languages changed through a resource file rather than hard coding the translations. So the second thing is localization. Localization means adjusting your globalized app to support a specific language and region. In Blazor, localized elements are stored in the resource system and are rendered at runtime. Most commonly, you create resources as either text, so TXT files, or XML, so .resx files. So it is important to note that we use culture and language interchangeably here. There are several ways to globalize an app. Generally, we use the @bind culture attribute to provide the translation available in the system.globalization.culture.info based on the user's first preferred language. You can check the current set culture in the system.globalization.culture.info property. So Blazor provides built-in support to render values of date and number field types in the current culture. However, for the fields like date, time, local, they need to be localized. There are several ways we can apply globalization to a Blazor app: invariant and static globalization. Let's look at each, starting with the invariant. We use the invariant method if the app does not require localization. We configure the app to support the invariant culture, which is generally based on the United States English, so EN capital US. You can achieve this by setting the invariant globalization property to true in the ASP projects file, so the CS project file. Let's now look at the static method. With static globalization, the app's culture can be set in JavaScript. It is implemented when Blazor starts with the application culture Blazor start option. There are two ways we can globalize an app: dynamic globalization and culture set by user preference. With dynamic globalization, the app language is set to the browser language by the user's language preferences in the browser setting using the accept language header. If a user sets more than one preferred language, they are selected in order of preferences. The order of the preference is used by the browser to set quality values from 0 to 1 for each language in the header, and then the app's culture is set by matching the first requested language that matches the supported culture of the app. So let's move on the culture set by user preference. This is the most commonly used method in Blazor WebAssembly apps. The app's culture is set based on what the user selects from a list of the app's supported languages, and the page then renders that language. A user's culture selection can be persisted, so stored in browser local storage. And the next video, we're going to adjust our app and add another language to use the techniques we just explored. So see you there. Congratulations, you're done with probably the longest chapter so far, and you've learned how to use Blazor apps. We looked at reusable components, built-in components, life cycles, layouts, even multi-language applications. So you learned all of these things and now you can apply them to your real-world applications in the future and in your job. So congratulations for that. It's a really great achievement, and now you should feel a lot more confident with ASP.NET. But we still have 3 amazing chapters ahead of us. So let's get started with the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at how we can call a web API. So to be able to illustrate how an API is called in Blazor, let's look at the fetch data component, which you can find in your project under pages. This component is pre-built to get data from a sample weather JSON array. Let's see how it was built and replace the sample data JSON with a free weather API that will predict the weather for the next 3 days based on a city we provide. The fetch data component injects an object of the HTTP client class. This is responsible for enabling HTTP calls from the client to a server, in this case our API. You have to remember that for any service to be injected to a component, it has to be registered in our dependency injection container. So let's head over to the startup file, which is program CS, and you will see that the HTTP client class has been registered with a base URL being the same as the application. So here, let's put it into multiple lines so we can see it better. So this is where the scoped service was added, and it added the base address being the host environment base address. So it's just the project itself. So when the fetch data component is initialized, an asynchronous call is made to the base URL sample data weather JSON file, which you can find in the fetch data file. So here you see the forecasts. They are gotten from an async JSON request from this JSON file, the weather JSON file, which you can find in the www root folder, where you will find the sample data weather JSON. Okay, so this is exactly the root that you find here, sample minus data / weather.json. And this then returns an array of weather forecasts as read from the JSON array on this file. Now let's try to understand a little better what's going on in this fetch data razor file before we edit it. So first we declare an array of forecasts where our results from the API call will be stored. So now when the component is initialized, an asynchronous call is made to the weather.json file. So this is what happens here on initialized async. So it's a task that is asynchronous. This file then resides in our sample data directory here, sample data weather in the folder, on the root folder where our app is running this. This is why the HTTP client was initialized with the same base URL as our app, as you recall from program CS. Okay, then in our fetch data, inside of the method, it just creates those forecasts, which are of type weather forecast. And this is the class that we have here, which just has a few properties. So for example, the date time, the temperature in Celsius, the summary, as well as the temperature in Fahrenheit, which is just calculated. So it takes the formula to calculate the Fahrenheit temperature after having the temperature in Celsius. So the calculation is just temperature in Celsius divided by 0.5556, and 32 is added to it. So this is basically the model for our weather forecast. If you look at the file itself, the weather.json file, you will find that you get the date, the temperature C, and the summary. And these are the details that we have as of now, and we're using them directly this way. So date, time, temperature, and summary. And then, as I said, we calculate the temperature F. It's not something that is given to us by the getters or setters, as you see here. Now let's look at how this is being represented in our user interface. So first of all, we have the H1 here with weather forecast, then we have a paragraph, and then we check if we have forecasts. So if they are null, so if we have no forecasts, then it says loading. But otherwise, which means if they are not null, so we have forecasts, it's creating a table with the different table rows of the table headers date, temperature in Celsius and Fahrenheit, and the summary. And then the body is that for each of the forecasts that we have in forecasts, we create a new table row with table data. So in the first column, we display the date. In the second one, is the temperature. In the third one, well, the temperature in Fahrenheit, and then with the summary. So the same format that we had here: date, temperature in C, temperature in F, and summary. For our case, we're going to edit this component to make calls from an online API that provides weather forecasts based on the city that we provide. So here, for example, the website is called goweather.herokuapp.com/weather/Berlin. And it says that there is a temperature given in Celsius. Then we have wind, which is 26 kilometers per hour. We have a little description which says partly clouded. And then we have a forecast, which is, as you see here, with those curly brackets, is an array of individual forecasts. So the first forecast for day 1 is that the temperature will be 9 degrees, the wind will be 28 kilometers per hour. For day 2, the temperature will be 5 degrees, the wind will be 14 kilometers per hour, and so forth. Okay, so this is a very simple format, but it's also, by the way, not nicely displayed. So we can prettify this by just searching for a prettifier for JSON. So if, for example, you can go to jsonformatter.org, JSON-prettyprint, you can enter it there, and then it will display to you how this entire JSON object is going to look like. So the JSON object is going to give us the temperature, it's going to give us the wind, it's going to give us a description, and then the individual forecasts for the next 3 days, which itself are also JSON objects. So this is a JSON object, this is another JSON object, and this is another one. So this is an array of JSON objects. So now you can replace the city name here with another city if you wanted to. So let's look for New York. Let's see if it just enters it like this, and that's fine. So you see New York written like that is fine. It says it's 1 degree, 17 kilometers per hour, and clear right now. Or let's look for Los Angeles. I hope I write it correctly. And there we see temperature 16 degrees. That's a lot more what I would appreciate right now. It's sunny, I would love that. And then we have a forecast for the next days. So this here at the top, this is our URL or our request. And this here, this JSON object, is the response that we get. So we know the URL of our API and how to use it and the model it returns. So let's go ahead and make changes to the application. First thing we're going to do is to change our program CS file to register the HTTP client class using the API URL. But I would say let's do that in the next video, because this video is long enough at this point. Let's actually implement the changes in the next video. See you there.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Welcome back. In this video, we're going to adjust our application so that it doesn't fetch the data from our JSON file that is inside of the project, but actually loads it using an web API call. And then we're going to have to adjust this page a little bit, because the data that we are getting from the API call is different to what we have in our base JSON file that we had here inside of our Solution Explorer. So this weather JSON file, you see we had the date, temperature, and C, and the summary. But we're going to change that, because what we want to do is we want to get the data from our API call. And this is just an example API call. You could obviously have some significantly more complex ones where you get a lot more data. But for us, what's interesting is just going to be the temperature, then the day, and the wind, because we don't get much data here. Well, we could use the description as well, but overall, this is what we're getting. So day, temperature, and wind. These are the forecasts for the next few days. And then you can also say that we get a description. So we need to use the weather forecast, and then the weather forecast will inherit from forecast. And yeah, let's just set it up. So in here, in our fetch data razor file, we had this public class weather forecast. So now let's change it to display the data. So one thing was a string nullable. So this could be empty. So let's just use temperature here. Then we had a string nullable, which displayed the day. And then we had a string nullable, which displayed the wind. So let's get rid of those, because this is just going to be how an individual forecast is going to look like. So let's replace this class here with the forecast, but then we will also need a class for weather forecast. Okay, so let's create a partial class, public partial class, which I'm going to call weather forecast. So I could have done it the other way around, but that's fine as well. So it's going to inherit from forecast, and then it's going to have additional properties. So here, one will be the string nullable, which will be the description. And then finally, we have the forecast array. So forecast, which will be an array nullable of forecast. And this will also have a default getter and setter. So now let's understand why we have this structure here. Because if you look at this here, and actually at the prettified version, it's a lot easier. So we have a temperature, we have the wind, and then we have, well, the description. So let's compare this. Let me get rid of this here and put it next to this here. And let's compare the two to have a better understanding of what's up. So here, the only thing that is different in the weather forecast, so in the parent, and this is the prettified version. So the weather forecast itself has those forecasts, and those forecasts, which is this class here, has a day, a temperature, and a wind assigned to it, which is always a string because it's not, even though it displays numbers, but these are strings, right? As you see here. And then on top of that, the full weather forecast not only has a temperature and a wind, but it also has a description. It doesn't have a day, but that's fine. That's why it's a nullable. So it can be empty. So yeah, that's basically what we're using here. So weather forecast inherits from forecast, but at the same time, it uses a forecast array nullable inside of it. So these are the JSON properties that we're adding here. And this is a JSON array property that we're adding. So we also need to change our API call to return an object of the weather forecast class. So we need at the same time to change the forecast variable type to be weather forecast from an array. So let's do that up here. So we don't get an array of weather forecast now. We just get one forecast, which itself has forecasts inside of it, so to speak, right? So we just get one weather forecast, which itself has an array of forecasts inside of it, as you saw in the API response that we have gotten. So now we need to make a change to our weather forecast here. So we get from JSON async, but it's not a weather forecast array, but it's just a weather forecast. And then we're not using this local file, but we need to pass in which city we want to use. So I'm just going to say Berlin, for example, at this point, just to get the weather forecast for Berlin. We will later on allow the user to manually enter this, but for now, this is going to be it. Okay, now let's make changes to our user interface here, because we actually need to make changes. Otherwise, it doesn't reflect what we're displaying. So here, the table needs to be changed, right? So we're displaying the date, we're displaying the temperature in C, we don't do in Fahrenheit, and then we display the wind as well. Then we're not looking for the forecasts, but we're looking for forecasts.forecast. And this is this here. So the forecast that is an array of this forecast class. And then we can go ahead to, first of all, say what day it is. So here, I'm going to change the code here. I'm going to use @today, and this is going to be a variable that we need to create. So we need to know which day it is, right? So let's quickly here create a day. So var today, which will be date time dot today. Then we use this h4 here, where we're just going to say today is going to be at today dot to short date string. Okay, this will give me a short date string, which is more readable than the entire date string. As you might recall, that the entire date string is going to give you so much data. So here, this will be a p tag that I'm going to use here as well, a paragraph, in which I'm going to say the wind is going to be at forecast, and it's with an e, at forecast dot temperature. And it's not the forecast class, but the lower forecast temperature. And then underneath the date, I'm going to display a paragraph, which is just going to say wind is going to be at forecasts dot wind. Then another paragraph underneath, which is going to display the temperature. So here temp in C, so in Celsius, which is going to give me the temperature property. And finally, we have the summary, which is going to give me the description. All right, now we can go ahead and use those here as well. So here we're going to use the today variable to add days to today. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the forecast day and add that day to it. So forecast.day, and I'm going to convert this into a short date string. So what's going on here? Just quickly for your understanding. So we're using the today variable, which just gives me the current day, and then we're adding days to it depending on which forecast we're in. So on the first day, we will have day 1 as a day. So this will just be a string of which says 1. And then we use the forecast day that is going to say 1 to parse that into an integer, which will be 1. And we add that 1 to the days. So it's not going to be today, but it's going to be tomorrow. And then we make a short date string out of it so that it's more readable. So then the next table data will be this temperature in Celsius. So let's use the temperature here. Then the next column is going to be the wind. So let's get the wind in here as well. And as you saw, I also got rid of the last column because we didn't have 4 columns. We only have 3 table headers, so we only need 3 table datas. So now how would our application even know that we want to use this particular website? So the one that we saw earlier, this one here. How does it even know? Well, not this one, but the one that I used before, this one here. How does it know that we should use this URL? Well, let's copy this URL and let's go over to our program CS file, because that's where this was defined, right? In program CS, you might recall this was where the builder had the URL assigned. So we added the scope here, and instead of using the URI where we use the base address, we're going to use our URI from the link that I just copied. So whether Los Angeles, for example, but I'm just going to get rid of this because we are adding the weather instead of our fetch data. So we're adding this Berlin here, for example. So weather forecast, we're adding this to the URL after the program URL. So it's important that you have a slash here, otherwise it won't work. So what we're doing here, we are registering the HTTP client class with our API URL. So we can run our application now. To make this API call, we go to fetch data, and there we are. Today is the 9th of February. The wind is 26 kilometers per hour, which is pretty strong, I think. It's partly cloudy in Berlin, and we have the temperature of 9 degrees. And this is the forecast for the following days. Okay, you can also see that it took the day and it added 1 to it. It took the day and added 2 to it here and 3 to it here. So that already works. Now let's adjust this application so that we can add a city manually and then run this fetch data request. So this is something that I would recommend that you try for yourself. So you pause the video and you add an input field here, as well as a button that will then trigger the request and the UI will be updated. So you will need to make sure that you are using binding here, and everything else should be quite straightforward. So good luck with that. Okay, so I hope you tried it. Let's go ahead and build it real quick. Therefore, we need to go back to our fetch data razor file. And here, I'm going to first of all take care of the user interface elements. So the first thing we're going to add is the input field. So let's add it all the way up here, I would say. Past this component demonstrates fetching and so forth. So here I'm going to have an H4, which is going to say enter city. Underneath, I'm going to have an input field. So input, which will have the type of being a text. And this will be bound to a variable that we need to set up. So add city. So let me set this variable up so we can actually use this city. So where are we going to set up the city? Well, I would say let's do it directly in our code here, directly after we have the weather forecast. So let's create a private string city, which will be, for example, Berlin as default. And then we can override this city. So we're now binding this input to the city variable, which means whenever we change something in this input field and commit, the city variable content will be changed. So now we need to make sure that we are also having a button that will allow us to click on in order to execute the weather forecast request. So I'm going to call a method called getWeatherForecast. And the button will just say search. So this getWeatherForecast method obviously needs to be created by us. So let's go ahead and set up this method. And I'm just going to put it underneath the initialized async here. So a private async task is what we want to run, right? getWeatherForecast, because this has to run asynchronously as we are loading data from the internet and we cannot be sure how fast this is going to happen. So here we're going to do the same thing as we've done on initialize async. So we're going to get the forecast, but this time not for Berlin, but this time for the city that we're passing in. The city here. Actually, you could also replace city here because we already set it to being default as Berlin. And now at this point, we can also make sure that we display the city name here as well. So here we can just say add city and then today and then the weather for today and so forth. So we get the city name, which is just a string. So it's fine to put a string into an H4. And now let's just test this. So there we are. Let's go to fetch data. You see it's loading, then it displays it by default. This input, you see, it's bound directly to the city variable, which is why by default it's set to Berlin. Now you could obviously add a little bit of padding here and some distance and so forth. But overall, you see, now we are getting the Berlin data. Now let's change that to Frankfurt, for example, and click on search. You see Frankfurt today, and then it takes a little while until the weather is changed. Even though I think it already changed, yeah, the temperatures and wind and so forth is different. Now you could obviously go ahead and say that you want to set everything here to loading once the data is actually loading and only display it once the loading is done. But that's a little exercise that you can try for yourself. I would really recommend that. So let's change that to Paris and see if we can get data from Paris. So the current temperature was 8 and wind was 9 in Frankfurt. Let's see if this is going to change for Paris. And it seems like Paris is not being loaded. Let's search for London instead. And if you want to double check, you will see on the website itself, for example, message not found. So we could check if the message is not found and then display that message or display a meaningful message. But let me search for London with a capital L. Let's see if it's going to give me weather then. It doesn't. Let me search for Los Angeles again. So Los Angeles, like this. and there we get weather. So let's test it in our application as well. Let's search for Los Angeles, and there we see our website is being updated. So overall, our website works that we build, or our weather forecast application, but it is very unstable, you could say. So there are a bunch of improvements that we could make. We could tell the user whether something is not found, for example, or we could use an entirely different API, which gives us a lot more data. But this was just to show you how you can fetch data, how you can fetch data from the internet specifically, and display it in a meaningful way. So here you can see, for some reason, I'm not even getting the kilometer hours here for that date, for the 12th for Los Angeles. So we could check what's wrong there and make adjustments. But yeah, it just seems like there was no data given. Okay, so if that's the case, then we could also have like an if statement that checks whether the weather is 0 or nothing kilometers per hour, and we could make changes then accordingly. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Now you know how to make a API call, and you see that most of the code is already prepared for you, which is pretty amazing. So see you in the next video. Welcome to the data-driven web apps chapter. In this chapter, we're going to look into Entity Framework Core, SQL, and then we're going to see how they work with Blazor, as well as how they work with MVC. So let's get started. Welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to create a small MVC application for a book library. We're going to store books and their call numbers, or where they are located at. That way, when a student walks in to borrow or read one, they do not have to roam the whole place looking for it. And we will be using the Entity Framework Core code first approach that we used in the last lecture. So if you haven't checked out the last lecture because you were only interested in the MVC part, definitely check out the first couple of minutes of the last lecture to understand what all of these keywords mean. And this time we will be making changes to our application data model. So to make changes to our data model, we will use migrations. So let's start with an MVC project in Visual Studio. So just search for MVC and you will find this ASP Core Web App Model View Controller template. And I'm going to call this one MVC Library. I'm going to leave the defaults for the framework using .NET 6, and make sure, by the way, that you use exactly the same name as I'm using here, so that your capitalization matches to your namespace, as you will follow along or copy code from me. Okay, let's go ahead and create this. Okay, so that's the default that we get here when it comes to an MVC project, a bunch of different classes and methods. And what we're going to start with straight away is by creating our own model. So let's go ahead and create an own model class, which I'm going to call book. Now in this book class, that's where we will set up the properties. And as always, you need to have a property with the ID assigned to it. So I'm going to call this book ID. So this will be the unique identifier for any given book. So any given book will have a unique ID assigned to it. And you see the IDE is smart enough here to tell me that the next one should be a title for the book. So I'm just going to use that. And then I'm going to have another property, which I will make a string and call it call number. So this is the location of the book in the library, so to speak. Okay, now that we have a model, we can go ahead and scaffold the controller and views for our book model. Visual Studio will download and install all required NuGet packages and their dependencies, just like we did in the previous lecture. But let me introduce you to another way of installing packages using the Package Manager console. In order to open it, go over to Tools and then go to NuGet Package Manager and select the Package Manager console. So here at the bottom, at least in the default settings, this Package Manager console will pop up. In this window, you can add commands or enter commands to install packages. We're going to use this to edit or create migrations later on, which is really going to be important. So let's just get used to this little tool from the get-go. So let's install the package that contains all the design time logic for the Entity Framework Core. It also installs all of the various tools like PMC, CMDlets, and commands that you're going to use. They will require this. So let's go ahead and enter the following: install minus package, then Microsoft dot entity framework core with a capital C here dot design, and then press enter. This will then download and install the packages, and then we will install the database provider that allows Entity Framework Core to be used with the Microsoft SQL Server, including SQL Azure. So we're going to use Azure later on and deploy our projects on Azure later on. So it's really important for you to get this right. So install package once again, and again, Microsoft dot entity framework core dot SQL server. And it's really important that you type it exactly like this, otherwise things might not work out, or they shouldn't usually. So select this, press enter, and you see it will install the required packages. Okay, so in the Solution Explorer, now let's go over to controllers and let's add a new scaffolded item, because now that we know how to use the package manager console, we can add a scaffold controller and views for the book model. So add new scaffolded item, and here we're going to use the MVC, and you can select MVC here, with views using entity framework. So select it, click on add, and then this window pops up. So the add MVC controller with views using entity framework. So here you see that the arrow view model, for example, is there by default, but the one that I want to use is book, because that's the model that we created earlier on. And then we need to add the data context. So here you see there is no data context class, but we can click on the plus sign here on the side, and the data context type will by default be added here for us. Now I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to get rid of this MVC. So I'm just going to use MVC library.data.library context as the name here. And then let's click add, and here add at the bottom as well. So this will now go ahead and also create, well, a bunch of files for us. So it's updating the dependency and also scaffolding. At this point, by default, it will just open up the books controller file. So you can find it here under your controllers. As you see, the books controller was generated for us. The home controller was there before, and now this books controller was generated through our choice. But this is not all that was generated. It also generated the views. So here, the books views, create, delete, details, added, and index have been created for us. So a bunch of different files automatically generated. That's beautiful. So now the automatic creation of these files and updates is known as scaffolding. So in case you were wondering what this keyword means. So let's take a look at the database context generated by the scaffolding process. You will find it under data library context. So the DB set T entity property in Entity Framework Core terminology means that an entity set typically corresponds to a database table and an entity corresponds to a row in the table. So this book will now be our database table and it will have rows in it. Many developers prefer the DB set property names in the DB context to be plural. So if that's what you want, you can feel free to do so. Now, the scaffolding tool also generated a connection string in the app settings JSON file down here, similarly to what we've seen in the last video. So here you are, library context, and here this is what's generated for us. A very long string with some settings here and multiple active results, as well as trusted connection is set to true. Now, local DB, which is the server that is used, is a lightweight version of the SQL Server Express database engine and is intended for app development and not productive use. This is really important. So this is really just for development, and after that you would have to replace it. So by default, the local DB creates MDF files inside of your users directory. So inside of C, by default, at least C, users, user, which you can find here, for example. So there are the MDF files that have been generated. So this one was the school context, as well as the MDF file, as well as the LDF file. All right, so the scaffolding tool will also register the database context in the dependency injection container for us inside of our program CS file. So in here, we can find builder services, add DB context, library context with some options. The options are use SQL Server, where it's going to use the library context, which is inside of our app settings JSON file. So let's take a look at the books controller that was created for us. The constructor here, books controller, uses dependency injection to inject the database context, called library context, into the controller. The database context is used in each of the CRUD methods in the controller. So CRUD methods stands for create, read, update, and delete, which are the important methods when it comes to database entries. So you see here in the index page, we use the context. In the details page, we use the context. In the create, we are also using the context. So in this async task, so the context is used everywhere inside of this controller. So from the tools menu, let's go to the PM console again. So to the package manager console, in case you're wondering, it's under here, NuGet package manager console. This window here at the bottom will pop up. Now let's use the entity framework migrations feature to create the database. Migrations is a set of tools that create and update a database to match the data model. So our model class is in our case the book. So here we need to add migration initial create. So this is going to create the initial migration. Now once that is done, you will see that the entity framework core infrastructure has been created, and here the SQL Server 6.0.2 was used with no options. So this will generate a timestamp initial create CS file, which is this file here that was generated for us. So the timestamp, which is, you see here, 15th of February 2022, it's 10:42. Even though it's 11:42, so it's using a different time zone as it seems. So that is what has been added now, this entire migrations file, which has a bunch of generated code. You will also find it inside of the migrations folder. So there's this new migrations folder now, which has a library context model snapshot, as well as the initial create migration that we just created using our package manager console. So the initial create argument that we used is the migration name. Any name can be used, but by convention, a name is selected that describes the migration. Because this is the first migration, the generated class contains code to create the database schema. The database schema is based on the model book specified in our library context. So here, this is our book, right? And our book is this class here. And here it's creating a table with the name book, and it has columns called book ID, title, and call number. We can see that book ID has the type of integer, is not nullable, and is the SQL Server identity. So this is the annotation that was assigned to it, which just means that this will be our identity or unique identifier column or value. And then we have the title, which is of type string. So it creates a table column of type string, which is internally, so in database language, it's called nvarchar with the max amount. So which just means it can be a very long sequence of characters. Okay, and then we have also this value to be nullable false. So it has to have a value. And finally, the call number. So here, that's where the primary key is assigned. So our book ID, which is this column here, is assigned as the primary key for the table. So it needs the constraints, and the constraints are that we have a primary key. So you can define more constraints in here, but for that it's going to be fine. At the same time, you will see that a snapshot of the database context has been generated. So as I said earlier, if we go over to our Solution Explorer here, our library context snapshot was generated. So at this point, we have created the migration, but we do not have these changes persisted to the database yet. So to update the database with these changes, we can run the following command in our package manager once again. So here we need to call or execute update database. And then the build will be started and executed. So you see here, all of the execution has been done. A bunch of commands that are executed so that the data is persistent. So update database updates the database to the latest migration, which the previous command in our case created. So the command runs the up method in the migration timestamps initial create CS file, which is this file that was automatically generated for us. So you have this up method, this override void up method, and that's the one that is being executed, which, well, just creates this table here. Please note that none of these commands will run if there is an error in the code. So the commands first build the application and will not run if the application does not build to any reasons. So before we can run our application, we need to add a link to the index page of our books in the _layout file. So you will find it again inside of your shared folder. There's this layout CS HTML, and currently there's no way to get there, right? To our controller, because we see that we have these nav items, which are home, index, and privacy, but we don't have one that would send us to our books controller. So let's change that by just making sure that we, copy this. We use the nav item class again. We will use everything the same. The difference, however, will be that the ASP controller that we're going to use is going to be books, and the ASP action is going to be the index action. And here I'm just going to call this URL, so this link, I'm going to call it books. Now, why do we use the index action? Well, just look at the books controller that we have generated, which is this one here, and it has the index here, this one, async action result. Okay, so that's where it's going to send us to show the view with the book database context. So now that we have a navigation link, let us run our application and test the CRUD operations. And our database has now been set up and changes have been applied. So let's go ahead and run this. Go over to books, and we see we have our index page where we can now see all of the books with their call number and title, but there are none in the database. So let's change that. Let's call this one Tiny C# Projects, which is actually a book that we're currently working on. And let's call it ABD and then just some arbitrary number here. And let's create this entry. Now you will see that inside of our books page, we now have this entry inside of our database. Now if we refresh this page, you will see it will still be there. Even if we leave to a different page and go back to books, you see the data persisted. Now we can make changes to it, we can look at the details, and we can delete it. So we had the C operation here at the top, the read operation, which is the one that displays it, as well as the details also is the R part of the CRUD operation, so the reading part. Then update is the edit part, so this is the update edit page, so to speak. And then we have delete, which allows us to delete the entry, but we have a double check. So here we need to actually delete it on the delete page itself here. So note when we ran the application initially, we started with an empty database. So in some cases, we may not want to start with an empty database. We may want to create our database with some initial values there. This is called seeding. Let's see how we can seed our database. First, we're going to delete the book so that we start with no books in the database. Then we're going to stop running our application. So let's close it. And let's go over to our models folder and right click on it. And here, let's click on add and select a new class and call this one seed data. Now this class will be our seed data. So now we can edit our seed data class while importing the necessary namespace and add some data to it. So here I will have a method called public static void initialize, where I need to pass in the iService provider, which I'm going to call service provider. And then we need to set everything up. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use using var context. So I'm setting up a context, which will be a new library context, where I'm going to pass in my service provider dot get required service. And here we need to pass in the DB context. So DB context options, which is going to be our library context. And close the brackets. So let me make sure. So here we're creating a scoped database. So let me put this into a separate line so that we can read it better. And this will get us the DB context options like so. Now we need to import using MVC library data for the library context to be available. And then we need to use the entity framework core as well here. So this namespace. Okay, now at this point, we can go ahead and say what we want to do in here. So I'm going to go ahead and check if the context book.any gives me a result. And if that's true, then I'm just going to return. So if there are books, just return. Otherwise, we're going to seed, which means we're just going to go ahead and use the context book add. And here I'm going to actually add a range. So there's this add range method, which allows me to add multiple books. So I'm going to create a range of books. The first book will have the title of Tiny C# projects and the call number of, let's say, AXD 2029 or whatever. So it really doesn't matter too much. So this will be our first book. And then I'm going to have a second book here because we are talking about a range, right? So the second book, I'm just going to copy this, which will be a Tiny Android project, which is, by the way, a different book that we're working on. And let's say this would be like AKQ 2229 or so. Okay. And then, well, let me not use the comma here because this would be it. And this add range method needs to be executed with a semicolon or finished with a semicolon. So now this is where we set up the context, but now we need to save changes. So we use the context to save the changes. Okay, so this sets up the seed data that we want to use, okay? But this will never be executed if we don't take care of it manually. So let's go over to our program CS file and make sure that we use it. So therefore, you can go over inside of your CS file, your program CS file, and here you can set up your scope. So using var scope, which is going to be app service sys.create scope. And in here, we're going to set up a variable called services, which is going to take the scope service provider. And then we're going to use seed data.initialize with those services. Okay, now seed data doesn't exist, so we need to import seed data because it's in a different folder. So let's go ahead and use MVC library models. And here, let me check if I wrote it correctly. And it seems like I didn't write it correctly. But it's this initialize method where we needed to pass in an iService provider, right? And that's exactly what we're doing now in our program CS file, because these services are of type service provider. And then we can use the service provider to get the required services using the DB context options, which are the library context. So this library context is internally using what we have set up inside of here. Let me see. So these library context options, this is the DB context that we're using. And where do we get it from? We get it from this connection string, which we find inside of our JSON file. So in app settings.json. So you see, this is how everything is connected. Okay. So now let's run this and see if we have two books in there. So go over to books and you will find the seed data that we generated. All right. So now we have our application running smoothly, performing all the CRUD operations. Pretty cool, right? We didn't have to set everything up. We just needed to fill in the gaps, right? So, but hold up. So now you might be wondering, damn, now we have this book, we have a title and a call number, but we don't have details about the author. So let's add an author property to our model and see how we can update our database without messing up our whole application. So let's go over to the Solution Explorer. Let's go over to our book. And now let's add our author here. So I'm going to add another property, which will be of type string and which will be called author, like so. So we now need to create a migration that detects this change and then updates our database so that the change we have made can be persisted in the database. So to create a migration, we're going to go over to our package manager again. So this package manager console, and we need to add a new migration. So add migration and call it added book author, because that's what we did, right? We changed our data model where we added the book author. So now you will find that automatically this generated migration has been opened up, which you'll find under migrations. So we had the initial create and then we had the added book author migration. Now, if you look at the up method, you will see that a column has been added. So add column with the name author inside of the table book with the type of envarchar, which is string, where the nullable settings are set to false and the default value is just an empty string. So that's exactly what's happening here. Okay, it's just adding the column. So let's update our database again, because even if we now did the migration change, nothing has actually happened to the database. The database is all the same as it was before. We need to make sure that we update the database. So let's do that. Let's build that. And you see all of the changes using the Entity Framework core have been applied. So the update ran successfully. So let's run our application again and navigate to the books link. Now let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting. So we click on books and there we have our title and call number. The application is not showing our new property, however. The application didn't add the new column here, however. So how can we make the change now? Well, we need to do it manually. Where would we do the change or make the change? Well, I would say in our books controller view. So in the books view more specifically. We could, for example, start in the create CS.html here. So let's go over here. And because even if we run the application, you will find that our form group doesn't have the extra column, right? So here, let's go over. Obviously in the index page, it doesn't show either. But even if we go and create, you see there's the title and the call number and the create button, but there's no author. So let's change that by adding another form group. And I'm going to actually put it on top of the call number. So in between the name and the call number, and the name, so the label will be ASP for author, and the input will be for author as well. The ASP validation will be for author, and pretty much the rest can stay the same. Okay, so now at this point, we will also need to make a change to our books controller in the post action. So let's go over to our books controller. And here we have the different actions, right? You might recall. Let's go over to the create action. And I don't mean this one here, which returns a view, but the one that we have here, where we are binding the book ID, the title, and the call number. So now we also need to add the author here as well. Let's add the author to the binding. And then in the index CS.html, we need to make a change as well. Well, let's actually run this. Let's just quickly see whether the create function will allow us to create items now in the books. Let's create a new. You see title, author, and call number, but we'll not be able to display it inside of our books index page because currently we don't have this column yet. So let's set up this column inside of the index.html file in here. So where would be a good spot to add this? Well, you can just go over to your T header here, because this is where we have the T heads, right? And which are table headers, so column names, so to speak. And let's just add another one here. And as I said, I would like to put it in between. So I'm just going to use model.author here. And this will display the name for it. And then the table data needs to reflect this also. So let me put the table data in here, and this will be the author here. So we have the title, the author, and the call number, which are all columns inside of our page. And now we're, well, and the third one is the edit, delete, and details options that we had. But now if we run our application again, we should be able to see the author. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to books. We see the author here, even though there is no author. Now we could go to edit, and you see in edit, we didn't make the change yet. So this could be a little challenge for you. So now let's go ahead and create one. So let's call this one Tiny Flutter Projects. The author will be Dennis Panuta, or actually Tutorials EU, because I'm not going to write everything myself. And then let's just add a random call number, because I don't know, like I don't have a call number in mind. I'm just going to add something in here and click on create. And now you see this new project has been created. Okay, so now we're done with our little project. Obviously, there needs to be changes done. So for example, the edit page needs to be updated. We need to have the author in here, as well as the delete page and the detail page as well, actually. So far, we only changed the create view as well as the index view. Now you need to make changes to the other views as well. So this is a little challenge that I would like to give you for the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I would like to take care of the challenge, which I hope you try to build for yourself, which means the edit, details, and delete screens needed to be updated. So here, if we look at the edit screen, we see that there is only the title and the call number, but there is no author. And the same goes for the detail screen. Title, call number, no author. And finally, we have the delete button. And even here, you see on the delete screen, we don't have the author either. So it's actually quite simple to make these changes, but I still would recommend that you try this yourself. Therefore, you will need to go over to your Solution Explorer and change the screens, basically the delete, details, and edit screens accordingly. And they are specifically the view aspect of it. So the appearances. So I hope you tried it. And if you didn't, then please pause the video now and try it for yourself. Okay, so I'm going to just get started here. So the thing is, I want to display the author, and therefore I need to add this DTDD tags for the author as well. Let me just copy this here and put it in there as well. Display for name model.author, and the same goes here for the author. So here we're going to show the additional column. This will be a new entry for specifically our details screen. So let's see about that. Let's start the application and directly see the changes. And you see, we can really just copy and paste existing code. That's the beauty about having these templates. So let's go to the details screen. And now you see we have the title, the author, and the call number. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and take care of the edit screen. Therefore, I'm going to go over to the edit CS.html file. And here we had those form groups. And I'm just going to copy this form group here and put the new one in between the two. existing ones. So in between the one that took care of the title and the one that took care of the call number. So I'm just going to replace title here with author, and you see the IDE directly knows what I want because this property exists, which is beautiful. And it exists because we are using the book as the model. So here the model is directly used at the top in the edit screen. Now let's try to edit our two existing items that do not have an author. So here it's going to also be tutorials EU, and you will see that it doesn't work. So even though I enter a value and I save, the author field is required. So that means that we're not sending the data over properly yet. So let's change that. Therefore, we need to go over to our async edit task. And where can we find it? We cannot find it in the edit CS.html, but specifically in our controller. So let's go over to our books controller. And here we had the different tasks, right? So the different screens, so to speak here, the actions. So the create action, we took care of that already. Now let's take care of the edit action as well. So here we need to bind the edit action. And there's specifically not this one, which is the get one, but the set one. We're going to change the set variant to also set the author here. So here, let's add the author keyword in here. Now, let's run this again and see if it worked. So let's go over to books. And I have this error again, where if I go to full screen mode on a separate screen, that the application just closes. I hope you don't have this problem. So now let me edit this tiny C# projects, and let's add tutorials EU. And now you see the change has been made and is reflected in our index page. Okay, now the final thing is going to be to change the delete screen, because you see here the author is still not being displayed. So now let's go over to the delete screen, and here we need to add the delete details. Well, we don't want to make any changes because the item is going to be deleted anyways, at least not from a logical point of view. Just from a visual point of view, we need to make a change. So let's just add this part where we are displaying the author details. So here with a column small 2 being the author, and then column small 10 being the author as well. So that's pretty much it. Let's see. There we are. Let's go over to our books. Let's go to the delete screen, and we can see the author here as well. Let's go back and delete this one, or look at this one, and you see there's no content there because we don't have an author for this item or for this entry. So let's enter Dennis Panuta in this case, for example. Let's say I was the one writing this book, and now let's go to the delete screen, and you can see that there we have all of the details. So now you can delete, you can add, you can edit. So we have everything ready to go. And now you can just reuse this for whatever CRUD operations you need in your solutions. All right. So that's it for this video. I hope you were successful in implementing these changes, in going through the challenge, and you hopefully also tried it all by yourself without looking things up. And that's it. See you in the next video. All right, now you're done with the Entity Framework Core chapter, a rather short one, but a super important one, because it's really important to understand how to store data efficiently, and that's what Entity Framework Core does for us. You also learned a little bit about SQL, and you saw how to use it in MVC as well as in Razor. So next, let's look at creating our own APIs. Welcome to the APIs chapter. In this chapter, we're going to create our own APIs, as well as handle errors, create documentations, and we're even going to look at a brand new feature called Minimal API, and a bunch more. There will be a couple of challenges along the way as well. So let's get started. Welcome back. In this part, we're going to introduce web APIs in ASP.NET. We're going to cover the basics of creating a REST API, and we'll learn how to create a web API project, add a model class and a database context, scaffold a controller with CRUD operations, configure routing, URL paths, and return values in Visual Studio, and finally call and test our API using the Swagger UI. So sounds like a lot of ground to cover. So let's hit the ground rolling. We are going to build an API to manage a shopping list. And for those who have been following this course, you should remember the app that we built in Blazor. So let's go ahead and create a new project. And I'm going to search for the web API template. It's this one here, ASP.NET Core Web API. Let's select this and click next. Let's call this one something like Shopping List API, and then click next again. And here we can leave the default that is given to us. So configure for HTTPS, use controllers unchecked. Yeah, all should be good. Let's go ahead and create. So the project template creates a familiar webcast API with support for Swagger. We're going to be changing this template to support our shopping list functionality. We're going to add a model class for groceries to do this. We need to have a folder for our models. So let's go ahead and just set it up directly. So here directly on the shopping list project level, let's create a new folder, call it models. And in there, let's go ahead and create a new class. And the class that I'm going to create will be called grocery. And now because I had the wrong keyboard installed, let's quickly do a rename and call it grocery. So hopefully in your case you had it right from the get-go. So what is it that we need for the grocery list? Well, we need an ID. So thankfully the IDE is smart enough to help us out here. We need to have a name which needs to be a nullable. So let me change the question mark here for the string. So string question mark nullable. We'll get rid of this warning that we had. And then I'm going to have a Boolean which is gonna be purchased. It's gonna have the purchased name here. Now you could of course have a bunch more properties here for your grocery, but we're just going to start with what we have here. So we're going to use the entity framework code first approach to create a database. In order to use it, we need to create a database context to coordinate functionality for our data model. We are just going to use a framework that we can get from our NuGet package. So on the project level, you can go to manage NuGet packages. You can also go over tools and find it there. And here we will be searching for in memory. And you can just browse for it, not the installed ones. So here, Microsoft Entity Framework Core in memory. That's the one that I want to use, and select it and then click on install. Really important, in memory from Entity Framework Core by Microsoft. All right, let's hit install. The NuGet package manager will pop up with the preview changes, and I'm gonna click on yes or okay, and I accept the license agreement here. Now, since the package is installed, we now add a database context for our shopping list application. So in our model folder, we're going to create a class for this. So models and add new class and call this shopping list context. And let's click add or enter. Okay, so the shopping list context should be inheriting from DB context. Now this will only be available if we add the right namespaces here. So using Microsoft.Entity Framework Core, and then we can use DB context. We're going to add a constructor for our class with the parameters specifying context options. These options include the kind of database this context will use. At the same time, we will specify that our grocery class will be tracked by this context. So let's get started. Therefore, I'm going to use the CTOR code snippet, which stands for constructor. So this will be the shopping list constructor or context constructor. We need to pass the DB context options here, which will be of type shopping list context. I'm just going to call them options. Let's just use the base options here by default. So let me put this into another line so you can see it better. So we have base options here. Now we need to set up a property to track our grocery class in this context. So let's go ahead and use a prop here. This prop will be called DB, or will be of type DB set, and it's going to be called grocery. So now the thing is, this DB set needs to know which T entity it should be. So here, I'm gonna say it should be of the grocery type. All right. So to use this context as a service, we need to register it in our dependency injection or our DI container. So therefore, we need to jump over to our program CS file. And here we need to add a line here with the builder services lines. So let's go ahead and builder services. And here I'm not going to add a controller, but I'm going to add a DB context. And this DB context will be of shopping list context, where I'm going to set the options to use in memory. And yeah, let's just import this shopping list context. Otherwise, it's a little too complicated to write everything, use, and it seems like the IDE still doesn't want to help me here. So use in memory database. And here I'm just going to use the shopping list. All right, now this needs to be closed like this. So now let's also make sure that we import the entity framework core. So that's why the IDE didn't help me here, because I didn't have it. So this method is part of the entity framework core. And what it does is it configures the context to connect to a named in-memory database. The in-memory database is shared anywhere the same name is used, but only for a given service provider. To use the same in-memory database across service providers, call in-memory DB context options extension use in-memory database. All right, so pretty cool stuff, really powerful. And this is what Entity Framework Core really helps us out with. We're going to use perhaps one of the most powerful features of ASP.NET and Visual Studio, and that is called scaffolding. So we're going to scaffold a controller for our model with HTTP actions. So we don't even need to write all of this stuff manually ourselves. We can really let us help. And therefore, let's go over to the controllers folder, right click, then go to add and select new scaffolded item. So now here we're going to use API controllers with actions using Entity Framework. So go to common, then API, and select this option here and click on add. Now you need to select a model class, and we're going to use our grocery here. And then we need to have a data context where we can select the one that we had set up, which was the shopping list context. And then at this point, we can click on add. So sometimes the scaffolding may fail. If it does, then select add to try scaffolding a second time, this time with an internet connection. So in case you don't have one. This is because it requires some packages to be installed and in case you don't have them installed. So if you have them installed, it will not need that, but otherwise it might need to download them. So we have a controller with already generated code for HTTP actions on our grocery model. This is an amazing start for us. We don't have to start from scratch. And before we test our API, let's make a small change in our post method. Now you can see that this is the grocery controller, which is created for us, or groceries controller, which has a shopping list context. And then in the constructor, it assigns the context, which is pretty cool. Then we have the get methods with the get grocery as an async task with an enumerable, so with a list of groceries or with individual groceries by the ID. And the change that I want to make is to the post groceries. So further down in this class, you will find this HTTP post grocery, where we are posting our grocery. We now just need to make a small change here. Now, the thing is, it currently uses this string called get grocery. Okay, and what I would like to use instead here would be the name of get grocery. So now this get grocery is this method here. Okay, so it's going to get us the name from there. And this will make sure that we're not using a magical string here, so to speak. So what we're doing here is we are referencing the get grocery action to create the location headers URI. So the C# name of keyword avoids hard coding the action name, which was the case before, right? If you look at it, before it was just a string, and I'm not really happy with that. So let's not use hard-coded strings here. Okay, so we have our API well set up to be run, and in the next lecture, we will explore more about how to run and test our API using the Swagger UI. So see you there.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.